Part 2. Armies of the Night. Chapter 11. They said it was a ceremony to commemorate the lives lost at Valk 7. That counted over 300,000 dead total, including the crews on the Golan defense stations, the 3 defending Star Destroyers, and the ships from Davek's fleet that had arrived to end it. Not a single civilian from the planet had been killed. Really though, it was a memorial service for Jagged Fel. It was the grandest event Marin Fel had ever been to. It didn't seem real at all. The cavernous convocation center in the heart of Ravlin must have held close to 100,000 people. Her father had said they were all close relatives of the people killed at Valk 7, but you only had to look at the numbers once to know there were many grieving families locked outside. And it might have been mostly the bereaved, but not all. Head of State Avarice gave the opening speech, where she extolled the bravery of the men and women who died at Valk 7. On the dark wall behind her, 100 meters high, a small light flared up to represent each individual lost. As she talked, she began listing the virtues of Marin's grandfather, and a large holo image of Jagged Fel appeared over the central podium. The image took Marin aback. To her, Jagged Fel had always been an old man with white hair and a trim white beard, eyes that were dark but kind, and a smile that was always restrained and always honest. The man on the holo image was jagged as he'd been 50 years ago when he'd assumed command of the Imperial Remnant during a time of crisis and helped mold it into what it was today. His hair was dark save for the white streak that ran from the scar across his forehead, uncannily like her Uncle Davek's. His face was clean and smooth. It belonged to a man younger than her father was now. The eyes were unmistakably his, and staring into them Marin found the only comfort available. After Avarice was done, she was replaced at the podium by a thick-set old man who clambered to the post with the assistance of a cane. Vitor Riej didn't bother with preamble. He launched right into his memories of Jagged Fel. "There were times when I hated that man," Riej said with a candid smile. "I never wanted to succeed him as head of state, as the elders among you might recall. No, he laid the trap for me to fall into because otherwise a certain unreconstructed admiral might power instead and make herself empress. He never wanted the throne either, so it can't be said he gave worse than he got. And you have to remember that. That was the most important thing. That was what defined Jagged Fel. He never sought power for his own sake. When it was thrust upon him, he handed it off to someone else, but not without taking responsibility for the good of the Empire and the good of the galaxy as a whole. Those were always his concerns, and he died the way he lived, self-sacrificing to the end. Those are the qualities that made him the leader he was, and they were qualities I tried to emulate as head of state. It's a lesson we need to remember, all of us. The best leaders are often those who are backed into the throne." When Riej finished his speech and stepped down, he got scattered and halting applause. Marin's family was seated in front for all to see, and without being obvious, she spared a careful sideways look at the rest of her relatives. Her father was in brown Jedi robes, as was her grandmother, who sat between her sons. Marin herself wore an apprentice's plain white tunic. Davik wore his admiral's dress uniform, but his sons, despite being apprentice Jedi like Marin, wore plain dark suits. His wife Marajia wore a black civilian tunic instead of her Jedi robes. Marin wondered why, but tried to pull her attention away from her family and back to the speechmakers. After Riej were a few officials she didn't recognize, and a representative the Alliance had sent to pay respects. Their talks moved away from the life and legacy of Jagged Fel to respect the others who died. Marin knew it was only fair, but her attention started to wander. The first morning she'd woken up after learning of her grandfather's death, she'd been sure the last day was a dream. Reality was settling in now, hard, bitter, uncertain. There had been no more attacks by the raiders, but everyone was sure more would come, and nobody knew when, where, or how bad it would be. The Fel family had lost its patriarch. The Empire had lost its sense of security. For every single being inside its borders, the galaxy had become a darker, more dangerous place. Even as she kept facing the speechmakers, Marin reached out with the Force to try and sense how her family was doing. Her father kept his emotions from his face, but she could tell he still felt shocked and empty, uncertain, and afraid like she'd never known him to be. Her uncle felt the same, though as he wasn't a Jedi it was harder to sense his feelings. Her grandmother was a Jedi master, one of the greatest, and she was the hardest to get a track of. Jaina had spoken little over the past few days, and she kept her emotions shielded in the Force. She was putting up a brave front for her entire family. Marin understood that much. If her father or uncle had had a deeper conversation with her in private, she didn't know. Marin wanted to tell her grandmother that she didn't have to hold it all in, that she could never be alone with her children and grandchildren all gathered to protect and support her, but she knew she'd never find the words to say it aloud. Marin loved her grandmother deeply, but Jaina was also a stern teacher who sustained more loss in her life than Marin could ever conceive. 2 brothers, her cousin Ben, countless friends, now her husband, all taken from her by violence. Just thinking on Jaina made her feel like a child. She directed her attention to her cousins. Ron always tried to put on a cool face, but he was still just 9 years old, and his emotions bled off him in the Force. He'd admired his grandfather as much as Marin or Vitor, maybe more, and his whole being emanated confusion and a child's helpless fear. The first time she'd seen him at the Jedi Academy after word from their parents came down, he tried so hard to hide the red rims around his eyes. Even at 9 years old, beset by grief, Ron had been ashamed to cry. And then there was Vitor. Marin and her cousin had grown up in step, as close as siblings. She could touch him more easily and deeply with the Force, and even as she pretended to pay attention to the Alliance emissary, she sent out a tendril of thought to touch him. He touched back, and a warmth passed between them like they just squeezed hands. It was a gesture that didn't need words to say, "I'm with you, and we'll get through this." It meant all the more for it. Even as she relished how good it was to be connected to someone in this way, it brought up another spike of sadness. Her grandfather, like Davik, had no connection to the Force. When Jedi died, there was at least the consoling knowledge that they lived on somehow within the Force. For those who were not Jedi, death sounded like mere oblivion. If it was anything else, not even Jedi could know. Right then it seemed that even the Force could be a bitter thing that divided families rather than bind them. She already knew that the Force wasn't enough to keep some families together, but it had never seemed like a bane until that moment. Vitor gave her a warm nudge, telling her not to worry. She restrained a smile. Her grandfather was gone, but the rest of her family was here, unbroken. Until death came to change that, they'd remain unbroken. She took solace in that as best she could. As long as her connection with Vitor remained, it even gave her strength. In a sad way, Davik was glad the Empire was in crisis, otherwise he'd have nothing to do but dwell on his grief. Sitting through the memorial service for his father had been difficult enough. Placed on the front platform for all the audience and Newsnet viewers to see, it had been especially difficult to sit still and keep a stoic mask. Not that he'd been tempted to break down in tears, for better or worse those still hadn't come. His overwhelming urge had been to jump from his seat and march up the stage, hauling his wife and sons with him so their grief didn't have to be exhibited for all the galaxy to see. But he'd known since he was young that his family could never be a private one. They were heirs to layers of history more than a century old, and all the galaxy knew it. Everything they did would be public and political, picked apart by beings who could never understand. It was a burden he dreaded having to pass on to his children, but there seemed to be no way to escape it. His father had taught him that young, his father who taught him so much, and now was gone. Whenever he felt alienated being a non-Force user surrounded by a family of Jedi, he'd only had to look to Jagged Fel to feel less alone. Now that connection was gone, he'd considered expressing that special grief to Miragia but couldn't find a way to do it. She'd taken to her Jedi calling with enthusiasm and ardor that would have stunned the young TIE pilot he'd met on Voidwalker all those years ago. When he met Neela Avarice 3 hours after the ceremony, he felt the relief that comes with escape. He'd chosen a soldier's life. Now more than ever he wanted to live it. He wanted to take the fight to the enemy and make them pay. He hadn't been told in advance that Admirals Derrican and Grave would be meeting them in Avarice's office, but he wasn't surprised. It was the first time he'd met either of them since Valk 7, and they both gave him firm handshakes and simple acknowledgement for his loss. That was all he'd wanted and expected. They had other business to get on to. "We all know what has to happen next," Avarice said. She sat behind her desk while the admirals all stood in front of her. "We have to attack the enemy, and hard. I've discussed with the Supreme Commander, and we've agreed to bring the Second Fleet into an offensive role." Admiral Grave gave just a tiny nod. He was a few years younger than Davik, with a sharp-featured and clean-shaven face crowned by slick black hair. Davik knew that officers' gossip placed him and Grave as rivals due to their similar ages and opposite political persuasions, but their interactions had mostly been professional, and in that capacity Grave had never been less than a model officer. Davik asked Avarice, "We'll be working together to coordinate an offensive, then?" "That's right," she said. "We'll be spreading the First and Third Fleets out to better defend the major worlds. Not just the border planets, but population centers like Bastion and Entrala. It will take a lot of ships to defend all our worlds and launch an offensive." "Is that an observation or a suggestion?" asked Grave. He kept his eyes on Avarice. "You know my father strongly supposed invoking the Annexes Treaty. It's why he went to Valk 7 in the first place, to convince Moff Moran." "I'm aware," she said simply. "However, I feel it's premature at this time." He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. This wasn't just an attack on our supply lines and the border systems. This was an all-out assault on a major Imperial planet that killed over 250,000 soldiers. It's our biggest loss since Carfedian, and it would have been 100 times worse if my fleet hadn't gotten there when it did. "We're aware of all that," Grave said. "But that's no reason to go begging for help from the Alliance. What happened at Valk 7 wasn't a failure of our military. It was an intelligence failure." "Do we have any idea how that failure happened?" "Our people are still looking into it," Darrican said. "It's possible the raiders simply spotted our reconnaissance flights and decided to lay a trap. We still don't know the capabilities of all their ships. With all the strange alien technology they have, it's hard to be sure of anything." Davik sighed. "Speaking of their technology, what did we get from that Kalish ship?" "We've retrieved the data core from their computer," said Darrican. "It includes hyperspace charts that lead deep into the unknown regions. Routes we are not familiar with already." "That's right." Davik felt a little relief. When trying to reconstruct what had happened at Valk 7 using data from his dirt-sized sensor stations, it became clear that the Golan IV station his father was on had intentionally blown a hole through the enemy line so Poor Dun's Star Destroyer could escape. On her way out, Poor Dun had chosen a route that gave her a chance to seize the Kalish frigate and drag it out of the battle zone. That brave, mad gesture had gotten her and her entire command crew killed, but if it yielded critical information on the enemy, it might have been worth the sacrifice. "The more immediate issue," Grave said sharply, "is what we do with the Kalish themselves." Davik stiffened, relief all gone. In the midst of all the grief and confusion of the past few days, he'd been informed that elements of the First Fleet had been relocated to the border planet and troops deployed on its surface. While the public line was that it was for the world's protection, he also knew that the ruling Kalish clan leaders had been placed under arrest while any connection to the attack on Valk 7 was being investigated. The whole thing smacked of old-style Imperial oppression, but the grim fact was that at least some Kalish had gone over to the enemy, and something had to be done about it. "I assume you all know about what's happening on the ground on Kali," Darrican said carefully. "Our investigators still don't know what connection, if any, the clan leaders have with those who attacked Valk 7. Our interrogators are working on captured crew from the frigate, but as you all know, they're a very stubborn race." "There has to be some connection," Grave said. "Even if their clan leaders were unaware, someone on Kali must know about the ones who attacked us." "What would you have us do?" asked Davik. "Interrogate the whole planet. That would take more resources than we can spare, unfortunately, but there's other options. Lock down the planet. Prevent Kalish from coming or going, and make a point to interdict all Kalish already off-world." "Interdict? You mean imprison? This isn't the age of Palpatine." Grave didn't flinch. "The Empire is at war against an unknown enemy. We can't afford to be trusting. You of all people should know that." Davik felt a spike of anger but let it pass. He looked down at Avarice. I am aware, and I'm not weak. I know hard choices have to be made. We should lock down Kalish and increase surveillance on the planet, but arresting any Kalish we find just for being Kalish is too much. I respect Admiral Fel's concerns, but this isn't the time to be squeamish, Grave said. As long as we make clear this is a temporary arrangement, specifically to root out traitors to the Empire, the public will accept it. Humans will, Davik told him. What about the Yagay, the Muins, the Keldor or Yamriai, or? This isn't a decision for you two to make, Avarice said coolly. This is a security matter, which means Admiral Darrican, and I will draw policy for the Moff Council's approval. Right now the populace was scared and so were the Moffs. Davik didn't doubt they'd vote for anything that promised more security. Have you decided on a policy? He asked. Yes, actually, and it will be much like what you proposed. Interdiction around the planet. Heightened security on all off-world Kalish. Do you expect the intel from the frigate to change anything? That remains to be seen, said Darrican. And not your concern. Copies of the intelligence we've received will go to both you and Admiral Grave. You'll review it together and come up with a battle plan. Is that understood? Very, said Grave. All right, Davik sighed, then remembered. Another question. When do we expect Invincible to be combat ready? I personally spoke to the KDY chairman this morning, Darrican said. He expects 3 weeks to completion. What about crew? I've tasked Admiral Hallis with redistributing personnel from the First Fleet. A superstar destroyer required a huge complement. Davik suspected it would take a lot of crew shuffling to get it filled. When it becomes operation, will Hallis be in command? Yes, and we intend to put it into combat right away if necessary. Like his father, Davik had felt the construction of a giant new star destroyer was a waste of resources. Now he couldn't wait to see it in action. The thought of that behemoth brought another one to his mind. I have another question. Something totally different. Go on, said Darrican. Have our intel people been able to place that large ship the raiders were using at Valk 7? The one that escaped? You mean the one that acted like their flagship? No, and believe me, we were thorough. We couldn't find any match for its design in our databases or the material the Chiss sent us. Disappointing, he muttered. Very. Nothing we pulled from the Kalish ship has helped thus far either. I'm honestly a little surprised. That ship was clearly leading the battle. Yes, and we have comm logs, but every message that passed through that ship was automatically translated to Kalish by its shipboard computer. We don't even know what natural language it was speaking in. But we have the translated logs. That's right. It will be included on the data package we send you. That's good to know. That begged the final question he'd had planned, the one he least looked forward to asking. He took a breath and looked straight at Avarice. As you might know, the Jedi are meeting on Assus now. They plan to send search parties into the unknown region soon. If we pass on this intelligence, it would help them greatly. His first response was silence, and he knew he had no chance. Very politely, Darrican said, with all due respect to the Jedi, this intelligence must be guarded very carefully. We can't simply hand it out to beings not even connected to the Empire. The Jedi want the same things we want. Peace and an end to these attacks. If we don't know what's going on in the unknown regions, we can't guarantee how the Jedi will react, Grave said. The Supreme Commander is right. Under no circumstances should this information pass to them. Jedi have fought and died to beat these raiders. Imperial Knights, Grave corrected. Born in the Empire, raised in the Empire, trained on Bastion, and loyal. Then only share the intel with your brother. You mother. Avarice raised a brow. Admiral Fel, we all know your family history, and we respect them greatly, but can you really guarantee your mother won't share our intelligence with her childhood friends on Assus? Jaina Solo had never been big on following other people's rules. He couldn't even try to argue that point. He knew he couldn't win this fight, and he'd only make them question his loyalties by pressing further, so he raised his hands in surrender. I concede the point. but I still like to include Imperial Knights in my battle plans. We'll leave that to your digression, said Darrican. Davik thanked him. He'd vaguely hoped to get more in the current circumstances, but he never expected it. Despite all his father had done to make the modern empire what it was still the empire. Some things would never change, and pride was one of them. Because Neela Avaris had wanted to hold a grand memorial ceremony as soon as possible after the attack, the transport from Chiss space arrived the day after. Arlen would have liked for his aunt to have been there, but he knew that Jagged Fel would have her own ways to say goodbye to her brother. They took her back to the Fel family apartment after she arrived. The children were waiting there, and the novelty of having their great aunt around, who they very rarely saw, visibly alleviated the gloom that had been hanging over them. Marin's spirits lifted a little as she pummeled Wynn with questions about life on Chilla. None of them had anything to do with Jagged. Marin was distracting herself with curiosity. Arlen was happy for her. Vitor and even Ron started asking questions, as eager as their cousin for something besides mourning. Wynn was too raised just to let her emotions show, but he was pretty sure she was enjoying it by the end too. Davik still hadn't returned from Naval Headquarters when they started putting the kids to bed. The teenagers had more energy than Ron, but their grandmother firmly insisted they go to their rooms anyway. They'd probably spend another hour or so laying on their beds, talking in the dark, but that was what teenagers did. The grown-ups needed to have conversations of their own. "Thank you so much for coming," Maragia told Wynn when the living room was finally left to the adults. "Can we get you anything to drink?" "I'm fine, thank you." Wynn covered a yawn with one hand. "I'm not sure how much longer I'll last either." "Well, I just got a buzz from Davik. That means he's on his way. How is he holding up?" Marisa considered. He was very close to his father, so it's been difficult, even if he hides it. "Jagged was always his link to the rest of us," Jaina said from her place on the couch next to Wynn. "Because he didn't have the Force," the other old woman said. "And because of the paths they took." "Soldiers," Wynn said with a touch of approval. "And more. As an admiral, Davik had to deal with a lot of politics, just like Jag. I hope he deals with them as well as my brother." Jaina smiled weakly. "I think so. The children seem all right," Wynn observed. "They're all managing in their own ways," Maragia said as she poured two glasses half full with Sardinian brandy. It was Davik's favorite. Marin seemed eager to be distracted. "I don't blame her," Arlen said. "None of them should have to deal with this." Wynn went thoughtful. "By the time I was 14, 3 of my siblings were already dead." Grim silence lingered in the room until Maragia took a sip of brandy and said, "I don't suppose the Chiss are willing to rethink their policy of non-interference." "You know they won't, for a number of reasons." "Good reasons," Wynn added, a touch defensively. "Jagged went to Valk 7 to get support for invoking the Annexes Treaty," Jaina said. "He wanted the Moth Council to request help from the Alliance." "Is your government any closer to budging?" Maragia shook her head. "We still don't know what kind of threat these invaders can really muster." Wynn sighed heavily. "You need to be prepared for anything." Arlen had already heard his share of stories about the dangers drifting through the unknown regions. "Believe me, we are. That's why the Jedi are preparing a scouting expedition." "You don't understand," Wynn said. "Things have changed." "Changed how?" Jaina stiffened. Before she could answer, they heard a door open the level below, followed by booted feet stamping themselves clean. Just in time, Maragia said as Davik climbed the stairs into the living room. After embracing his aunt and kissing her on the cheek, Davik retreated to the counter where his brandy glass was waiting. As he took a sip, he asked Wynsa, was Canarn unable to make it? She nodded. "His ship's patrolling the border. I couldn't pull him off duty again. He sends his condolences, and his love." "Tell him we're glad." Davik sidled beside his wife. "Are the kids asleep?" "They're in their rooms," Arlen said. "Good enough." Davik looked at his aunt. "I'm sorry you missed the ceremony." "Travel time." She spread her hands. "I came as soon as I could." "We appreciate that," added Jaina. We really do. It was a good ceremony, Davik added after taking a sip of brandy. It was a memorial to everyone we lost, of course, but Avarice gave one of her better speeches about father. They roused up Vitor Riesch to talk to. His was good. Personal. Riesch was good, Arlen agreed. Davik noticed his lack of enthusiasm. Did you have a problem with something else? Not really. It was just, he ran through possible descriptors, including pompous, over-formal, and too imperial, and chose the one least likely to offend Davik. I think Dad would have preferred something more intimate, that's all. What we're doing her is intimate, as family. It doesn't negate what happened yesterday, and Father deserves a grand send-off. For what he did for the Empire, for everyone. A few speeches in a big hall was the least they could have done. Anything less would be insulting. I'm not disagreeing, Arlen said, not wanting to get into a fight. Jaina cleared her throat. There's something your aunt was about to tell us. About what? Wynn clasped her hands together and leaned forward. Thanks to the hotline we set up, our intelligence people were able to review some data from Valk 7 before I left Chilla. Tell me, Davik, what did your people make of the flagship the raiders were using? His voice tensed. We couldn't place it. What do you know? The Chiss haven't encountered ships like that in about 80 years. But we do know the type. Tell us. A long time ago there was a warlord who gathered a massive army from many different species in the unknown regions. They called themselves the Chosen, and they swept across hundreds of systems, conquering or destroying them. Their leader was called Nuzo Esfa, and he belonged to a race called the Irath. Davik frowned. Father never mentioned them. Are this? Nuzo Esfa. He was defeated by the Empire of the Hand and Mithron Urwato. We haven't seen the Irath since. Not until Valk 7, Miragia said grimly. That's right. I brought information from our archives with me. They describe what we know about the Irath, including the location of their home system, though it's deep in what you call the unknown regions. Near the edge of the galactic rim, in fact. Is this forest, Davik asked, or the Empire? I've brought multiple copies of the data. For you? For Imperial intelligence. And for the Jedi. That's very generous, Jaina said, tone lightened by surprise. It was the least I could do, considering. Arlen asked his brother, what about Imperial intel? Have they gathered data from the Kalish ship they captured? They have, Davik said, voice stiff. Arlen frowned. Is there a problem? No. It's just that Fleet Command has determined that the intelligence has to remain classified. For operational security. That means it can't be shared with anyone. They know what it means, Miragia said softly. There are Jedi about to go into the unknown regions right now, Arlen said. Including Alana. If there's important intel, it could mean life and death for them. Arlen, Jaina warned. I'm sorry, Davik said, soft but firm. But Fleet Command's made its decision. I can't break that confidence. They'll just have to go on and Wynn's information. Arlen wanted to argue, but his mother touched him in the force, telling him to back off. At Davik's side, Miragia shook her head, very slightly. Everyone has to comply with regulations, when said to soften the tension. And military couldn't function otherwise. The Ascendancy agreed to share this information with the Jedi out of respect for your father. Arlen couldn't take his eyes off his brother. Well, I'm glad to see he's appreciated. Enough, Jaina said, and gave Arlen another little kick in the force. What Wynn brought us points us in the direction we need to go. Can you tell us more about this Nuzo Esfa and his Chosen? It's all in the report, Wynn said. Still, I'd like to hear it from you. Wynn could hardly refuse a request from her brother's widow. So she talked, recounting Mithron Urwato's campaign from nearly a century ago. Everyone listened intently, and Arlen had a little bit of the brandy. The tension from earlier in the conversation receded without draining away entirely. Eventually, Davik and Miragia announced they were retiring for the night. When they disappeared down the hall and into Davik's old room, it was down to the three of them, Arlen, his mother, and his aunt. I wasn't expecting a history lesson, Arlen told Wynn, but thanks for giving one tonight. I hope some of it comes in handy. All we know for sure is that their flagship is Irad design. You said these people have skin like rainbows and hair like black clouds. Sounds like it could be this king of storms we've heard about. Maybe, said Jaina, but we can't know for sure. Not yet. She was right. Everything was still clouded in too much uncertainty. Arlen sighed and told his aunt, I'm sorry your son couldn't make it. I hardly ever see him. He's a soldier with his duties, just like your brother. I didn't mean to put Davik in a spot. We know. Jaina touched her son's hand. But Davik can't break rules just because we're family. Sometimes your father and we had to keep secrets from each other too. Secrets between Jedi and Imperials. That must have been hard. Almost stopped the marriage before it started. She smiled wistfully and squeezed his hand. But we worked out it. Davik's a good man, just like Jagged. You have to trust him. That Imperial intel though, I meant what I said. It could save Jedi lives. It could make or break the mission. You can't ask your brother to hand it over. I know, but I was thinking. What? He hesitated. She squeezed a little tighter. You're thinking of getting it another way, aren't you? That's risky. You usually don't lecture people on risk, Mom. Just be careful, she said. It wasn't a no, not even close. Don't worry. I think I know who can do the job for us. That's why I told you to be careful. He smiled at that, against himself, and squeezed her hand back. Wynn said, I seem to be missing something. Don't worry. Jaina tapped a finger to her lips. Just family matters. In the long-ago days when she served the Empire as a pilot instead of the Jedi, Merasia had known the Red Scepter as one of the most select and upscale officers' clubs on Bastion. Membership had never been a goal for her, exactly, but attendance would have been a sign that she truly made it and earned a place among the Empire's elite. That she'd be invited to the place now, as a guest, so long after she stopped caring about such things, felt a little strange. She knew there were more luxurious establishments on the capital, mostly catering to the business beings who congregated to Ravlin from all parts of the galaxy nowadays. The Scepter combined luxury with restraint as the best long-running institutions did. She appreciated that, the restraint. One uncomfortable side effect of being well known throughout the Empire as its war hero turned Jedi was that you drew attention no matter what you were doing, even if it was just a private meal with an old friend that day after her father-in-law's funeral. Thankfully, Commodore Courage Vol was able to pull a private room for them to meet at. It's not often I get down here, Vol said after their food had been delivered, but I try to when I can. Have some spice loaf. It's delicious. He was tall for a TIE pilot and 5 years older than Merasia, but he'd aged well. She cut herself a slice and asked, Are you on official leave now? No. I got called down planetside for some review sessions with other officers from the first. Other air commanders. Mostly. Admiral Hallis was there too. Ah, she said, and tried some food. He was right. It was good spice loaf. It's the first planning to stay in the Braxis sector for now. We're the home fleet, officially? She took a sip of wine, also excellent. So you talked about defensive postures. Plans we hope we won't use. Vol nodded. After Valk 7. No one's sure of anything. I'm aware, she said, and sipped a little more. Since his father's death, Davik had been acting withdrawn, like he was trying to lose himself in his duties. Vitor was pensive. Roan was angry and confused, though he tried to hide it. A selfish part of her had been looking forward to meeting up with Vol, the respite it provided. Among the crew from Voidwalker, a mere 7 TIE pilots out of 60 had survived their harrowing experience behind enemy lines. Their attrition rate had topped even the stormtroopers from Razor Squadron, and all the dead pilots had been given posthumous commendations on Davik's request. She didn't keep in touch with any of the other pilots regularly, not after all this time. She was vaguely aware that Pax Norvok now captained a frigate in the 3rd Fleet while Iron Jake had left the service and ran a small business on Entrala. Unlike them, Courage Vol had been flown bombers instead of TIE X's, and even though he had seniority on Marasia, he'd yielded command of the mostly interceptor air group to her after Voidwalker's previous CAG had been killed in action. Vol was the only one still flying. Not TIE Demolishers, but one of the few TIE Saber squadrons that had been put into regular service. As commander of the air group for the first flagship, Sentinel, he'd used his connections to help Marasia procure a few dozen of the new fighters for Jedi use. "So tell me," she said, eager to turn the topic from all the grief, "have they decided how they're going to staff Invincible?" "You mean did we talk about it at the classified meetings I just went to?" She shrugged lightly. "We talked about it. But nothing's decided yet, only that it'll be part of the First Fleet. Admiral Hallis is still looking at crew rosters, trying to decide how to shift personnel. That's a big ship. It's going to need a lot of people to crew it. How many TIEs is it supposed to carry again?" 750. That's more than a fleet carrier. I suppose the assault ships, stormtrooper regiments, and all that are proportional." He nodded. "Does the First actually have that much equipment, or will they have to draw TIEs off other ships?" "A little of both. As for staffing, they're going to be shifting a lot of officers from other ships and bringing in a big new batch of Academy fresh personnel to fill the holes, both on Invincible and the other ships." "Sounds like the potential for a lot of confusion." "Maybe, but you know what they say about Hallis." She did. He was more an administrator than a strategist, which was fine for peacetime, but if the raiders made it as far as the capital, he might not put up the best fight. "Well," she said, "I guess we should be glad we're getting a big new monstrosity to defend with." Vol shook his head. "You think it smacks of the old Empire, don't you?" "It doesn't." He waved a fork at her. "I understand why a Jedi is not nostalgic for the days of Palpatine, but the old Empire would never have let these raiders catch us off guard and kill thousands of good soldiers. Wouldn't it? The old Empire got killed by a handful of scrappy rebels. Point. But you can understand why people want to feel secure. Don't you want to feel secure?" "Of course I do." She wanted it for herself, for her husband, and for her sons more than anything. "I'll give you this. A brand new superstar destroyer should go a long way to keeping us safe. If it won't, then we're really in trouble." "If it won't," Vo said, very serious, "we'll just have to build another Death Star." She scowled. He smirked and added, joking, obviously, "By the way, do you want another glass of wine? I'll call the waiter." "Go ahead," she said, and finished the little bit she had left. She knew Vo, knew he'd be kidding, but some other people wouldn't be nowadays. In a way, that was as upsetting as the raider attacks themselves. These alien invaders could destroy ships, ravage planets, and break families forever, but they couldn't get to the Empire's soul. The only way to break that, she thought, was from the inside. They called the orbital shipyards and supply docks orbiting the dead planet Bilbringi one of the twin pillars of the Empire, along with Yaga Minor. The great facility was crewed by over 4 million beings, not including the millions more assigned to the Third Fleet vessels that moved in and out of its berths at an increasingly hurried pace. Bilbringi itself, at the coreward edge of Imperial space, was less threatened by these raiders than most systems, but ships from the Third were being spread out into a defensive posture, leaving yards that seemed empty, and a staff that was more on edge than any time in recent memory. Still, for over 4 million beings, Bilbringi was home, or something like it, and crisis or no, they tried to get on with their lives the best they could. It was still hard. Since the Battle of Valk 7, the new networks were pumping out endless rumors about these mysterious raiders and what the Navy planned to do about them. They interspersed it with repeated coverage of the battle's aftermath, extolling the dead while simultaneously casting aspersions. According to Marion Briggs, this had happened once before, 17 years back after the Battle of Carfedian. If anything, it had been worse then. Lucas had to take his wife's word for it. He'd been on Voidwalker the whole time, trapped behind enemy lines with no idea what was happening back home. A lot of the surviving Voidwalkers had climbed up the ranks since then. Jagged Fel was the most famous, but he was hardly alone. The Vice Admiral in charge of Bilbringi's operations, Devlin Yeager, was another Voidwalker. As for Lucas himself, he stayed in the service but adopted a position that was less exciting but more suited for a man with a wife and 2 children. He had no problem with that. He'd gotten too old for a stormtrooper anyway. As Deputy Chief Quartermaster, he commanded a desk and a supply chain that stretched across the Empire's second-largest fortress world. For the 10 years he'd been at Bilbringi, living in the Habitat section and raising his son and daughter there, he'd never once considered his life at risk. Even after Valk 7, he repeatedly told himself that the likelihood of a large-scale assault on such a heavily fortified location was absurd. He believed that, but the news nets were trying very hard to make him doubt that assurance. Sensationalism was what got them viewers, and he wouldn't have minded it so much if it hadn't been for Lena and Polaw. His daughter was 9 and his son was 7, which meant they were both in the age range where they shouldn't have to be exposed to all the ugly news, but they knew something was happening and were smart enough to find out on their own even if their parent tried to block it out. The best thing he could do was to talk to them about it and counteract the hysteria. It was, therefore, with an air of surrender that Lucas sat at the breakfast table, his wife across from him, his children at either side, all of them angled in their seats to watch the INN morning show. Just a week ago, the program had been full of casual fluff, interviews with popular entertainers, or stories of strange occurrence on backwater planets nobody would otherwise care about. Now, like everything else, the morning show was all about Valk 7 and the mysterious alien raiders who were about to deal imminent doom on everyone. As a further sign of just how strange things were, the INN reporter, a woman half Lucas' age with green eyes and shining white teeth, was sitting down to interview not some flippant celebrity by Moff Corrine Veers, governor of the Prefspelt sector. Even though the Empire had gone a long way toward directing Moffs from military affairs into civilian roles, Lucas knew Veers possessed outsized if unofficial sway with Yaga Minor and the Second Fleet. They also said he was still active with his old organization, the ISB. He gave no indication of that as he chatted with the INN interviewer. He came off as more personable than you'd expect from a Moff, throwing and winning smile, and the occasional joke, though as the interview moved away from opening fluff his tone got more serious, and he spent less time looking at the pretty reported and more at the audience. I know there's been a lot of rumors floating around, and there's only so much I can say, Veers told them. Not because I don't want to tell you or I'm not allowed, but because I can't. As you know, I'm not privy to military secrets. I'm a civilian, so I have a lot of the same questions as you people out there. I look closely at a lot of the information available from Valk 7, and I think this doesn't make sense. I'm hoping the military can fill us in because we deserve to know. What sort of things don't make sense? Asked the reporter. Well, there are a few things, Veers told the camera. Here's something curious. As you probably know, we had 3-star destroyers assigned to Valk 7. At the moment the raiders attacked, only one of them was in orbit over the planet, the lead ship Resilience. The other 2, Conviction and Ascension, were patrolling the outer parts of the system. When the raiders attacked, both of them were wiped out before they could retreat to defend the planet. 2 full-star destroyers, their entire crews, all gone. And why? Because they were in the wrong position at the wrong time. A sad coincidence, the reporter said. But is it? Can we be sure? The raiders seem to have very carefully and intentionally outmaneuvered our attack force to strike Valk 7 while the rest of the 4th Fleet was far away. Are you suggesting an intelligence failure? Veer sighed. We know something went wrong. Now, as you know, I used to be part of the ISB. I would never impugn their competency, which is why I'm only suggesting that something else might be going on. Yes, but what India something else? I only have ideas. I can't anything for sure. Can you give a suggestion? Then? Veer seemed to hesitate, then relent. I can't give you one. And of course I'm just throwing up a flag. I'm sure there may be a perfect acceptable explanation, and if the military wants to provide one, I'd love to hear it. But there's something else if you look at accounts from the battle. Only one of our destroyers was actually at Valk 7 when the attack began. You'd think it would hold position to defend the planet. However, that's not what happened. If you look at the records taken by the civil defense stations on the planet, they're public record, Anyone can look at them, you'll see that last destroyer, Resilience, actually went through the attacking enemy wave. The Golan stations were fighting for their survival, but Resilience was trying to flee. Are you sure there's not another explanation? Well, we can't say. I can't. But if you look at the record, you'll see something even stranger. Resilience used its tractor beam to tug a damaged raider ship out of the battle zone. This ship was, and I'm sure you've all heard this by now, a Kalish frigate. If the audience is not aware, the reporter added, Kali is currently under lockdown as the military investigates just how these ships from an Imperial-controlled world ended up in the attacking fleet. Veers gave a heavy sigh and fixed the camera with a sad stare. It's painful to admit, but not all the member worlds of the Empire appreciate the stability and prosperity we've brought them. It's especially true of aliens like the Kalish. The Kalish in particular have had a very, turbulent history. Oh, I know. They're difficult people who've never got on well with their neighbors. It's in their nature to be irascible. Frankly, that they'd make an alliance with the Raiders doesn't surprise me. It's sad to say, but true. To bring us back on topic, Governor, how does this relate to Resiliency leaving the battle zone? I'm not sure. Perhaps Resilience was trying to tow the damaged ship to safety. You mean it was helping the enemy? It's possible. I wouldn't have thought so, but consider this. Of the 3-star destroyers assigned to Valk 7, the commanding ship was Resilience. We know there was some intelligence failure that caused out losses. Now consider, it must have been the captain of Resilience who sent the other 2-star destroyers on patrol away from the planet in locations where they wouldn't be able to stop or defend themselves against the wave of attackers. The reporter looked stunned. That's a bold accusation. An Imperial captain betraying his command. Her command, actually. The captain was a Keldor named Pordun. Most Imperial captains wouldn't try to run from a battle zone and leave Jagged Fel and the Golan station crews to be slaughtered either. Governor Veers, wasn't Resilience destroyed by the enemy? Wasn't Captain Pordun killed? The command tower was rammed by a Vagary gunship. Yes. But from all we've seen, these raiders are incredibly chaotic. Perhaps the Vagary didn't know, or didn't care about any deal Captain Pordun might or might not have made with the Kalish. The reporter opened her mouth to interject, but Veers went on. This is all speculation, of course, and I could easily be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope the military releases the facts to prove me wrong. But for now, all we can do is suppose. Thank you, Governor Veers. It's been a pleasure having you, but I'm afraid it's time to hear from our sponsors. I was glad to be here, Veers said pleasantly. I'm glad to be able to talk to our citizens directly. In government, you feel detached from the people you serve too often. That's very true. Thank you again, Governor. And now we'll take a break. Lucas reached for the controls and turned off the audio on the commercials. As soon as he did, Lena looked right at him and asked, Dad, why would our aliens want to attack us? He sucked in breath and looked sideways at his wife. Marion gave him a "you explain this one" shrug. I can't say why the Kalish got involved, he told his daughter. What Veers said was right. They've always been a pretty difficult people to govern. Very warlike. But not all aliens are like that. What about that captain? Why would she do it? We don't know she did anything. And honestly, it was a little irresponsible for him to go on the air like that and imply an Imperial captain turned traitor without evidence. He said he hoped it wasn't true, Polo said through a mouthful of sloppy cereal. We should all hope it wasn't true. And I bet the military will release the facts soon and clear this mess up. Do you know what happened? Asked his son, with wide blue eyes that still innocently assumed that just because his dad put on a major's uniform he was somehow privy to all the secrets of the vast Imperial military machine. That's way beyond my pay grade, Lucas said. But you'd never keep secrets from us, would you, dear? Asked Marion playfully. No, of course not, Lucas sighed and glanced at his wrist chronometer. And it looks like time's up. I need to get to work. As he rose from his seat, Lena looked at him with her set of big imploring blues and asked, Daddy, what if the aliens come here? They won't, he said firmly, and hoped it was true. Now I've got to run. I'll see you all tonight. He circled the breakfast table, popping off 2 kisses on squirming foreheads and 1 on his wife's lips, then hurried out the door. As he rode the automated maglev train from the station's habitat section to the secured military complex, he double-checked to make sure his uniform was straight and perfect and tried not to think about his conversation with the children. As much as he tried to assure them, he knew they'd worry. Maybe they were even right too, but it did no good when men like Veers went on the most popular news network in the Empire and started spreading rumors. The worst part of what Veers had said was that he couldn't dismiss it entirely. He very strongly doubted that the Keldor captain on Resilience had done anything wrong, no matter how strange things looked. He'd come from an almost purely human world himself, and it had felt strange at first to serve alongside aliens, but he'd discovered that they made no worse officers than humans. He'd even earned himself a special medal, in addition to the one all the surviving Voidwalker had received, commending his valor in saving the frigate's Jagged engineering chief during their boarding raid on a Mandalorian attack ship. No, if this poor dumb wore the uniform, then her loyalty was assumed until proven otherwise. Yet at the same time, it was clear some Kalish had committed treason and joined a murderous attack on an Imperial world. That race had never assimilated properly into the Empire like the Jagged or Muin had. Something had to be done, and locking down Kaylee was, as far as Lucas was concerned, a good start. Where things ended was another issue entirely. He had no clue about that one, but he was not a Moff or an admiral, just a quartermaster. When he got to his office, he sat down ready for a day of boring, safe desk work. He was surprised to see a new message that had come for him overnight. Instead of being addressed to the Deputy Chief Quartermaster of Bilbringi, it came for Lucas Briggs, personally, and it was from one Colonel Hans Malkin of Yaga Minor, giving his former subordinate heads up that a regiment was about to be transferred to Bilbringi. Lucas checked the roster change schedule and saw this transfer was set for the coming week. The knowledge gave him a little glow inside. Malkin had been his sergeant on Voidwalker once upon a time. Out of approximately 80 stormtroopers assigned to that ship, less than 20 had come out alive. They'd been at the forefront of the mission. Without them, Voidwalker and his 700-some crew would never have gotten home at all. There was a common bond between all the surviving Voidwalkers, but in Lucas' humble opinion, no bond was stronger than between the few and proud survivors of Razor Company. He sent out a reply, personally welcoming Colonel Malkin to Bilbringi and offering to buy him a drink in the best officer's lounge when he arrived. It was the least he could do. For a military man, even a quartermaster, you never knew when or if you'd see your friends again. Now more than ever, you needed to treasure them. I have to admit, I was never expecting you to be so public, Damien Court said. He was meeting Veers in the same place as before, the empty meeting room looking out on the brutal administrative buildings and the green crown of the Pelian Gardens. He leaned back in his chair, looking up at the older Moff as he stood by the window. I said what needed to be said. I wasn't the only one thinking it. He was playing it like he had for that ANN interviewer, earnest and honest, but Damien knew the man better than that. You must have seen the same reports I have. That Keldor captain was trying to capture the Kalish frigate and salvage it so we could take it apart for intel, just like we're doing now. That's what it looks like, from what you and I can see, but we'll never recover comm logs from Resilience, so we'll never know for sure, Veer shrugged. You're planting doubt in people's minds. They should be doubting, and they should be on guard. Avarice has botched all this with a slow response. At least we've got Kaylee on lockdown. We should have arrested every Kalish off their homeworld, but Avarice was too weak for that. Veer shook his head. I'm sure you didn't call me here to discuss the news. No, Agent Cord, I've got a new assignment for you. He'd expected as much and sat up in his seat, attentive. Since coming back from Kuwait, he'd had less than 2 weeks to spend with Valera. He wanted more, much more, but he had a duty to his empire, and his empire needed him. This mission's going to be different from the last one, Veer said. More complicated and lasting for an indefinite period. Tell me what I need to know. His gut told him he'd be going into the unknown regions this time, probably to ferret out whatever intelligence leak had let the raiders take Valk 7 by surprise. The Moff took a breath. I'll be blunt, Agent Cord. We need to bring the Chiss into the war. Once again Veers surprised him. Why? How? You know the first part as well as I do. The Ascendancy has a very capable, very disciplined military. They could have wiped out the raiders themselves by now, probably, except for their non-interference, no first strike policy. Instead, they sit on their blue hands and let thousands of our men die. Thousands more will die unless we get the Chiss to fight like they should have done from the start. I agree. But how? That should be obvious too. The Chiss only attack if they've been attacked first. Pieces clicked into place. His jaw dropped. Veers had never asked anything this bold of him before. You want me to stage a false flag? Exactly. You understand this has to be very secret and very careful. If we don't convince the Chiss the attack is authentic, it might even come back on us. But how? Do you want to use Kalish ships? No. We're still not sure how many Kalish actually joined that horde. My suggestion is vagary, since we have very thorough information about their ship types and combat methods. Provided by the Chiss themselves, no doubt, Damien said dryly. Intel work is full of ironies. And how do you expect me to capture a bunch of vagary ships? Not by yourself, I'd imagine. Obviously. Do you have anything more helpful? I do, actually. Veers placed a data card on the table. That has everything you'll need. All our data on the vagary, including locations of staging points in the unknown regions they like to use. Also account numbers and verification information for several well-stocked Brental registered bank accounts. Finally, contact information for the people I suggest you hire to do the job. Damien had to give Veers credit. He was a man who thought things through. Who do you know who can hijack vagary ships for us? Mandalorians, Veers said simply. The surprises kept coming. When Damien was younger, the famous mercenaries had laid low on their homeworld, rebuilding it from the devastation of the U.S. Hong invasion. Just as their names were starting to pass into memory, they shone up in the Senex Juvex sectors, acting as the personal army of the power-mad revolutionary Saviar. They killed a lot of good Imperials in that capacity, but Damien wasn't a man to hold a grudge. Intelligence work, like the mercenary business, required a certain dispassion. Since that time, the Mandas hadn't done anything as big. The fact that Saviar had been a genocidal lunatic had stained their reputation somewhat, and as far as Damien knew, they spent most of the intervening years selling their services to various brutal potentates on backwater rim worlds that nobody cared about. They were still active though, and he didn't doubt they were capable of doing the job. That could work, Damien said at last. I'm glad you agree. I've been recommended them by a friend who's employed them in the past, and he vouches for their services. The information there should help you set up a meeting. They'll want a hefty price for this kind of work. And I'll pay it. Just don't give in too easy. Don't worry, I know how to negotiate. Damien palmed the data card. What else? Nothing for the moment. You know how to contact me if it's absolutely necessary. And if it's not. You're a smart man, Agent Cord. I'm sure you can take care of yourself. Just be sure to notify me at 3 points. He counted off on his fingers. When you secure a contract with the Mandalorians. When you secure vagary ships for use. And when you've staged the attack on the Chiss. Is there a timetable for this? As long as it takes to get it right. But don't dawdle. There's no good reason to send thousands of good Imperials to their deaths. Let the aliens kill each other off. It's what they're best at anyway. An hour after his meeting with Veers, Damien finally got back to his home. It was late afternoon, and Valera was home from work. She knew he had an important meeting today, and when he stepped through the door, there was grim expectancy in her eyes. How long will you be away this time? She asked. Hard to say, but a while. She looked crestfallen, and he put his hands on her shoulders. The good news is that I don't have to leave right away. Tomorrow I'm off, but for the rest of the night it's just you and me and no one else. He kissed her forehead once. Instead of tilting her head up for another kiss on the mouth, she kept it bent low. What is it? What's wrong? She shifted a hand to her abdomen. I'm pregnant, Damien. He stared. She lifted her head up, and light through the window caught her eyes. She smiled weakly and ran a palm across his face. Don't stay gone long, please. He realized his jaw had gone slack and closed it. Softly he said, You're sure? Just saw a doctor today. Do you know if? She placed her fingertips on his lips. Not yet. Too early. She knew he'd always wanted a son. That's amazing news, he whispered. She nodded and rose up on her toes to kiss him, slow and soft. You're definitely coming back, right? I will, he said, more sure than ever and more determined to succeed. He had to come back to his wife. He had to watch his child grow up. And he had to bring the Chiss into the fighting. Starting a bigger war was the only way to secure safety for the Empire and for his family. It was twisted, but as Veers had said, his line of work was full of bitter ironies. Chapter 12. Compared to other cities of comparable size and importance across the galaxy, Ravlin was famously safe. Security devices were ubiquitous in public places. The police were easy to contact and fast to respond to reported crimes. On Coruscant, the lower levels were notorious as lawless places you risked your life just by entering. On Ravlin, and Bastion's other cities, they claimed you could wander through any dark alley in the middle of the night and feel safe. It was, Arlen thought, a lingering aspect of the Empire's old authoritarian nature, but not an unwelcome one overall. The downside was that it made it very hard to do something and be sure you weren't being watched. The area where Arlen walked now was a neighborhood south of Ravlin's business core and popular as a nighttime entertainment district for bureaucrats and professionals. Ravlin also had a reputation as being more buttoned up and conservative than comparable cities in the Alliance, but if someone wanted to waste away a night on drinking and revelry, they could do it here. Jedi were not known for partying it up, and neither were middle-aged men with teenage daughters back home, but Arlen tried to blend in with the crowd as best he could. A dark civilian suit, carefully ruffled, conveyed the impression he was a bureaucrat looking to unwind, and he'd added some short-term dye to his beard, which had been getting distressingly gray lately. When his contact had told him the place in which they'd meet, he balked, but he stood outside it now, looking up at the glowing holographic sign that read Emperor's Black Bone. He knew from his mother that, a generation or two back, the phrase had been a common curse. That it was now the name of one of Ravlin's more fashionable yet affordable nightclubs was just one of many strange ironies of Imperial history. The inside of the club was spacious, with a broad dance floor in the center beneath the shifting holo displays of various infamous Imperials of old projected in incongruously garish colors. Arlen stood for a moment on the dance floor's edge, watching a couple of sinuous young women dancing beneath the gaunt glowering face of Grand Moff Tarkin dyed like a shimmering rainbow. The holo shifted to a plump pink warlord Singe twisting his mustachios, and finally, to Grand Admiral Thrawn colored a very unchist-like shade of yellow-green. He was too old and weirded out for more, so he got away from the kitch as quickly and casually as he could. The prices for drinks were less outrageous than he'd imagined, and after purchasing a cocktail cheekily branded the Fun Crusher, he hunched over the counter and refused to look back at the dance floor. If he saw a glowing pink Darth Vader mask, he'd march right out. The spots to his right were occupied by a couple young enough to make him envious. They were pressed to close, they almost shared a stool, and despite their proximity they talked loud enough for him to hear over the throbbing bass that rattled his glass every 2 seconds. "See, you're not worried anymore, are you?" the young man teased. Maybe a little," his lady friend said with a drunken giggle. The young man pulled her tighter. "Seriously, look around you. Does this look like a place under threat? No way. They only got the drop on us at Valk 7 because that alien captain fed him intel." Arlen stiffened. He'd only talked to Davik once since Moff Veers had given that in an interview, and his brother had been as mad as Arlen had ever seen him. "Was that what it was?" the girl said. "I thought it was the Kalish that set it up." "No, they were in it together, didn't you hear? And I heard some of those Jagged colonies by the border might have gone over too." "Really?" There's a Yaga in my office. He's all right, but they're so kind of stiff, cold. They're bugs, Mika. Yeah, but the Kalish, they're savages. I hope they keep Kaylee on lockdown cause I don't want to have to fight them. The girl ran her hand over his face. I saw one on the street. Yesterday, I think. It had one of those war masks on. I didn't even realize they were still letting them walk around. I mean, how can you trust them if they won't show their faces to outsiders? How can they expect us to trust them? At least the Jedi show their faces. They fight for us, we can trust them, mostly. We can't trust our Jedi, the ones here on Bastion. Sure, but the rest. Have you seen that Wookiee they've got in charge? I remember back when I was a kid they had a human, a Skywalker, in charge, and he looked okay. But that thing they've got now looks like he'd bite your head off as soon as look at you. It was getting very hard to resist the urge to act in a very Jedi-like manner, and Arlen was bracing himself to hop off the stool and correct some wrong opinions when he felt one hard tap on his shoulder. He spun around to see no one close behind him. He frowned, turned back to his half-drunk fun crusher, and felt a poke in his ribs. He sighed, got off the stool, picked up his drink with one hand, and looked around the crowd until he saw a very familiar face half flee by the light spilling off the dance floor. The woman it belonged to was also a little too old to be hanging around a place like this, but she'd put on a more fashionable outfit and even run a few bite-dye streaks through her shoulder-length black hair. Their eyes met across the distance, and Tamar Scarata gave him a tiny nod. When he reached her, Arlen asked, "Did you pick this place just to get at me? Will you be mad if I say yes?" Her smile was tight, teasing. He was surprised how warm it made him feel. He looked at the holos above the dance floor. No Vader, thankfully, just a spherical Death Star glowing a very bright fuchsia. As he watched, he saw a tiny holographic X-Wing fly away and disappear. A second later, the off-color Death Star burst into a giant holographic fireball over the heads of 20-somethings too busy dancing to notice. "I can't take much more of this," Arlen groaned. "Can we please go? There's a private corner." "Come on." He followed Tamar to a small booth that was as far away from the lights and noise as possible in this establishment. After they sat down on opposite sides of the table, she asked seriously, "How are you holding up?" He sighed and leaned forward. "As best as I can. When I wake up every morning, it just doesn't seem real." "How your mother?" "Fine, I think. I don't know. She's lost so much over her life. I think I don't want to say used to it, but she's more accepting than I thought she'd be." "And Marin?" Her voice tightened. "She's dealing. She's scared, but she doesn't want to sit around and do nothing either. May is because she's scared, but she started talking like she wants to go off and fight the enemy herself." "Of course she does. She's my daughter too." "Good point." Arlen looked at the table. Marin did have a streak of her mother's restlessness, but unlike Tamar, she seemed to be happy at the Jedi Academy. Of course, she'd been raised in it from the start, and she had Vitor to train alongside, to trust and bond with. Arlen had tried to provide similar support for Tamar during the short years she spent on Bastion, learning more about the Force than her late Mandalorian grandfather has passed on. They bonded all right, in a way he should have expected, but after a few years it had become clear to them both that after a lifetime as a Mandalorian she couldn't just turn around and become a Jedi Knight. Still, seeing her again, the sharp dark eyes, the wry smile made him wonder if maybe, somehow, they could have done things differently. He could tell she was getting maudlin thoughts too, and to break the tension he asked, "Did you get what I asked you to?" "Of course. I wouldn't be here otherwise." She stole a glance at the busy club, then took out a portable data drive the size of her fist. She passed it across the table, and Arlen took it. Their hands didn't touch. Was it hard to get? It wasn't easy, but it turns out the Force can be very helpful in getting you into Imperial intelligence storehousing. "You didn't hurt anyone, did you?" "I didn't leave a trail of destruction behind. Don't worry," she said sarcastically, but with a note of hurt. As a Mandalorian, she'd be raised to fight ruthlessly and to harness her inner anger and adrenaline as fuel. She'd never been able to master the restraint that defined a Jedi Knight either in fighting style or in ethics. "It's all there, Arlen," she said. "Everything that the ISB has on the Kalish ship they captured. That includes files from its main computers as well as records from crew interrogations." "Did you make a copy?" She hesitated for a second, then nodded. "I wasn't planning to sell it to anyone. Anyone in particular or anyone at all. Actually, I thought you might want me to run a hard copy over to Ossus. That way you don't have to risk beaming super-classified intel halfway across the galaxy." "You do that?" "I was expecting that you'd ask." He had planned to ask, but he hadn't expected her to accept. In her years since leaving the Jedi Academy, she'd had, best he knew, an itinerant life. She couldn't go back to her family on Mandalore after making an enemy of the mercenary band's leader, Jevern. She told him she made a pretty good living as a bounty hunter thanks to the Jedi tricks she'd picked up, but he'd always wondered what else she did to make a living. "Thank you for volunteering," he muttered softly. "You said that from what the battle records showed. It looked like your father died trying to help capture that ship. This is the least I could do to honor him?" "Thank you," he said again. "Did your brother not have access to any of this? I thought a fleet admiral would." "He's got access to some," Arlen said gruffly. He didn't want to get into this now. However, he was ordered not to share it with the Jedi. Operational security. "Ah," Tamar said, then added, "He has a point. Considering." "I know. I'm not mad at him." The look Tamar gave asked, "Do you really think you can lie to me?" I'd hoped he'd be more accommodating. But he's got his duty, and I have mine. "That's exactly right. So you shouldn't hold it against him." He couldn't believe he was getting this from Tamar. When she lived on Bastion, her relationship with Davik had been brusque at best. "I mean it," she pressed. "He's your brother, Arlen. He's Elia. That means—" "I know what it means." The Mandoa term denoted the most inviolable of family bonds. You could say a lot about Mandalorians, but you couldn't say they didn't value family. And because she'd made the opening, he had to make the offer. "Once you're done on Ossus, you can come back to Bastion. Use a real flight transponder with your real name. Sit down in the Jedi Academy and spend some time with Marin." She shifted uncomfortably and looked away. He added, "Unless you've got someplace else to be." No, you're right. I should go see Marin. I know she wants to see you. And given what's happening, I don't know if I'll be able to stay at the Academy long or if I'll be called out to fight someplace. Marin's not going anywhere, no matter what I do. But if she has you around for a little while, I think it would help her." She nodded, still avoiding his eyes. "You're right. I'll come back once I'm done on Ossus." "Thank you." She nodded again. When they split up, Tamar hadn't objected to Arlen raising their daughter as a Jedi. She'd relinquished Marin for the same reason she was reluctant to see her now, shame. She was good at hiding it, but Tamar had never forgiven herself from breaking with her people. Arlen had told her again and again that it wasn't her fault, that she'd done the morally right thing after Jevern made the Mandalorians into pawns for a genocidal Sith Lord. But guilt was as irrational as it was strong. Deep down, Tamar felt she'd failed her birth family and didn't deserve another. He knew, too, that guilt and shame were part of that anger she could never surrender. "Do you still have the lightsaber?" he asked. "Of course," she said firmly. It was an inheritance from her great-grandmother, a Jedi of the Old Republic who left the Order to marry a clone soldier. "Use it to fight any Sith Lords lately?" he asked and tried to smile. She allowed a reluctant one of her own. "If I do, you'll be the first one to know." "That's good. Thank you for this, Tamar, really. This could save Jedi lives." She looked back at the lights of the dance floor. "Anything else?" "Not right now. But I'll tell Marin to expect you. It was a crude ploy, but it would do the job. I won't disappoint her. Good night, Arlen. I'll see you around." And then she stood up and slipped away into the crowd. He quickly lost sight of her, and moments later lost her track of her in the Force. He sighed and looked down at the table. The kitschy cocktail he'd ordered sat in front of him, half drunk then forgotten. He'd had better, But he finished it anyway. Even after all these years, after all they'd been through together and apart, he couldn't leave an encounter with Tamar unrattled. She was running, sometimes daring to look back, but mostly she faced ahead, watching for every fallen branch or jutting root that sprung up in her path. She gasped desperately for air as she ran. Sweat and dirt darkened her face and pasted strands of messy black hair to her skin. She rounded a sharp corner, then stumbled and pitched to one side before recovering balance. Before she straightened, her shoulder caught on one of the thorn vines that wound around the high hedges. The barb ripped through the sleeve of her already battered jacket and drew blood. Pain shot up and down her arm and twisted her face into a wince. Then a chorus of howls rose behind her, tearing her away from her pain, as she found the strength to run deeper into the maze. As he stood in the watchtower high above the maze, Darth Terry could feel the young woman's emotions. They bled into the Force: desperation, terror, regret, anger, hate. He knew that brew well. He'd gone through all the same feelings when the Sith had pitched him into this same gnarled hedge maze all those years ago. It had been one of Ranwark Sapla's first lessons in the power and cruelty of the Sith, so it was for Sarissa Lore. She'd already survived one encounter with a pair of strills and bore the claw marks and shredded trouser legs to prove it. 3 more of the 6-legged canine beasts were on her trail now. Sarissa was young and athletic, but strills were 3 times as fast as humans on a straightaway. The hedge maze's winding paths and sharp turns slowed the beasts down and gave the human the illusion of a chance. When she came to a crossroad in the maze, she didn't hesitate to turn left. She couldn't have seen it, but the rightward path reached a dead end after only 3 more turns and would have doomed her. Perhaps it had been luck, or perhaps the Force was feeding her intuition. Terry glanced sideways at the man next to him on the watchtower. Darth Malith's eyes were closed as he reached out to speak to the minds of the 3 pursuing strills. He was the one Sith's masters of battle meditation, and projecting feelings of hunger and ferocity to simple beasts was easy for him. Sarissa reached another branch point and again chose the right path without hesitation. She had a natural talent. The Force spoke to her without her realizing it. Whether she'd be able to consciously draw its power was a different question, but it was about to get an answer. She made her last sharp turn, then skidded to a halt. Before her was a simple dead end. Hedges laced with long thorns rose high on all sides. Breathing hard, she spun around as if to run out the way she'd come, but the strills bait again. They'd be on her in seconds, and she knew it. Terrett still vividly remembered how this moment had played out for him. He'd been certain his Sith captors would let the strills tear him apart, flesh ripped off bone by snapping fan-filled jaws, as agonizing a death as he could imagine. He felt that brew surge inside him, all the desperation and fear and anger becoming one thing, an all-encompassing need to survive. He felt the power in that need and drawn strength from it, no longer caring that he was embracing all his old mazers had told him to deny. When the strills had come for him, he'd stood his ground and fought them with his hate. As it had been with him, so it was with her. When the strills rounded the corner into the cul-de-sac, she'd braced herself for the attack. The Sith had allowed him a dull-edged vibral sword to defend himself, a shabby imitation of the lightsaber he'd been trained with. To Sarissa they'd given a metal pole that she gripped from the center and spun with practiced skill. As a happen princess, she'd been taught old forms of combat with ceremonial weapons. She had no problem converting them to lethal use, and she jabbed the blunt tip forward as hard as she could, low beneath the first strill snapping jaws and into his sternum hard enough to crack bone. Strills were tough. The animal backed away, but kept on his feet. The other 2 were on her, and Sarissa spun her staff to knock both of them back at once. She took one strill in the face, but the second ducked low and came for her leg. She jumped back fast, calling on the Force without thinking, but the strill kept coming. She spun her staff out and knocked it away, but the first beast attacked from the side and sunk his teeth into her calf. The girl screamed in pain even as she jammed the butt of the staff down hard, smashing the strill's skull from above. His 6-legged body went limp, but his jaw still clung vice-like to her leg, pinning her where she stood. The other animals leaped. She did her best to knock them back with her staff, but they overwhelmed her. One knocked her off balance, As she fell face up onto the dirt, her leg finally tore free of the dead Strill's jaws. She held the staff up in front of her, metal hard against the Strill's neck as his jaws snapped hungrily in her face. The second one circled, anxious, ready to join the kill at any moment. Enough, Tarrant hissed. Call them off. For a long heartbeat, Melth did nothing, and the Strill's fangs gnashed ever closer to Sarissa's pain-twisted face. Then both animals jumped away, turned around, and trotted out of the cul-de-sac, almost casually. Melth opened his eyes. They won't bother her anymore. Tarrant knew how this worked. After his turn, he'd been left in even worse shape than Sarissa, with one leg gnawed to the bone and a torn open artery in one arm. It had taken a week of back-to treatments for him to even walk. He looked down at the former Happen Princess. She dropped the staff onto her chest and clutched her shaking body by the shoulders as she stared up at Shidu Maad's cloud-darkened sky. She still broadcast everything plainly in the Force, something she'd have to control eventually. Even as pain seared her body, thoughts still swarmed in her head, anger at the ones who tortured her, regret at having been stupid enough to seek them out, terror that the Strills might come and finish her off. Above everything else was a sense of defiant triumph. They tried to break her. They'd failed. She was growing stronger from her pain and knew it. When the medical's droids arrived for her, Tarrant turned and followed Melth down the twisting spiral stairs to the base of the watchtower. Darth Avank was waiting for them, the hood of his black cloak pulled off his lavender face. The machines will take care of her from here, the Treachery said. She acquitted herself well, said Melth. Like Avank, he'd been born one Sith and bore the tattoos to prove it. They were long black lines running straight down a pale face framed by long white hair. It seems we made the right choice, said Avank. Come with me, Darth Tarrant. Darth Wyerlock requires our presence. He followed Avank, leaving Melth behind. There was no point in asking what Lord Crate's regent and caretaker wanted when he'd find out in moments. He suspected he knew. They'd only spoken about Sarissa lore once, when Tarrant had brought her back from Hapes and requested the responsibility of training her. Since then, Wyerlock and the other senior Sith had stood back, watching, waiting, judging him in everything he did. He wasn't expecting any congratulations for his work so far, but he knew he deserved at least their grudging approval. They met Wyerlock in the great high-ceiling vestibule where the Chagrian Sith Lord usually held court. Beyond the layered blast doors was the chamber where the Dark Lord of the Sith lay in suspended animation, his body slowly healing from damage sustained decades ago. In all his years, Tarrant had only seen Darth Crate once. It was the honor granted all Sith Lords on claiming the title. Before then, he suspected their Lord and Master was just a legend concocted by Wyerlock to justify her power. But even lost in dreams, Crate had emanated an unmistakable and terrifyingly powerful aura. Tarrant was surprised to see Darth Keekit waiting with Wyerlock. They were an intimidating pair side by side, with both of their faces marked up in jagged red and black. The hornless Chagrian was barely half the size of the mighty Barabel assassin, but she projected a force, aura more powerful than any Sith that Tarrant had ever met, more powerful than any Jedi he'd known, save the late Ben Skywalker. She was the second Sith to go by that name, and like her father, the original Wyerlock, she was the voice of Darth Crate. Her every command carried as authority. For her fierce visage and terrifying power, Wyerlock spoke with a calm, soft voice. She spread her hands in greeting and said, "Please, all of you, take a seat." They settled down on the floor, all four of them. Kika's vertical slit reptilian eyes slipped between Tarrant and Avank, and the Chiss realized that they'd called him her for something besides Sarissa lore. "I have mediated and consulting with Darth Crate," Wyerlock said. Until Tarrant had seen the sleeping Dark Lord, he'd not believed the Chagrian woman really spoke to him in the Force. Now he didn't doubt it. "We have decided something must be done about the threat that has emerged from the unknown regions." Tarrant should have seen it coming. He would have if he hadn't been distracted by his new apprentice. "You want me to go out there?" "As a Chiss, you know those systems better than any one Sith," Avank said. It was clear he'd discussed this with Wyerlock beforehand. "I was last in the Ascendancy 20 years ago. I'd never left it before then, and my knowledge of the surrounding regions was never great. Are you ejecting? Hissed Kikit. Terra knew there's be no point in that. I will go where I am sent. I just wanted to clarify. I can't promise miracles. You won't be going alone. Darth Kikit and Darth Avank will go with you. Kikit he'd been expecting. Avank was more surprised. Like Wyerlock, he spent most of his time on Shidu Mod and the one Sith's other hiding places in the Hapes cluster. For a senior Sith normally focused on leadership duties to join this expedition bespoke its importance. What do we know about this threat? Territ looked at the Chagrian. So far all they've done is savage some Imperials. Why does it concern us? These attackers are dangerous and powerful, and we do not control them, said Avank. That alone concerns us. If they knew more, they weren't going to tell him now. Where will we go? The unknown regions are vast. We can begin by learning all the Chiss know. You can help us with that. He probably could. With his face unmarked by savage tattoos, he would even walk among other Chiss without raising attention, though he'd feel totally foreign all the while. What do we want from these raiders? Allies. Lord Crate dreams, Wyerlock said softly. He sees a great terror coming out of uncharted space. The attacks on the Imperials are just the beginning. Is it a terror we can use against the Jedi? Lord Crate says no. Terra glanced at Kikit and Avank. The Bearable's reptilian face was unreadable as ever. The Keshari's was grim and intent. Neither gave anything through the Force. So we are to scout and gather information, then come back here. If you think the threat is too great, then yes. Her tone left little doubt that it was. Is there anything more we should know about Lord Crate's dreams? For now, there is nothing to tell. Only that you three will leave tomorrow. Orders from Crate and Wyerlock were beyond appeal. Terra tried to adjust to the sudden new reality. This dreamed of threat was concerning, yes, but he found his thoughts kept coming back to Sarissa lore. What of my apprentice? He asked. She will remain on Shidu Mod and continue her training, said Wyerlock. Under whom? Darth Melth. Do you object to Melth? Not at all. He chose his next words carefully. You tasked me to train her. We agree to it. This mission can be an excellent exercise. No, Avank said. She's barely been trained so far. She has talent but no control over her powers. We don't even know for sure how strong she is. She'll learn much faster on the outside, doing Sith work, than she ever would on Shidu Mod. We're already facing an unknown enemy. Doing so with an unknown quantity on our side is asking for disaster. This is to be a scouting mission, nothing more. You just said so. It could turn into something else at any time. If Lord Crate is frightened by what's out there. Lord Crate is not afraid, Wyerlock said warningly. You know what I'm saying, Avank sighed, but Terra saw indecision on the Chagrian's face and tried to come up with a stronger argument. To his surprise, Darth Kikit said, when I apprenticed to Darth Zorin, I spent more time away from her, doing missions, than training beneath her. I learned more on those missions than any other time. You were different, Avank said. You were raised as Sith. Sith are not Jedi, the Bearable hissed. We are not made to sit in temples and meditate. We are made to act. This princess no hatchling. She is almost an adult by human standards, and seems very capable and cunning. Avank, outnumbered, scowled but held his tongue. Terra felt surprising gratitude as Wyerlock said, I recognize your argument. I recognize all your arguments, and I think this mission is an excellent opportunity to discover what Sarissa lore is truly made of. Darth Territ, your apprentice will join you? Avank nodded obedient. He too knew not to argue. Still, he said, she had just finished running the strills. She will take time to heal. Not long, Terra said. She handled herself well and took only minor wounds. Will we take intruder? Asked Kikit. Yes, and you'll make sure it's stocked with medical supplies. For all your species. Wyerlock passed a look over them. I am sending you four on this mission to serve the Sith, not throw your lives away. Is that understood? Of course, Tara said firmly, and held her red gold eyes. We all live to serve. It seemed like there was never time to mourn. When Ben Skywalker had died, Alana had barely been able to make it to his memorial ceremony on Ossus, so carried away she'd been in the political groundswell that had ultimately placed her in charge of the entire Galactic Alliance. She hadn't been able to make it to Jagged Fel's memorial at all, partly because the Imperials had rushed it and also because there was so much else that needed to be done. When the news had come down from Valk 7, the Jedi had been scrambling to put together a fact-finding expedition to the unknown regions. After the battle, everything had been thrown into chaos that was just now common enough for 3 teams to be sent out investigating. Alana had insisted on going. She felt it was the least she could do to stop the beings who killed Jag, though it would never be enough. She talked to Jaina once since her husband's death. Her aunt was strong, as always, terrifyingly so. Alana wanted to be beside her now, to help the whole Fel family get through this, but as always there just wasn't time to mourn. She tried to keep her thoughts focused on the task at hand as she sat on the floor in one of the Jedi Temple's smaller meetings rooms. A single floor-to-ceiling window looked out on the dusty mountains and plains of Ossus, now tinted red gold by the afternoon sun. The light that fell though the pane cut across the floor and shone on the pelts of the 2 Jedi sitting across from her, Grand Master Lobaka and the Bothan Master Yakil Sevtu. The information we got from Tamar Skirata will help immensely, Yakil was saying. Those Kalish visited 4 different systems in the unknown region that weren't previously in our charts, but with the data from their nav computer we'll be able to get there easily. How much do we know about the planets themselves? Asked Sathe Sar, an older chef master whose long white hair matched the chalk-colored skin of his face. The Kalish captain entered basic information into his logs, Yakil said. It looks like they made longer-term stops of more than a standard day at 2 of the planets. The others were shorter stops, apparently for navigation purposes. Lobaka grunted the suggestion that they may have been meeting guides leading them deeper into uncharted space. That makes sense, Alana said. But what are the other 2 planets? Supply stations. Staging areas. I imagine both, said Ravern Kell, a leather-faced Weequay. Of course, there is only one way to be sure. Lobaka trilled that they needed to move quickly. There was no telling how the raiders may have changed their supply chains after the battle at Valk 7. You're right, but I have another question, said Alana. What about the Empire? They have the same information we do. Won't they be heading for the same places? All the more imperative we get there first, before trigger-happy Imperials start blasting away anything in sight, said Sar. Also, we still got an open comm line to Bastion, Yakil said. Jagged Fel still wants to keep the Jedi involved in this fight. If the Imperials do head our way, Arlen or one of the other Knights will give us warning. Lobaka roared that they should set out by the coming morning. Of the 3 teams, 1 each would be going to the 2 supply planets noted by the Kalish. Then there's the 3rd team, Kell said. Grand Master, I volunteer to lead that one. Lobaka asked why. The Weequay's thick brows drew together, wrinkling his forehead more. We know nothing about the Irath except what the Chiss gave us. We know nothing about their homeworld except its location. This mission will go deepest into uncharted space, and there's no telling what we might find. As a member of the Jedi Council, this should be my responsibility. Lobaka reminded him that as a council member his life was all the more important. Kell shook his head, spilling a few long braids off his shoulder. We can't lock ourselves in temples and hide from danger. If we won't imitate Ben Skywalker's selfless bravery, we don't deserve to be Jedi at all. It was an argument none of them could counter, but it still cast a grim mood over them. Alana felt conscious that she was the only being in the chamber who hadn't been elevated to a master's rank. Like her mother and grandmother, the duties of statecraft had taken her away from her Jedi duties too often. Still, the fact that she was included at this meeting was a sign of the esteem and trust the other Jedi held her in, and she felt the need to be worthy of it. Master Kell, she said, I'd like to accompany your team to the Irath homeworld. She could sense surprise from Yakil and misgivings from Lobaka, but the stern Weequay simply nodded. I'd be glad to have you with us. It was easy to divide the rest of the mission from there. Master Savitu and Sar were the other team leaders, and they spent another 10 minutes hashing out which Jedi Knights would join which group. When Lobaka admitted that his daughter Ra Rhaenyra had expressed the desire to go to the Erath homeworld, Alanna was glad to have her along, though she was disappointed when Sar chose Jadram Tainer for his group. By the time the group split up, the light outside the window had turned the dark wine color of twilight. As the other masters rose to leave, Lobaka stayed cross-legged on the floor, thinking. Alanna lingered instead of stepping through the door. The Wookiee was a powerful Jedi, good at hiding his emotions, but his anxiety for his daughter still seeped through it. You made the right choice, Alanna told him. I know you did. Lobaka groaned a question. I know a thing or two about parents being very protective of their children. In the end, you have to trust them and let them risk themselves. It's what Ben did. The Wookiee gave a low whimper. He'd never been happy with how he'd gotten his position. Raura will be fine, Alanna insisted. Trust me, I'll watch her back the whole way. He nodded his shaggy head and roared. No, I haven't told my mother yet. But she'll be fine too. It was mostly true. Tenokai had accepted a long time ago the dangers Alanna would go through. The former Happen Queen was living on Dathomir now, giving lessons to select young Jedi Knights and witches. Time had finally taken away the warrior's physical prowess she'd always prided herself on, but she could still pass on what she learned, and Alanna knew that her mother had found a peace with things at the end. Still, it ached in her sometimes to look at her mother and see the toll years had taken, now closer to the end she was than the beginning. Alanna looked at Lobaka again. The Wookiee and her mother, as well as Jaina and her father, had trained together at Luke Skywalker's academy on Yavin 4. They'd been friends since adolescence. Jaina and Tenokai were old women, but thanks to his species' long lifespan, Lobaka was still a Wookiee in his prime, without a strand of visible gray in his red and brown pelt. Even Alanna, on the downward slope of middle age, could tell her body didn't move quite as fast as it used to. Lobaka asked why she was staring at him. She gave him a melancholy smile. Nothing to worry about, Master. Just a little envy. Then she turned, stepped out of the chamber, and hurried down the hall. If they were to go in the morning, there was still a lot of work to do. It had been a long time since Jadram had seen 9 on Ossus. Through the window of his cabin in the guest habitat wing, he could see the stars shining faintly behind the chrome drift's luminous gases. One full moon shone in the drift, bright and white against the dim rainbow curtain. No second moon, not that he could see. Nights when both moons were full in the sky had always been special. Jade had always insisted on going to meditate out into the hills, where there was nothing but cold wind between them and the cosmos. Her mother Kadia had died when both moons were out, and those nights had been beautiful and sad at once. Jadram didn't want to wash the stars away, so he kept the lights off in his cabin as he patched into the temple's communication system and sent a hail out to Fengrin. He and Jade had agreed on this precise moment to call and synchronize their chronometers so there could be no mistake. When his hail reached the communication station, he knew that his wife would be there to receive it. He was expecting to see Jade's face and looking forward to it, but when the holo sprung to life, he found himself looking at not one's face but 3. Even through the blur of the blue holo image, he could see the quiet curiosity on Kal's and the restlessness on Nat's. You brought them all? Jadram observed, stupidly. I decided to make it a day on the town. Jade pulled the boys a little closer. It's just before noon here. I remember. Nat. Cole. How are you two holding up? Cole just nodded. Nat asked, how long will you be gone, Dad? I can't say for sure. Days, maybe weeks, but I'll send you a message as soon as I get back to Ossus. Be careful, Dad, said Nat. It's dangerous. Believe me, I won't forget. He looked at Jade as he said it. Their arguments over who'd go on this mission had veered close to an actual fight. Jade had insisted she owed it to Jagged Fel, a member of her family who she'd respected very much. Jadram had insisted that was all the more reason to stay with their sons and raise them right, as Jag had his. She'd finally, grudgingly accepted, and there'd been a certain coolness in their parting. That awkwardness seemed past now. Even through the holo transmission he could feel her affection, and her gratitude for taking on this mission so she could be with Nat and Cole. "Are you going to be on the same team as Alana?" Jade asked as she shifted Cole onto her lap. Jodrum shook his head. "She ended up with Master Kel. I'll be going with Master Sar." "What are you going to be doing, though?" asked Nat. "Scouting? Making contacts. Figure out exactly who's behind this whole mess. We have intel from the Imperials and the Chiss. We're as prepared as we could possibly be." Nat nodded like he was satisfied. "May the Force be with you, Dad." He sounded so serious as he said it, but he was still just a child. Jodrum smirked a little and said, "Thanks. The Force will be with you too. Just be patient and do whatever your mother says. I'll be back home before you know it." "I'll make sure they contain themselves." Jay squeezed Nat's shoulder. "Say goodbye to your dad before he signs off, Cole." The boy blinked big eyes and said, "Goodbye, Dad." "Goodbye to you too." He searched his wife's face and silently asked if she wanted to send the kids away and spare a few words in private, but she gave no indicator. She seemed to feel that all they needed to say they could say right now, as a family, all four of them. That was just fine by him. "May the Force be with you, Jodrum," his wife said. "I'll see you on the other side." "I'm looking forward to it already," he said, and reached for the controls. Over and out. And with the tap of a button, the connection died. The blue holo winked to nothing, and he was alone in a dark, empty room. He looked out the window and felt his eyes adjust to the sudden darkness. More and more stars resolved from beneath the veil. He felt chilled for a reason he couldn't place, then shook it off as jitters. The unknown regions promised all kinds of potential dangers, but he wasn't going alone. The most capable Jedi in the Order were being sent, and he was proud to be among their number. He still wished this didn't have to be done. He ached now more than ever to be back on Fingering with Jade and their sons. For a long time, Ossus had been his home, and he'd never felt more comfortable than under these dust-trodden stars. Staring at them now, he felt like he was staring at a memory, surprisingly vivid but ultimately fleeting. His real life was elsewhere. One day soon he would go back to it. The thought gave him confidence, and it carried him into the last safe night's sleep he'd have for the immediate future. Chapter 13. It was a truism, bordering on cliché, that no battle plan long survived contact with the enemy. When reports started coming in from Parshun, Anshan, Marquera, and Alishan, Davik realized even that was optimistic. Before they'd even been able to launch their second thrust into the unknown regions, the enemy had struck again. Word came down as he was returning to Orthodan from Bastion. 1/3 of the 4th Fleet was still mustered at the border planet, putting its orbital repair facilities to full use, while the other 2/3 of the fighting 4th was scattered across the border systems for their protection. The moment his shuttle set down on the Afshimakati, Davik was swamped with reports from ships that had engaged the enemy and requests for face-to-face conversation. He did his best to comply, but first he reviewed all the battle reports. These had been fast hit-and-run attacks, none of them as powerful or deadly as the one that had killed his father, but as with Valk 7, the enemy had foregone any pretense of piracy or pillage and focused simply of destroying everything in sight. As a result, the reports made for grim reading. The lead Star Destroyer defending Parshun had been crippled beyond repair, with a reported casual rate of over 50%. The task force at Alishan had turned back the enemy at the expense of 2 Dark-class gunships and 1 Contest-class frigate lost with all hands. In addition, the Predator-class destroyer leading the complement had taken heavy damage and was even now limping back to safety with heavy causalities aboard. Orthodan wouldn't be able to accommodate his needs, which meant it would have to fall back to more extensive facilities. Admiral Graves' 2nd Fleet was still staging at Yaga Minor, which meant they'd have to fall back to Bobringi. After reading more reports, Davik saw that 2 more frigates from Marquera would need heavy repairs. This wave of attacks had come swiftly and been repulsed just as fast. That should have made Davik feel better, but it didn't. There was no telling when or where the enemy would strike next. He passed on all the battle reports to Admiral Grave, then set on contacting the captains who requested a word. First in line was the main defender at Marquera, the potent Compeller-class destroyer Tempest under the command of Vice Admiral Farrell Renoir. Aside from being one of the 4th senior commanders, she was a Voidwalker, as well, his communications lieutenant turned first officer. 17 years and a lot of responsibilities had visibly aged her, adding streaks of gray to her bronze hair and lines to her face, but Davik knew how that went. After Rimmer gave a verbal summary of the report Davik had already read, she asked, "I haven't been able to get a response from Bilbringi yet. How long do you think it will take for my frigates to get repaired?" "I'm not sure, but Captain Clovis needs full repairs on her destroyer, and that will take priority. I thought Admiral Mears moved his ships out to clear the yards. Most of the 3rd Fleet had been shuffled out of Bilbringi to patrol Imperial worlds away from the border. They weren't prepared to muster a full defense yet, but their twin goals had been to reassure a frightened populace and to leave yards empty for 4th Fleet ships needing repair. I'll pass word on to Jaeger and make sure he does everything he can," Davik said. Another Voidwalker, former Helm Chief Devlin Jaeger, was in charge of operations at the Bilbringi yards. Renwer nodded. "I appreciate that. Still," Davik sighed, "I can't promise miracles. I'm going to start reapportioning battle groups on the assumption that we've got at least 2 destroyers and support ships out of commission." 2 destroyers. The legation went down at Parshun. Captain Healy was killed in action. Renoir sighed. Best he knew she and Healy hadn't been close, but losing another destroyer captain after Verdun, Milady, and poor Dunn was a heavy blow. She asked, "When is the 2nd going to start throwing his weight around?" Grave was going to start mustering ships out toward the border today. Then he'd better hurry. "I'm sure he will. I look forward to seeing him in action," Renwer said, sincere but also dry. Grave had risen to fleet admirals thanks to high scores in battle simulations and political connections. Davik wasn't the only one who wondered how he'd fare in a large and real combat situation. "When you get to Orthodan, we'll give your ship a look over and make any repairs necessary," Davik told her. "Be ready for a quick turnaround." "Are we still planning to go ahead with the offensive?" "We're not going to let them throw us off balance. We'll make a few adjustments, that's all." "Glad to hear it." "Thank you, sir. Anything else?" "Not right now. I'll see you soon, Farrell." She snapped a salute and the holo died. Davik ran down the list after that, speaking with the other captains who's repulsed the latest enemy strikes. At the bottom of the list was a captain who had it. Captain Korak's Night Watch had been stationed at Cantor's Gola and thankfully missed the latest round, so it was with curiosity that he sent a responding hail to his former tactical ensign. "I'm sorry if this was a bother, sir," Korak began. "I know you have a lot on your plate." "It's no bother at all," Davik said, though in truth he wanted nothing more than a nap right now. "What did you need to talk about?" "It's not about the new raids, so if you still have to deal with those." "I've done that." In addition to tired, he was getting annoyed, but also curious. "What is it?" Korak breathed deep. "I assume you've been in steady contact with Darrican and Avarice." "Of course." "Then I have to ask, sir, and I mean no offense if you didn't, but did you talk to them about poor Dunn?" He should have seen this coming. Weariness was getting to him. "Yes. I brought it up with them both." I noticed she didn't make a statement. Fleet Command put out a declassified report on Valk 7. To anyone who reads it, it will be quite clear that poor Dunn performed her duty bravely, and that she was guilty of neither treason nor cowardice. Quite the contrary, we have her to thank for the capture of the Kalish frigate. And who's going to bother to actually read it? Davik sighed. This was turning into his conversation with Avarice in reverse. He'd insisted that Fleet Command or the head of state's office issue a formal statement clearing poor Dunn of the rumors that had been swirling since Moff Veer's INN interview. Avarice had said it was beneath her office to go around correcting gossip, and that anyone who cared to know could easily find the truth. But in the end, repeating malicious rumor was much easier than digging for facts. Avarice had refrained from a statement to avoid putting herself in opposition to Veers and his allies, Davik was still angry about it. Korak seemed even more upset, which wasn't surprising. He and Poor Dunn had been friends for almost 20 years. I'm sorry, Benny. I wish there was more I could do, but there isn't right now. People are still calling her a traitor, even people in the military. It isn't right. You know what happened at Carfedian? If she hadn't figured out how to escape, we'd have all died back there. Every last Void Walker. And no, and I promise we'll rectify it one day. But right now I have to defend the Empire. It came out angrier than intended, but Korak looked cowed. He nodded sullenly and asked, Understood, sir. Should I hold position at Cantress Gola? Please do. If anything in the battle plan changes, you'll get it through normal channels. I'll be on the lookout. They exchanged short salutes, and Davik killed the holo. That was it, reports read, calls made. His cabin aboard the Makati was bigger than anything he'd had before, and it felt like a long march to his bedroom. Without removing his boots or uniform jacket, he let himself fall face up on the soft cushions and closed his eyes. The days since his father's death still seemed a dreamlike blur. He'd been so busy that it hadn't fully hit him. It was only in moments like this, rare moments when he was neither at work nor passed out from exhaustion, that the enormity of it really hit him. His father, Jagged Fel, the man who's raised him and guided him and in many ways been the center of his life, was gone. He'd heard it said that no child can truly grow up until his parent dies and he steps outside his father's shadow. Maybe that was happening now. Maybe it was only of those things people said, a hollow slogan. He had a feeling he'd find out only in retrospect. The comment clipped to his chest buzzed. He fumbled for it and flicked it on. This is the Admiral. Another battle report, sir. The raiders are attacking Tavarskal. Davik heaved a heavy sigh and sat upright on his bed. Understood. I'll be right up. Given that over 2 million beings made up the regular population at the Bilbringi shipyards, the orbit station had a variety of recreational facilities for singles and family members of all ages. Since the populace slanted toward serving military members, there was a particular proliferation of bars and cantinas, and since Hans Malkin's arrival at the yards, Lucas Briggs had made it a mission to introduce his old sergeant to his favorites. The Rimwalker was one of those standbys. It was a good middle ground for mid-ranking ground pounders in middle age, neither cheap and dirty like the stormtrooper hangouts of old, and nowhere near as posh as Navy officers' clubs. The mood, unfortunately, wasn't what it used to be. Valk 7 had been bad enough, but the new wave of attacks was further dampening people's spirits. Lucas himself had just gone off shift after working late to reconfigure supply chains for the incoming 4th Fleet ships in need of repair. The attack on Tavarskal had sent another Star Destroyer their way, Predator class. Everyone was waiting for word of the next one. It will get better once the second goes into action, Lucas told Malkin as they hunched over the bar counter. It had better, the other man said. Despite the gray in his beard, the former sergeant was still a big, fit, strong man. I've heard good things about the Admiral. No disrespecting Prince Fel, but I think Grave could be the one to really turn the tables, you know. Lucas nodded after a moment. Prince Fel was what they called him back on Voidwalker, when he'd been just a tactical lieutenant before the Cynics Juvex mess happened. It had been mildly derisive more often than not, and it had been years since he'd heard anyone use it. Any chance your regiment could get shipped out to fight? He asked Malkin. The bearded man shook his head. We just got here, remember. Obviously. What if they need a lot of ground pounders, say, for a planetary occupation? The troops with the 4th will handle that. But you're right, we may get rotated out. He shrugged broad shoulders. Who can say? We don't know a damn thing about the aliens attacking us. That's the scary part. They're still a long way from Bilbringi, Lucas said, have to assure himself. For now. The bastards move fast, Malkin grunted and took a gulp of ale. How are the kids handling it? Polaw's getting nervous, but he's trying to hide it. Lena's the one who keeps asking questions, which I wouldn't mind, except I have no idea how to answer them. Except I can't tell her that because I'm her dad and I'm supposed to know everything. He sighed. Sounds fun. You're missing out. Not too late to fix that. No. Married to the service, that's me. Malkin shrugged again. There's worse ways to live a life. Well, as long as we keep living it. Come on, don't get damn mopey. Malkin nudged his shoulder. Once Grave gets into the action, we'll start to see a real change. Really take the fight to the enemy. Lucas took a gulp from his mug and tried to feel assured. The ale helped a little. In retrospect, things had been simpler back on Voidwalker. Terrifying as it had all been about survival. Now he was older and had responsibilities piled up, to the Empire, to the shipyards, most of all to his family. If the crisis worsened and Bulbingi itself, those responsibilities might come into conflict. He'd pick his family over his job and day. He'd admitted that to himself long ago, and for just as long he dreaded the day when he might have to act on that choice. You ever get? He began, then trailed off. What? Prodded Malkin. Nostalgic. For what? For how things were before. The older man narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about Voidwalker? No. Well, yes. That whole time, it was simpler. You knew what had to be done. Did we? Best I can remember, we all followed orders and prayed Prince Fel knew what the hell he was doing. He did. Maybe. Or maybe we got lucky. We got close to the end back there, over and over. That fact that we did make it out is a miracle, I know, Lucas said grimly. Even after so much time, he could still remember all the people in Razor Company they'd lost, and the dead far outnumbered the living. Maybe it is just nostalgia. But things seem like they were clearer then. Do you know what I mean? Malkin thought about that for a long moment, swallowed a mouthful more ale, and said, No, I don't. I know exactly what I need to do. His matter-of-face tone made Lucas chuckle. Well, good for you, I guess. Maybe one day you'll have to share that with me. Maybe I will. But not tonight. Malkin finished the last half-mouthful at the bottom of his glass. Want another? Next round's on me. Lucas glanced at his chrono. These nights out with the old Sarge were getting later and later, and his wife had commented on it last time. After a day like today, as grueling as it was distressing, Lucas figured he deserved one more drink. And Malkin was paying. Count me in, he said with a smile. His old Sarge raised a big hand and told the server to keep the drinks coming. In his younger days, Arlen had had difficulty standing still. His mother had commented a few times, always with a wry smile, that he took a little after his grandfather Han with his restless need to be out in the galaxy, doing things, finding adventure. Naturally, Arlen had taken it as a compliment, and a soft encouragement to keep going out into the galaxy, doing things most other Jedi, especially Imperial Jedi, did not. It had been a comment from his father that had altered his view of things. He didn't remember exactly when it was after Senax Juvex, after he'd met Tamar. Probably before Marin came into the picture, Jagged Fel had told him that who he really resembled was his mother. Young Jaina Solo had wanted to be at the forefront of everything, going places and doing things, but at her core she'd never doubted her fate lay with the Jedi Order. Time, responsibilities, and heavy burdens had gradually weighted Jaina's life. Arlen had gone through nowhere near what his mother had, but he'd reached the point in his life where he looked back and wondered where the adventure had gone. It had been happening even before his father's death, but that tragedy, and all the problems assailing the Empire, was making that weight feel omnipresent. To get a little relief, he fell back on old habits, with new twists. He'd been tinkering with Starlight Champion for 20 years now, and he'd been gradually teaching his daughter the ins and outs of the now very customized Corsair Lightskimmer class scout ship. Tweaking the insides of a starship was rarely simple, but it was straightforward. The machinery either worked, or it didn't, and it was easy to find out which. As was often the case, Vitor tagged along. He and Marin were under the ship's nose, and had just opened up the forward sensor package when Arlen's personal comlink went off, telling him a hail was coming through to Champion's main transmitter. Who is it? Asked Marin as she hopped off the short ladder she climbed to reach the overhang. Don't know. Arlen thumbed the link to standby. Let's take a look. Vitor, hold out here. Go through that supply kit and see if you can't find a set of stem bolts. Father and daughter clambered up the landing ramp and into the ship. Arlen dropped into the co-pilot seat and Marin into the pilot's chair her dad never let her sit in while the ship was running. When Arlen turned on the transmission, a blue holo image, 1/4 size, appeared, showing a familiar smiling face. Well, Chance Calrissian grinned. Family bonding time. Marin rolled her eyes, but Arlen said, "You could say that. How's Brenna and Charf?" "On vacation to Rathalay, actually." "And you're not with them?" "Oh, you know me. I'm in love with my work." Chance winked. "Don't tell them that, though." "I'll be sure to." Arlen crossed his arms over his chest. "I thought your partnership with good old Vogma would have opened up a little free time." "I wish. The opposite, really. He's the most workaholic Hut I've ever met. All he ever wants to talk about is the company." "Do you know a lot of Huts?" asked Marin. "Only slightly more than your dad." Chance's smile finally wilted. They hadn't talked since Valk 7. Familiar banter only went so far, and they all knew what had to be said. "I'm sorry I haven't commented till now. I really have been busy." "It's not a problem," Arlen said. "So have we? You know I'm sorry about what happened. If I can do anything about these raiders, anything to help the Jedi Order the Empire." "I know," Arlen smiled weakly. "And we do appreciate it." Chance sighed. With that classic Calrissian smile gone, he was starting to look his age. Though the holo mostly hid it, patches of gray had been sneaking into his black curls and dark lines deepened on his face. He was the better part of a decade older than Arlen, already in his 50s. As children, he'd been an older brother of sorts, showing Arlen's size of the galaxy nobody on Bastion talked about. As an adult, he'd been a friend good enough to follow Arlen into the deepest danger. Now they'd gotten older, both men had daughters, and Chance still had a wife. Arlen had his Jedi duties, and Chance had his corporation. Both were, in a sense, inheritances from their parents. Talking to Chance always brought memories of the freer days, and the melancholy that came with remembering. Chance glanced at Marin. "How you holding up, kid?" "I'm okay. Considering." "Yeah." He looked back to Arlen. "Any word on when you're gonna take the fight to those raiders? Or can you not tell me?" "I don't know anything to tell," Arlen said, which was mostly true. "The Jedi are sending search teams. Davik and the military are doing their thing." "And you?" A part of Arlen had wanted to rush off with Alana, Jadram, and the others into the unknown regions, but as one of the senior masters on Bastion, he knew he had a duty here. "When I'm needed, I'll be there," he said. "Well, if you need help in anything at all." "What? You'll run off and lead the company to Vogma?" "He wishes. But as you've reminded me more than once, I do have some unique connections, so if you think any of those might help." "I will keep your disgustingly rich friends in mind, but I don't think they can help us against unknown alien invaders. But thanks for the offer." "You're welcome." Chance looked back at Marin. "Take care of your dad, kid. Don't let him do anything too crazy." "I'll try," she said. "That's the spirit. If there's nothing else, I guess I can check in later." "We'll look forward to it. Thanks for the call, Chance. We appreciate it. Really. Least I could do. Be strong." When the holo winked off, Arlen realized he had a small soft glow inside of him. Months passed without him talking to Chance nowadays. It had been over a standard year since they'd met in person. That was the toll of getting old and having responsibilities, but at least he had warm memories that would never leave. "Hey, Dad," Marin prodded. "Think Vider's getting lonely down there." "He just might." Arlen pushed himself off the chair. "Lead the way." She left the pilot's seat with a little reluctance, then hurried out of the cockpit. He wondered what things would be like for Vitor and Marin years from now, whether they'd still be close as siblings, or whether their lives would diverge so they'd only see each other every few years. Even then, they'd still have memories. That would still be something, a mark of how good things had been. Marin couldn't understand that, not yet. He hoped that time for her was a long way off. Stifling a little sigh of his own, He followed her out of the ship. Damien Cord liked to think of himself as a well-traveled man who's seen more worlds inside Imperial space and out than almost anyone he knew. In the course of his travels, he'd heard of a shadow port called Broken Moon, located presumably inside some orbiting body that had been broken by collision with another chunk of space rock. There were thousands, if not millions, of broken moons across the galaxy, and the location of this specific one seemed to be a rather guarded secret. He'd never doubted that, if he decided to use his talents, he could discover the system and planet where the shadow port was located, but there'd never been the need. He certainly never suspected that he'd get his location handed to him on a data card from Moff Veers, nor that he'd fly off to the Taloman system for a rendezvous with his Mandalorian contact. But just as intelligence work abounded with ironies, it was full of surprises too. Access to the shadow port located inside the airless, smashed open moon was apparently invite-only, and Damien was lucky to be on the list. He didn't know exactly how, but Veers had swung it. He was traveling under an alias, of course, but it still disconcerted him. He'd have preferred to meet someplace where he wouldn't be noticed at all, but the Mandalorians had insisted. He was especially wary after he said his ship now responded to waste away and walked out into the hangar. He'd had to navigate several twisted tunnels into the guts of the moon to get here and knew getting out would be tricky. Nobody asked for identification or checked him for weapons, which was a mild relief. In addition to the blast tech holstered at his hip, he also had a Zerka holdout strapped to his calf and a throwable knife in his right sleeve. He didn't want to have to use any of them, but preparation was key. Veers had included a brief history on Broken Moon, which made for mildly entertaining reading material on the way here. It had first been used 20 years ago by a crime boss named Modron Crux, who'd broken off from a Hutt syndicate and gotten rich selling glitterstim. He'd been murdered during the Sinex Juvex crisis. Reports varied as to whether the Jedi or an underling was responsible. After a good 5 years of chaos, the place had re-established itself as a shadow port. The new owner, a former employee of Crux, was more into selling information than spice, and liked to keep a lore profile. He navigated the winding rock-bored tunnels, following pedestrians, and the sound of music to what he guessed was the shadow port's hub. When he reached it, it wasn't what he'd expected. Reminiscent of a throne room in a Hutt's palace, the broad domed space had an open floor in the center where a trio of human males performed a series of acrobatic dances. They weren't wearing much, and they had the kind of physiques Damien wished he'd had at 20 and knew he'd never get at his age. His eyes drifted to the dais on the far side from the entrance. Sitting enthroned, sipping from a glass of something proffered by a pink-skinned Zeltran servant, was a very attractive Twi'lek woman with blue leku draped over her shoulders and a gown of opaque shimmer silk over her body. They were a far distance apart, but for a moment it felt like her eyes met as across the room. Damien turned away and found the nearest of several oval-shaped counters from which various drinks were being served. As Veers had instructed him to, he ordered a cocktail called a Sereno Surprise. Damien had never heard of it before, and the bartender, a hulking Herglick, blinked tiny eyes in surprise and had to look up how to concoct the thing. Once it was made, Damien took the drink to a small table at the edge of the chamber. It was milky white in the glass and had a good smell to it. The dance show was still going on, and while it didn't play to his taste, he admired the young men for their endurance and athleticism. He kept his head down and scanned the crowd. It was a mix of humans and aliens, more the latter than the former, either in small clusters or keeping to themselves. He didn't spot any armored Mandalorians, and they were typically hard to miss. Idly, he took a first sip of his fragrant Sereno Surprise. It tasted too foul, he almost spat it out onto the table. "That's why they call it a surprise," grunted a voice over his shoulder. Damien was too professional to jump in surprise. He slowly and steadily looked back, letting one hand slide under the table to his holstered gun. The creature looking down on him had a brown face with dog-like jowls peeling back to show hints of sharp white teeth. It was even uglier than most aliens, but in the back of his mind he recalled the species Corestian. The ambitious generally became assassins or bounty hunters, the rest low-life thugs if they left their primitive homeworld at all, which most didn't. "I just thought I'd give it a try," Damien said curtly. Next time I'll know better. The alien stepped round to the other side of the table but didn't drop into the opposite seat. What's your business here, friend? None of yours. You look like you're waiting for someone. Actually, I was enjoying the show. He gestured to the floor, but the dancers were bowing out. Just an observation, the Corestian said. Sit here forever and you'll waste away. Damien felt a fool. He'd been instructed to order the drink, have a seat, and wait for someone to name-drop his ship ID and join him. He'd been expecting either a Mandalorian in full Beskar armor or a tough-looking human temporarily outside his suit. He'd known, intellectually, that there were non-human Mandalorians, but he never expected one. Old Imperial assumptions created blind spots. Maybe you can keep me company, Damien said, and the Corestian dropped into the chair. Still keeping a hand near his gun, he leaned over the table and asked, do we get these performances often, or am I just lucky? Often enough, but they need a break for now. The Corestian glanced at the throne, where the Twi'lek woman was speaking quietly with the tall black-robed ANX who must have been a major domo. So Damien said, almost conversational, do you have a name? Call me Galliset. What should I call you? I think you know already. Starts with Halcyon. Ends with Blackmore, the Corestian nodded. Damien wondered what else Veers had shared besides his false name. You've been in contact with my employer. My employer has. I'm just his messenger. And how does your employer have an arrangement with this, Her name is Sherevith, and to her I'm just a being who gets goods from place to place with no problems and no questions. That explains something. Frankly, I was expecting someone in different attire. I'm still Mandalorian, Galliset said quietly. Even when I'm not fully dressed. I was told I'd meet with someone who speak with the authority of the Mandalor. Is that you? It is. Damien was good at spotting lies, at least from humans. He knew all the tells, the slight pauses, the evasive eyes, the subtly upward intonation. Aliens were much harder. He'd never met a Corestian in his life. Still, his gut told him this Galliset was on the level. I need to hire your services. I'm very willing to pay the price. What kind of services? They leaned close across the table. He said, I need a team to hijack several ships, then use them in a combat situation. What kind of ships? Medium-sized capital ships. I have all the technical specifications on my person. I'll share them fully with your people. What? Valkyrie. The alien blinked his small gold eyes. The target. He'd planned to evade that question for now and focus on the hijacking, but the Corestian had an intent and predatory gaze. Damien's gut told him he wouldn't leave until he said it. The Chisascendancy. Not a major assault, but enough to leave a mark. Galliset blinked again. Something shifted in his face. He understood what was being asked and all the potential ramifications. Damien didn't believe all aliens were stupid. Far from it, he'd known some which were dangerously clever. This one seemed to be the latter, which made him even less trustworthy. I'll give you all the information I have, he said, and I will let your people run the mission your way. However, my employer wants me to remain with your people and observe. You don't trust us. Galliset peeled his jowls back a little. Maybe it was his imitation of a human's grin. There are details that have to be exactly right. Otherwise, the entire mission is a wash. The alien nodded. He understood exactly what this was about. Damien hated being transparent. And if at any stage this mission becomes, as you say, a wash, then you won't get full payment. We won't take on this mission unless there's some guarantee of payment. I've been authorized to release portion of credits to you in stages. When and how much? Damien allowed a little smile of his own. I've also been authorized to negotiate this in part and full. Assuming you're still interested, because if you sign up for one stage, you sign up for them all. We're not afraid to take jobs, and we finish the ones we start, Galliset said. Professional pride, good. It was finally something they had in common. This relationship just might work after all. As another group of dancers took the floor, they moved on to haggling. Chapter 14. It was a pattern Marin Fel had never liked but which she'd long gotten used to. when one parent left, the other one made themselves scarce. The vast majority of the time this meant her mother stopped by Bastion while her father was away. Normally she was okay with it, but now that her father had joined Miragia and a bunch of other Jedi in the Imperial fleet, ready to fight who knew what unknown enemy that had killed her grandfather, it was hard not to worry. Her mother seemed to be making a concentrated effort to get her out of it. Tamar Skirata was a tall woman, almost as high as Arlen, and a full head above her 14-year-old daughter. Nonetheless, Tamar insisted they practice sparring. No lightsabers this time. Mother and daughter went out on the padded floor in nothing besides soft white tunics and practiced hand-to-hand. It was very different from the lightsaber duel she blocked out with Vitor and a few of the other apprentices. Here she had to grapple with a partner who was bigger and stronger than her, one who wasn't afraid to make her hurt even if Marin knew her mother would never deal serious damage. A fight wasn't real without hurt, Tamar had told her, and all this wrestling on padded floors was practice for the day she'd have to fight a bigger, stronger enemy who really wanted her dead. They did this whenever Tamar stopped by the academy, so Marin wasn't totally useless in it, just rusty. She'd figured out a little while ago that her mother found this kind of thing, the struggle, the sweat, the single-minded exertion, easier than most other kinds of interaction. It was easier for Marin too. The difficult times always came during meals together and long quiet mornings. Then they had nothing to do but wonder what each did in the other's absence. She knew her mother was still in contact with her other family on Mandalore. It was Marin's family too, but she never asked to see them. She trained as a Jedi from birth, and Mandalorians weren't typically fond of those, even if the Skiratas, so her mother had said, weren't ordinary Mandas. Marin might not have had Vitor's natural talent with the Force, but she still had no doubt what she wanted to become. The knowledge of the other half of her family had always been a nagging distraction, one she did best to put from her mind whenever her mother wasn't around. After a few hours of sparring, Marin was left with aching muscles that would last until she lay down for sleep. After they changed back into cleaner clothes, her mother noticed her hooking new lightsaber to her belt. "Did you build that yourself?" asked Tamar. "Dad helped." Marin looked down at it, a straight silver cylinder with black hand grips, plain but functional. "Can I see it?" There was something serious and respectful in her tone, like she was talking to an adult. Marin handed it to her. Tamar thumbed the trigger, yellow light shot up, and she waved the blade through the air. "It's balanced well," she said. "Have you practiced much with it?" "Some. Nothing too, dangerous." Tamar shut it off and handed it back. Marin remembered that Mandalorian children were considered adults at age 14. "When did your grandfather give you your lightsaber?" "Even younger, but I didn't practice with it as much as you." "Do you still have it?" "It's in the ship." With her Biscargam, no doubt. Marin wondered how much her mother used either. She was stuck in a place where she could be neither Mandalorian nor Jedi, and while she kept her frustration hidden most of the time, it showed through occasionally. As Marin put it back on her belt, her mother said, "It's good what you're doing. I'm proud of you. You've taken another step to something more." There was a warmth to her voice, but to Marin it sounded hollow. She could never figure out what her mother wanted for it. She could never figure out what Tamar Skirata wanted for herself. Sometimes she even wondered if her mother knew either. That was why these visits were always so awkward. Marin didn't dislike seeing her mother, she just didn't know what to do with her. She felt something in the Force, a stirring in the familiar link she shared with Vitor. He was alarmed by something, at the same time he seemed to be beckoning her to join him. Tamar noticed her daughter's face. "What is it?" "I don't know." Marin pulled her hair into a tail at the back of her neck. "It's Vitor. I think he wants me to come." Tamar let her daughter lead the way through the insides of the academy. Marin felt herself being pulled toward the place where Vitor was. As she trekked the halls and rode the turbolift, she realized he must have been at the main recreational lounge space. With so many Jedi away with Davek's fleet, the academy's halls and chambers felt weirdly empty. When she found Vitor, he was with his grandmother. His little brother was nowhere to be seen. Both Vitor and Jaina were sitting on a red sofa facing the holo projector that beamed out the face of an INN newscaster. Even before listening to what he said, Marin tracked the words scrolling beneath him. Fighting underway at Kali. 4th Fleet responds. The spark of the fighting is uncertain at this time, said the broadcaster. All we know for certain is that the interdiction cruiser Harbinger has been destroyed, apparently with all hands. How the aliens managed this is uncertain, but elements from the 4th have been quick to respond, and we understand more ships are on their way. Though he was surely secure at Bastion or another world, the image over his shoulder must have been from an Imperial warship orbiting the Kalish homeworld. It showed flashes of explosions over the blue and green curve of the planet's surface. As Marin watched, a trio of big star destroyers reverted to real space and immediately began firing. She wasn't an expert on military hardware, but she marked one ship, with blunted mandibles for a bow instead of a typical wedge point, to be a fleet carrier. The bigger ship at the center of the formation could only be her uncle's flagship, the Makati. Sure enough, the broadcaster said, as our audience can see from the live feed, more elements from the 4th have just arrived. That appears to be Admiral Fel's ship, the Makati. They're deploying fighters now. The Kalish home fleet can't have that many ships, Vitor said as he watched intently. He should be able to handle them easily. Knocking them out of orbit is the easy part. Tamar crossed her arms over her chest. Pacifying a planet like that isn't going to be easy. The Kalish are warriors. This shouldn't be happening at all, Jaina said. The lines looked heavier than ever on her face. The camera view on the broadcast shifted, but the INN presenter went on, saying, as you can see, our fleet is deploying to encircle the Kalish flagship. It's the head of their local defense fleet, quite small compared to a typical Star Destroyer. We're being told it's called the Grievous, after a Kalish general from the Clone Wars they've turned into a legendary hero. He shook his head, as though the ways of aliens were impossible to fathom. Jaina reached out. Her small bony hands grabbed her grandchildren's heart, and Marin winced. What is it, Grandma? Jaina stared at the holo at the blurry battle image and the droning broadcaster, and breathed in deeply. It's coming. What's coming? Vitor tried to squirm his hand out of hers. The view on the broadcast swung suddenly, tracking upward until it stopped on a new set of ships that had just appeared above the planet. They fell toward Davek's fleet like a swarm of angry insects, ships Marin couldn't recognize but immediately knew. At the heart of the swarm was one bigger than any others, maybe even bigger than the Makati. Suddenly the feed from the battle burst into nothing. The reporter remained, and when the INN logo replaced the static, he said to the audience, very calmly, "You will have to pardon the interruption. Our live link to the battle has been cut off. However, please stay tuned to the Imperial News Network. We'll bring you updates as they come in." Arlen and Miragia are in that fight too, aren't they? Asked Tamar. Jaina nodded. Helplessness washed over Marin, the familiar helplessness of a child who wished she could be an adult, be a Jedi so she could fight with her family to protect the people she loved. Then she felt something else, another kind of helplessness. She felt it from Jaina and Tamar both, the helplessness of adult who knew they could have done something, but right now it wasn't possible. Strange as it was, that made her feel a tiny bit better. They sat there on Bastion, light years away from another fight that could sunder their family forever, but at least they could watch it together. As he saw the mess of ships tumble frantically toward his position, Vagari, Palshoran, Tylonian, Strama, and more, Davik knew he should have seen this coming. When word had come down of a rising on Kali, he'd initially, foolishly, dismissed it as something the local interdiction force could take care of. By the time he'd learned things were worse, and sent Vice Admiral Renwar's task force to help, the situation was already spiraling out of control, with Kalish warriors on the surface killing any humans they could find, while the local defense fleet had somehow regained control of ships from the Imperial staff placed in temporary command. It was exactly what the Empire didn't need right now, a war within as well as a war without. But then the Raiders had fallen out of hyperspace, right as the Jedi strike teams were moving to capture the Grievous. When Davek saw that great black Irath warship, He understood that he'd been wrong all this time. The Hawks like Veers, Thane, and Grave had been right. The Kalish were no longer part of the Empire. Their whole planet was enemy territory. He could see the initial explosive burst through the Makati's viewport, but he tore his attention away and focused on the tactical holo, which showed the larger picture. The situation on the ground was still a mess, but the fight in orbit had come close to being settled when the raiders arrived. All the Kalish picket ships had been crippled or destroyed except for their flagship, the Grievous. He just dispatched Arlen and a team of stormtroopers to board the ship and capture it. From what they could tell based on trace transmissions, it seemed like the leaders of the Kalish uprising were operating from the Grievous. If they could capture those leaders, they might agree to call off the revolts on the planet. If they didn't, they'd still be live captives instead of dead martyrs. Now that ship was suddenly less important. Davik told the comm lieutenant, held the strike team, "Tell them to pull back." "Right away, sir." The lieutenant stopped and scowled. "Sir, they just threw up a jamming field." "Like before." "It looks that way, sir." Davik cursed aloud, but he'd been expecting it. They could still pass messages to ships via tight beam text-only messages, but it was slower and more awkward than normal communications. In a frenzied fight like this, it would cost lives. It was all they had. "Get ready to beam out a new set of orders," Davik said, and glanced at the tactical holo. Arlen's boarding craft seemed to have hooked onto the Kalish ship. The Irath vessel was hovering high above the rest of the battlefield, almost like it is waiting for all the other ships to soften Davik's fleet. Renwar's task force was taking a heavy pounding even as a full fighter wing from Nightwat crushed to assist. A pair of heavy Tylonian cruisers were bearing down on the Makati, but it was nothing they couldn't handle for now. The real mess was in between the big ships. Drones and fighters of every kind wove ribbons of smoke and flame and chewed each other to gnarled debris. His wife was out there somewhere, fighting with her squadron of Jedi pilots. Compared to her, Arlen was perfectly safe. If he could capture that Kalish ship, he was exactly where he needed to be. Marasia, though in much greater danger, was where she needed to be also. He trotted toward the tactical station. "Lieutenant, can we identify the source of the jamming? Look for Palshoran ships matching the ones used before, probably at the back of their line." "2 ships fit that profile." "Marking them now, sir." On the tactical holo, red circles appeared around 2 enemy ships. One was at the rear of the enemy wave, not far from the Irath ship. The other was closer by, near the cluster of Palshoran and Strama ships that were attacking Renwar's Tempest. "Lieutenant, can locate Night 1 and tight beam a message." The lieutenant's young face creased in a frown. "I think so, sir." "Do it. Then prepare another one for Night Watch. They've both got their work cut out for them." When the order came down, it was exactly as Marasia had expected. As long as that jamming field was up, it was slowing their response and costing lives, especially those of Imperial fighter pilots who could no longer communicate with their headsets. Night Squadron had the force, and even as she twisted her TIE saber around a Vagary gunship, she reached out to touch the minds of her pilots. Her knights were of varying skills, and these force melds could only say so much, but her order was simple: "Follow me." With that, she swung her nose forward and gunned it toward the Palshoran jamming ship at the rear of their main line. Her pilots jumped, bobbed, weaved, and kept charging ahead. After they cut between a pair of barrel-shaped Strama frigates, she noticed a group of fighters, 24 at least, emptying from their hangars to give chase. "Watch out," she told them, though she knew they'd be watching their F scanners too. The Strama ships were small and fast, and they maneuvered in tight formations, so that one group was still behind Night Squadron while the others moved in on its flanks. It was impressive coordination, the kind Marasia wasn't sure even her pilots could do. To coordinate like that, the pilots must have been connected via some comm system unaffected by the jamming, though she didn't see how that could be. From the Kalish they'd interrogated, it sounded like the ships at Valk 7 had received no orders whatsoever, even from their apparent flagship. That didn't make sense either. Nothing here made sense. When they attacked the Strama fighters, little wedge-shaped ships like Old A wings or Howlrunners splattered green laser fire all over Mirasia's shields. She sent a message to her pilots cut speed and killed her engines. The Strama were slow to react and 3 flew right past her. Miragia let the Force guide her to pick them off 1, 2, 3 fireball bursts. She felt a spike of anxiety in the Force meld and checked her scanners. 2 pilots, Knight 7 and 9, had collided with hostile fighters during the slowdown maneuver. Neither ship had been destroyed, but both were spinning in opposite directions as their pilots wrestled them into control. Neither of them would join for the attack run. Miragia told her other pilots press on and kicked her ship toward the Palshoran vessel again. She could sense their reluctance to leave their crippled friends, but like good Imperials they knew to follow orders. They followed, the rear ships in formation taking out a few more Strama fighters on their way. The ship scattered around a slow-moving frigate of some type Miragia didn't know, then reformed once they passed it. The Palshoran ship was getting close. A wave rolled through the battle meld, first agony, then grief. Miragia didn't have to look at her scanner to know that Knight 7 and 9 were dead, probably picked off by the remaining Strama fighters. She tried to tell her other pilots to forget it, to let the pain and anger roll through them and past them so they could keep on fighting. Those were complex thoughts and words are the Force, but she felt most of them shut aside their emotions and focus on the ship swelling closer in their viewports. They'd destroyed one of these before. They could do it again, and if they had to, they'd keep killing them until they brought this damn jamming field down. Miragia armed her torpedoes and sent a command through the Force meld. Simple and impossible to mistake, attack. It was almost the same setup as Nsporus 3, but in reverse, 4 Jedi and a squad of stormtroopers now trying to get into a ship instead of defend it. 3 of the Jedi were the same 2 Fel, Dersende, Reckon Schultz with a new mechanical arm. A freshly ordained knight, black-haired Yaren September, was the new one in the group, and it was hard not to think of the kid as a replacement for the one lost on the previous mission. Arlen was getting sick of watching Jedi he'd helped train die in action. Somehow he knew that Miragia had just lost some of her pilots, and he didn't plan on losing any of his own today. Latching onto the Grievous and blowing through his auxiliary airlock was the easy pass. The stuff that came after was hard. The Jedi led the stormtrooper squad down a set of narrow empty corridors, feet pounding on the grated metal floor. They moved cautiously closer to the angry, seething presence Arlen could sense in the Force. He was so intent on the Kalish ahead of them that he dropped his guard. The grates in the ceiling suddenly pulled back, and a half-dozen Kalish warriors dropped on top of them. They were fearsome fighters, each one over 2 meters tall, with a skull-like white mask covering his face so only the predatory gold eyes shone through. The one that fell behind Arlen pinned the stormtrooper to the ground with 3 clawed feet and slashed the long-bladed end of his pike through the soldier's neck. Before it could swing the blade up to the Jedi, Arlen lurched forward and thrust his lightsaber tip into the Kalish's chest. The alien howled in pain, reared up, and pounded one leg into Arlen's sternum. The impact sent him flying, skidding across the grate until he slammed into a wall. By the time he scrambled to his feet, the hallway had become a chaotic slaughterhouse. Sin sheared a Kalish's head from his shoulders with a broad swing of his lightsaber. A metal blade grated across Shaw's new metal arm, peeling off armor and synthetic skin. The Jedi responded by running his surprised attack through with his saber. September and a pair of stormtroopers were on their knees, all 3 of them popping off shots with their blaster rifles as another stormtrooper was picked up and smashed repeatedly into the wall until his white-armored body went limp. The Kalish who battered him threw him away like he was a doll and turned his blazing eyes to Arlen. The Jedi stood on shaking legs, gripped his saber with both hands, and beckoned his attacker forward. The Kalish's staff was twice as long as Arlen's saber. The attacker ran forward, blade first, forcing Arlen to sidestep away. At the same time, he lashed out with his weapon, cleaving the staff in half. The Kalish kept running and ducked beneath Arlen's horizontal swing. It stopped with astonishing speed, 3 clawed feet gripping the grated floor for stead, and lashed out with the bottom half of his staff before Arlen could bring his saber to block it. The metal slammed hard into his stomach and pinned him to the wall. He lifted his lightsaber weakly, instinctively, but the Kalish swept out with his free hand and knocked the saber bouncing across the grate. Then it grabbed Arlen by the neck and pulled him off his feet. He grasped pathetically at the claws around his neck. They were so strong they could snap his neck at any moment. The Kalish held him close so their eyes could lock, gold around predatory slits. In a second of panic, he touched the Force and felt the alien's mind. He realized, in a flash, it was different from the Tylonians he'd encountered before. This Kalish was angry, yes, and it didn't want to be fighting. It was frightened too, and confused as to why the Jedi were attacking. Jedi who were supposed to be brave warriors, not pawns for a faceless empire. Arlen didn't understand. Neither did the Kalish. Its slit pupils widened in what must have been surprise, and the vice grip on Arlen's throat loosened just a little. Then there was a flash, and his lightsaber was suddenly buried hilt first in the Kalish's head, green blade buzzing out the other side. Arlen fell to the floor. The alien's body toppled too. Arlen landed on his butt and looked back to the frenzy. Dareson caught his eyes, nodded, and went back to the fight. As he lurched forward and grabbed his lightsaber, he heard the scrape of a blast door opening somewhere, and the war cry of more Kalish charging into the fray. It wasn't a battle they should be fighting, but they were in it, and it was a battle to the death. Arlen gripped his saber with both hands and, grimly, stepped forward to do what shouldn't be done. When the Star Destroyer sitting off the Makati's port bow exploded, the light was so bright Davik and everyone else on the bridge had to cover their eyes. Just seconds before Tactical had reported that a Palshoran corvette was approaching the destroyer at high speed with no signs of slowdown. Even a normal collision wouldn't have destroyed both ships so thoroughly. It must have been loaded with radium or a similar explosive before launching on its suicide mission. Davik had thought the ferocity of the enemy couldn't surprise him anymore, but they'd done it again. "Pull our fighter screen closer," he told Tactical. "Make sure they're ready if they try another run." Without the ability to use normal communications, it was hard for the fighters to coordinate. Two full wings of over 70 TIE X's each were swarming around the Makati, but they were less than half as effective as they'd normally be. Davik glanced back at the holo for a bit of good news. The arrival of Captain Korak's Night Watch had been the rescue when were needed. Her Star Destroyer was still in fighting shape, and half of her support ships were still intact. They were all moving closer to the Makati. Davik had ordered all Imperial forces to cluster together so that it would be easier to defend. His eyes marked the Kalish flagship, all but forgotten in the larger fray. "Lieutenant," he asked, "is the Jedi strike team still aboard the Grievous?" He glanced at his board. "Yes, sir." "Still there?" "Beam them a message. Ask them their status." "Yes, sir." Seizing the Kalish ship had become a lower priority. If Arlen was having trouble, he'd call his brother back and order a squad of bombers to destroy it. Maragia was still out there too. Her Jedi squad had lost a third of its pilots, but they'd taken out 2 Palshoran jamming ships. Night's Watch had destroyed a third, but the field was still up. For all Davik knew, the source might have been that big Irath vessel, still hovering over the battle zone like it was waiting to drop in and end everything in a flash. Just as the thought sent a chill through his body, something else lit up on the holo. 3 white markers, denoting unidentified ships, dropped into the battle zone above the Irath vessel. Davik's breath caught as the computer tried to mark them. Then they turned green and the lieutenant said, "That's a Star Destroyer, sir, and 2 attack frigates." "Identify," he snapped. "ID reads Onslaught, sir." His first thought was that it wasn't one of his. Then he remembered. "That's from the 2nd Fleet. Where's the rest of them?" "I don't know, sir. With the jamming, we can't tell." "Right, I know. Grave must have been on his way. There was no telling how close he was. Their only hope was to wait as long as they could." The Irath ship was already reacting to Onslaught. The destroyer was a Predator class, less than a quarter the size of the enemy flagship, but as the battle between them joined, a bigger ship dropped out of hyperspace next to Onslaught, an Impeller-class fleet carrier that immediately began pumping out fighter and bomber wings. A few tactical ensigns whooped barely muted cheers as the enemy began to pull away from Davik's fleet to defend their flagship. How they communicated despite the jamming, Davek still didn't understand. He glanced at the holo and saw that the Grievous was moving in a different direction entirely, toward the edge of Kalish's gravity well. It was attempting to flee. Is there a response from the Jedi team? He asked Tactical. The lieutenant had been so distracted by the arrival of the second that he had to check his console. They're still bogged down, sir. Reports of very fierce fighting. He restrained the urge to ask about Arlen. Tell them to fall back. Get all wounded to the boarding ship and get out of there. Then tell them to use their guns and blast that ship's engines out if they can. Understood, sir. A gasp rippled across the bridge. Davik followed his crew's gaze out the viewport. The enemy fleet had been in the process of pulling itself apart, some ships staying low to attack Davik's ships while the others were pulling up to defend their flagship. Without warning, a half-dozen new Star Destroyers had appeared, ripped from hyperspace by Kalish's gravity well. Their hard deceleration took them right into the middle of the enemy fleet, and they had all guns blazing. Explosions lit up like a corona around the destroyers, and as Davek squinted through the glare, he spotted another massive gray wedge that must have been the same size as the Makati. It could only have been Admiral Graves' flagship, the Oswald Teshik. Everything was changing so fast the tactical crew couldn't keep up. As lights winked in and out on the holo, the comm lieutenant called, "Admiral, sir. The jamming field's down." Davek sprinted over to the comm station. "Can we hail the Teshik?" "We've got a link, sir." "Do it now." Davik bent over the man's shoulders and watched the light on his console go green. A second later, a shrunken blue hollow image of Admiral Grave appeared. "Thank you for the save, Admiral. That insertion couldn't have gone better." "You're quite welcome," Grave said, clipped and controlled. "Apologies for the delay. We had to stay outside the system and scope the battle zone." "No problem. Do you think you can take that Erath ship?" "I can try, though it looks like it's vectoring to escape again." Davek glanced over his shoulder at the tactical holo. Sure enough, it was swinging its nose toward the edge of the gravity well. It would have to tear through Onslaught to get there, but Davek had no doubt it could do so. "Pull your ships back and let it go then," Davek said. "We'll concentrate on the ships we've got trapped here. Tear them to shreds." "An excellent idea. I'll hail you again soon. Teshik out." The holo shut down, and Davik turned his full attention to the tactical display. The Erath ship was indeed moving to escape. All the other enemies trapped between the second and fourth fleets were turning ferocious again. A Tylonian ship dove like a spear into one of Graves' Star Destroyers, destroying both. A Vagary gunship rammed one of Renwar's support frigates, and both vanished in a fireball. The fighters, at least, were finally able to organize in a proper defensive screen. Over 100 of them dropped low over the Makati to protect the flagship as hundreds more enemy starfighters began throwing themselves into the destroyer's strong shields. Many of those ships were Tylonian drones, but more were manned ships. By the end of this battle, the enemy would have lost far more than the Imperials, just as at Nesporus 3 and Valk 7. Despite it all, they keep coming again and again. Then he remembered. He turned back to the comm station and said, "Patch me a line with Night 1. Prepare another link with the Jedi strike team. I need them both." By the time the Jedi and surviving stormtroopers fell back to the assault shuttle and got a look outside, the entire battle had changed. The big Erath ship was gone. The raider vessels were throwing themselves around in a suicidal frenzy, and the Second Fleet had arrived in force to deliver fiery death to an enemy that clearly wanted it badly. All of them, it seemed, except the Kalish ship. As the Jedi shuttle detached from the Grievous, it was already firing its engines and racing away from the rest of the fight. In minutes, it would be able to escape from the planet's gravity well and slip into hyperspace. Arlen was crammed in the shuttle's cockpit, along with Sinde, the stormtrooper captain, and both pilots when the comm light went on. That it even could go on was another surprise. The co-pilot slammed the speaker, and Arlen got one more, his brother's voice, marred slightly by static, saying, "This is the Makati. Strike team, report." "We've detached from the Grievous," Arlen said, leaning over the co-pilot's shoulder. 6 stormtroopers down, 1 Jedi, and 5 Stormies injured. We'll need medical help when we fall back. You'll get it. Can you get a lock on that ship? Arlen frowned. With our weapons? Yes. Can you knock it out before it escapes? If you can't disable it, has to be destroyed. Arlen didn't know what to say. The co-pilot said, We've still got a full payload, sir. 8 missiles. Let them fly. Destroy that ship before it goes. Hold pilot. Arlen squeezed the man's shoulder. Davik, that ship's no threat. It's running. It's an enemy vessel with the leaders of the Rising on Kali aboard. Destroy it. Now. Davik. Pilot, that's an order. Open fire. Wait. Arlen called, and used the force to pull the co-pilot's hand away from the weapon station. As he did it, something flashed above them. Arlen looked up and saw a trio of TIE sabers shoot past them. Each Jedi fighter let fly a pair of torpedoes. He watched as 2 sets exploded on the Grievous aft shields. The last 2 slipped through and exploded on the hull, right beyond the engine section. The frigate rocked but didn't slow down. As the TIE saber circled around for another pass, it flashed, elongated, and disappeared into hyperspace. The co-pilot, hands suddenly free, tapped the comm line back on and said, Admiral, the Grievous just escaped. I saw that, Davik said stiffly. Assault team, return to the Makati. Night Squadron will fly escort. We'll have a medical team standing by. The comm line died. Awkward silence settled over the cockpit and Arlen slumped against the back wall. As the shuttle swung around, the rest of the fighting came into view. Davik's and Admiral Graves' fleet sat as 2 clusters over Kali with the remaining enemy ships squeezed between them. Explosions flared all the time like slow-cooling embers. Davik might chew him out when he got back to the Makati, but Arlen didn't regret what he'd chosen. The Kalish he felt on that ship had joined forces with the enemy, but for reasons of their own, not the suicidal fanaticism that had gripped the other raiders. He'd made the right choice, the Jedi choice. Even now, too many people were dying, and they had no idea why. Another battle was over, and Miragia didn't know what to think. She landed aboard the Makati an hour ago, and it would take a while to tally all the causalities, but they'd probably come out even higher than Valk 7. The attacks were getting more and more fierce. After the Erath ship had fled, the raiders had given up all pretense of normal combat and simply thrown themselves at the closest Imperial ship. Some hadn't even bothered with that, as she'd raced to intercept the Grievous she'd flown between 2 Tylonian frigates right before they smashed into each other. The waste of life was sickening. When she returned to the ready room the Jedi used to board the Makati, she found that Arlen's team had already returned. From the look on his face, he was sick of it all too. How many did you lose? She asked. Schultz lost his arm. Same one this time, Arlen said as he sat on the edge of the table. Sende, standing beside him, asked, how many did as Les Ulos? 4. Miragia sighed. Call. Reso. Nemayan. Lovarn. Sin winced. She recalled he'd trained with Lovarn for a while. She offered, at least the second showed up. It would have gone very differently if they hadn't. Yeah, Graves the hero of the hour, Sin sighed. Miragia couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic. He did everything he had to. He split the enemy fleet, then inserted himself into the gap with a precise micro-jump. It couldn't have gone better. All things considered, Sin muttered. There was a rap on the door. Miragia was surprised to see Davik there. She thought he'd be busy with cleanup for a few hours yet. Admiral, sir, Sin snapped. His arm froze, halfway pulled up, uncertain whether he was supposed to salute. At ease, Jedi, and dismissed, if you don't mind. Sin nodded and slipped out the door, leaving the 3 of them alone. Arlen sighed, crossed his arms over his chest, and met his brother's eye. Miragia felt a spike of tension between them, one she didn't understand. I disobeyed your order, Arlen said simply. I stopped my team from firing on the Kali ship. I'm sorry it came to that, but I'm not sorry I did it. Davik crossed his arms too and asked, very calmly, Why is that? Something didn't feel right, Davik. I felt their minds in the force during the fight. They were battling us hard, but they weren't suicidal and mad like the rest of them. They're different somehow, maybe because they're not from the unknown regions. They're not totally in the grip of that Irath, or whoever's on that big black ship. There was no time to explain that over the comm, but that's how it is. And besides, we wouldn't have had the time or the guns to take him out anyway. Davik looked hard at his brother for a moment, then shifted eyes to his wife. Do you agree? I don't know. I didn't touch their minds or know their intentions. About taking down their ship? Maybe a few missiles could have helped. Though to be frank, I doubt it. That was heavily defended. But you fired on it. I had your direct order. You didn't feel what I did, Arlen interjected. Listen, what happened, happened. It wouldn't have made a difference in any. We should just drop it and try to move ahead. The Jedi are serving in my fleet under my orders, Davik said firmly. I know Jedi don't like to see themselves as soldiers, but that's what you are now. You have to accept that and act like soldiers. If I can't rely on you, I can't use you. They stared at each other hard. Marasia knew they didn't always see eye to eye, but this wordless tension was new. The death of their father had strained them both, and she was afraid they might both snap at the worst time. He's right, Arlen, she said very softly. We're soldiers, all of us. Arlen kept his eyes on Davik's. He exhaled and said, You can rely on me. I promise. Davik kept staring, and Miragia thought he might press and ask Arlen if he'd obey all orders from here on out. Instead, he blinked, lowered his gaze a little, and said, Good. I'll hold you to that. No problem. That's all for now. Okay? I'll go see to the other pilots. Arlen lowered his head and slipped quickly and quietly out of the room. Miragia stepped up to Davik and put a hand on his arm. He was doing what he thought was right. Don't take it personally. I'm not, he stopped, sighed. I'm trying to take it professionally. I'm an admiral, and I've got a soldier who wouldn't carry out his orders. What am I supposed to do? Jedi are different from normal soldiers. I know. But I can't show favoritism either. Not for Jedi. Not for my family. She squeezed his arms. What are you going to do? Put him up on charges? Davik, you have more important things to do than fight with your brother. I'm not, he stopped again. You're right. I just need to know I can trust him. She reached up to touch his face. Why would you ever doubt it? I don't doubt his intentions. It's just, we've always been on different wavelengths. I've noticed, she said dryly. But you're brothers, and you're on the same side, and the Empire needs you both. He looked down at her, and some of the hardness melted from his eyes. It needs you too, he said. Flatter, she smirked, and kissed him on the jaw. Just let it drop for now. You've got more important fights ahead. I'm well aware. Is the offensive still on the table? I think so. I hope so. I just got word that Admiral Derrick's outbound from Bastion. He'll meet me and Grave here. We'll figure out what to do next. So we hold over Kaylee for now. That's right. It almost sounded like a respite. She knew it wouldn't last long. She wanted to tell him to take his time and make sure they all got things right, but now more than ever it seemed like time was running out fast. Chapter 15. The Jedi Academy was located on the outskirts of Ravlin, so when Vitor was roused from his bed in the morning by the sound of distant explosions and the faded drone of security airspeeders, he knew that something in the city had gone very wrong. He got dressed as quickly as he could and went down to the mess hall, where he knew there'd be holo projectors patched into the news nets. The big dining chamber felt empty with most of the adult knights gone. It was mostly apprentices Vitor's age or younger clustered around the holo. He found his younger brother there, sitting on a bench beside their grandmother and their cousin Morgan. He didn't see Marin or her mother yet, so he perched himself atop a table next to another apprentice a little younger than him, Treachery. He didn't bother to ask Treese what was happening. The ANN presenter, a woman, different from yesterday, was saying, security services have confirmed at least a dozen casualties so far, though they won't release identities at this time. We've also learned that an uncertain number of people have been airlifted to Ravlin Southeast Medical Center, some in critical condition. Vitor hunched forward and intently watched the text scrolling beneath her talking head. Rioting in progress in Ravlin. Police and emergency response teams in action. Transit through city center shut down. Statement from Haas Avers forthcoming. He had a sick feeling he knew just what the rioting was about. The rising on Kalish yesterday, which had snowballed into a battle that had claimed tens of thousands of Imperial lives, must have brought the brewing anti-alien feeling on the capital to a peak. Sure enough, the INN broadcast flashed a map showing points in Ravlin where rioting was taking place. Most were in neighborhoods with primarily non-human populations. As the newscaster went on, Vitor heard the clap of boots behind him and saw Marin coming up. She pushed herself onto the tabletop next to him and said, "Looks bad, doesn't it?" Vitor nodded. "Where's your mom?" She ran back to her ship to prep for emergency evacuation. "Really?" "No, but she said she needed to patch in a call." Marin frowned. "At least they're not coming after you yet." "Do you think they will?" Treese asked from his other shoulder, clearly worried. "It won't come to that." Vitor tried to sound more assured than he felt. "The Jedi are helping the Empire, not fighting it." "Neither are most of the aliens," said Marin. "The Kalish rebel, though. That doesn't excuse this." Vitor felt like he wanted to argue, and didn't know why. Marin was right. He knew the Empire was far from perfect, that the changes their grandfather had wrought had created deep divides in Imperial society that there was no easy way of closing. He glanced at their grandmother. Jaina was still watching the broadcast in stony silence, one hand tightly gripping Roan's. The younger boy looked uncomfortable with the pressure but didn't try to squirm away. He knew what the old woman needed right now. After reporting an update from Ravlin Southeast Medical, 17 non-humans and 9 humans currently in critical care, the INN broadcaster announced that they'd be cutting to a live address from Head of State Avarice. Just like that, the reporter winked out and was replaced by a holo of an older woman with gray-streaked hair pulled from her pocked face. Though a civilian, she wore the martial olive green of the mall she'd been before taking office. Even Vitor knew that was meant to assure a frightened populace with echoes of security only a military government could provide. She was standing in front of a podium with the Empire's circular insignia behind her back, staring dead ahead for 20-odd seconds as she waited for confirmation that all the major news nets were patched in. Then she said, "It is with grave regret that I address the citizens of the Empire this morning. Overnight, a series of deadly riots broke out in several districts of the capital. I have just ordered the City of Ravlin Police Department to take all steps to secure the city, with the intent on returning to normal business as soon as tomorrow. Those responsible for dealing injury or damage during these riots will be prosecuted. Compensation will be paid to the injured and their families. A special commission on unrest will be appointed to deal distributive justice for these events. I assure you that I understand as well as anyone the stress that every Imperial citizen is going through right now. Many have lost loved ones. Many more fear for their own safety. We are facing an enemy about whom much is still unknown, and this is driving some to paranoia and violence. Paranoia is understandable, but acts of violence against Imperial citizens can never be condoned, no matter who they are done by, and no matter what the motivation. The Special Commission on Unrest will act according to this impartiality. In the meantime, our military will continue to wage the war against the invaders from the unknown regions. The 2nd and 4th Fleet are taking the fight to the enemy as we speak, and Kalish is being pacified by elements from the 3rd Fleet. The 1st and 3rd both will remain in Imperial space, protecting all our worlds. The military has always been the backbone of the Empire. Rest assured that it will continue to protect its citizens. Trust our fine men and women to do their duty, and I promise you this threat will be ended soon. I encourage all citizens to remain calm. These are localized disturbances that in no way affect the Empire we all serve. We are unified. We will not be divided. We will face threats from the outside with a singular resolve. In this time of crisis, we can do nothing else. Thank you for listening, and for your loyalty to the Empire, loyalty that we all share. And with that, the broadcast cut back to the face of the INN broadcaster. The woman, very smoothly, started recapping everything about the Ravlin riots. To Vitor, she sounded like she was reciting last night's blitzball scores. That was a good speech, wasn't it? Vitor asked, a little tentative. He knew his father had problems with avarice, but to his ears it had sounded strong and assuring. She could have gotten more specific, his grandmother said, her first words that day. She could have called out the people who started these riots. Apprentices were not normally fast to speak up against the Academy's most venerable master, and now was no exception. As the reporter brought the map of Ravlin back up, Marin said, "She said most of the right things, though. We are all in this together, and we have to trust the people who are supposed to protect us." Vitor thought she was right, but the comment invited another period of awkward silence. Eventually, his little brother spoke up. "It would have been nice if she mentioned us, though." Vitor hadn't noticed the omission until now, but Roan was right. That inoffensive but vague speech had said nothing to support the Jedi Order, or for that matter non-humans specifically. The only thing she'd given support to was the military, of which the Jedi were only a temporary kind of component. It was also, he knew, the institution with the most history in the Empire and the most trust behind it. Still, he wished she'd mentioned the Jedi by name. It would have made him feel a little more assured. The orbital stations over Bilbringi had their day cycles synced to those of Ravlin, which meant that when Lucas finally got off work 3 hours past the normal, the news nets were winding down reports of riots in the capital. As often happened lately, two desires warred between them. One wanted to get back to the simple comfort of his family, the other wanted to hit a drinking establishment with his ex-sergeant and get some liquid relief. Nowadays, going home meant worried looks from Polo and questions he couldn't answer from Lena, so after a short call to his disappointed wife, he headed over to the Ground Pounder. As the name implied, it was a place frequented by stormtroopers and other infantry. It was frankly more of a dive than the Rimwalker, but Malkin seemed to prefer that kind of atmosphere. It showed who the grizzled colonel was at heart. The actual violence seemed to have come to a halt. Order had been restored by the Ravlin police without the intervention of the military, which Lucas supposed was a good thing, though the military would have locked things down faster. The reporters were saying that the death count had climbed up to 48 and might rise since a few beings were still in critical condition. How many of those were human and how many not was a question on everyone's minds, but none of the news net seems to have an answer yet. The first drink took the edge off, but just as Lucas was starting to feel this might all be blowing over, Malkin said, in a low and very gruff voice, "This is just the start, you know." "You think there'll be more?" "On Bastion or elsewhere," he nodded. "Depends how long this fighting goes on for." "It sounds like the second made a good show at Kalish." "Yeah, I knew Grave would have his stuff together. And Prince Fel held out pretty okay." Malkin looked at his glass and ran a stubby forefinger around the edge. "But think of all the planets we've got out there, especially by the border, with mostly alien populations. After them, some of them have got to be thinking that they might be better off trying like the Kalish did. Would it? We stamped down hard on Kaylee. And those raiders act like savages. They're not even interested in plunder anymore. It's just a big storm of destruction." "I know. You're right. But still, some of them have got to be thinking it." "I would be?" He took a gulp, long enough to let Lucas ponder that, then said, "Me, though, I'm more worried about what might happen here." "On Bilbringi? Right? It's mostly military here, and we've all sworn the same oath, but still, a man has to wonder. We've both served with plenty of aliens. They're as loyal as you or me. They're not going to mutiny. Haven't you heard? Words come down from Fleet Command that all enlisted Kalish are placed on temporary prohibitive leave." "I hadn't heard that. I didn't even know there were Kalish in the military. From what I heard, less than 100 overall. But imagine if something happens on, say, one of the Jagged colonies near the border. We've got thousands and thousands of them in the service. Probably thousands here on Bilbringi. Can you really tell me you trust every single one of those Jagged techs not to commit a single act of sabotage, even the passive kind?" Lucas immediately thought to the engineering chief on Voidwalker whose life he'd saved. He wanted to say that all Yagay were as irrefutably loyal as Daher, but logically, no, he couldn't make that claim. He decided not to say anything at all. "I'm not saying it will happen," Malkin whispered. "I'm just saying we damn well better be prepared." "Prepared how?" The colonel lowered his voice further. "I've been talking with my old chiefs at the Yaga Minor base. They've agreed to send 2 more battalions over here." "I hadn't heard that. Vice Admiral Yeager just signed the order this afternoon. But the thing is, they're just transferring personnel. Security purposes, the order says. But most of the actual hardware for those battalions is staying at Yaga Minor. That's unusual, but not unheard of. Listen, Briggs, I've got a request. A small one. Something you can do as quartermaster." He had a feeling things were going that way. "What kind of request?" "It's simple. When those soldiers come over from Yaga Minor, the transport's gonna be loaded down with supplies, for them, and for other units. Now, I've got friends on Yaga Minor who can load extra equipment on those transports. They won't be on the manifest, but they'll be there. When they get to Bilbringi, all you just have to make sure they get shipped to those new regiments." "Colonel, everything's checked in by droids. You can't just slip supplies in and out unnoticed. You're Deputy Chief Quartermaster, aren't you? You must be able to pull some strings." He sighed and looked at his glass. He'd seen this coming but still couldn't believe this conversation was happening. "It's possible." Malkin asked, "You remember Private Marsh, don't you?" "Of course I remember." Marked by a tough attitude and sense of humor that was alternatively attractive and annoying, Layla Marsh had been one of his best squad mates back on Voidwalker. He just didn't know why Malkin was bringing her up. They hadn't talked in at least 10 years. "Well, is Major Marsh-Nils nowadays? Married but still in the service. Settled into a job very close to yours, in fact. On Yaga Minor." "On Yaga Minor." He sighed. "And Yaga Minor won't need those supplies. We've got enough as is. Vice Admiral Yeager, bless his Voidwalker self, seems to think all we need is some extra boots on deck to keep this place safe. I trust Yeager. So do I normally, but the Empire's in a crisis now, way worse than what happened at Sinex Juvex. We can't do everything on trust and we can't just follow the rules. You think those damn alien raiders follow any rules?" "I doubt it." "Then why the hell should we? It's just limiting ourselves. All I'm asking for you to do is look the other way, just this once. There to keep everyone safe." "Safe from who? These raiders are some hypothetical Yagay saboteur." "Either. Both. Neither. This isn't the time to be careful about stuff, Briggs. You're the family man. You know what you've got to protect." He glared at Malkin. "Low blow, Sarge." The older man didn't flinch. "Just think about it. Let me know tomorrow so I can tell Major Marsh what to do." There was nowhere the conversation could go after that, so Lucas finished his drink and went back to the habitat section. The kids were asleep, but Marion was not. She seemed actually relieved to have him back sober and relatively early, which just made him feel guilty. When they woke up the next morning, they roused the kids too, and Lucas was treated to that grim morning ritual of watching the latest bad news with his children. As he watched their faces, Polal's wide-eyed but confused, Lena's creased with concern, he realized that Malkin was right. It had been a low blow, but it had landed nonetheless. He decided a while back that protecting his family was more important than following the rules. Now, finally, it was time to act on his choice. It was impossible not to feel out of place on the bridge of a Mandalorian ship. That Damien Cord was the only one aboard without the distinctive Beskar full-body suit and T-visor helmet was bad enough, though he'd at least brought along a decent set of plasteel armor plates and open-faced helmet for this mission. What made things profoundly eerie was that the 24 Mandas working the bridge of this Terrach-class assault frigate all communicated via their helmets. From Corder's perspective, they all worked in eerie silence, as efficient as Geonosian worker drones. Like a bunch of insectoids, the faceless warriors also seemed to ignore anyone who wasn't part of their hive mind, which in this case meant only Cord. He could only take so much of it, frankly. When, by his count, they were getting close to their destination, he stepped up behind Jevernalch's silver-armored back, cleared his throat volubly, and asked, "Will we be meeting up with your other ships before we begin the attack?" Aux turned around to face Damien. They were both tall men, and met eye to visor. As of yet, Auchus hadn't taken off his helmet in Damien's presence, though he'd seen file holos of the Mandalore's face, blunt, clean-shaved, and narrow-eyed, short-cropped hair going gray. He was in his 50s now, having ruled the Mandalorian protectors for some 20 years, but seemed to be as in shape and lethal as ever. "They'll be meeting us there," Auchus said in a deep rasp that may or may not have been aided by the speakers of his helmet. "So we'll all we decant from hyperspace outside the combat zone." Auchus shook his head. "They'll meet us there. We already have a scout drone in place, so we know the Vagary ships are at the way station. If we bring our big ships out of the hyperspace close to the system, we might tip off our targets. I've shared the reports on their ships. They don't have the technology to spot us if we drop out far enough away. Vagary might not, but the Strama might. There's Strama there." Without another word, Aux walked over to the tactical station. The officer seated there brought up a hollow feed from the scout drone. Sitting over the planetoid were 3 Vagary gunships, 1 larger frigate, and a pair of Strama vessels. "Is this a problem?" asked Auchus. Damien knew it was a problem and an opportunity at once. The Imperials simply didn't have good technical specs on Strama ships. Boarding parties would have no idea what lay inside. At the same time, using ships from multiple races would make their false flag attack seem more authentic. "What do you plan to do with the Strama ships when we arrive?" he asked Auchus. "You hired us to capture Vagary vessels. I'll up your pay if you take at least one of those Strama ships too. Do you have their specifications?" "I'm sorry, no. 50% more. 20 if you take one ship, 30 for both." "Done," Aux said. The holo winked out and the Mandalore still didn't speak. Damien figured that he was calling someone through his helmet's comm system, but there was no way to be sure. After spending the past 3 days on this ship, he decided that these Mandalorians went out of their way to alienate foreigners. It went along with everything he'd heard about them: clannish, arrogant, often secretive, usually savage, but always good fighters. He set himself to waiting. Now that he knew what they were up against, the situation felt slightly less interminable. The plan was to capture every enemy ship they ambushed at the way station. If a ship couldn't be captured, it would be destroyed. They'd leave no trace of their presence. The Mandalorians' rate of pay was based on how many ships they seized, and Damien trusted that, combined with professional pride, would net them most of the vessels at their destination. He knew the time had come when activity on the bridge picked up. A few more armored warriors arrived and took what looked like gunnery stations. Aux strode up to the center of the command deck and leaned forward, grasping the waist-high rail that separated the metal platform from the wide forward viewport. Damien stepped up on his flank and asked, "Showtime." "Showtime?" rasped Aux. 3 seconds later, hyperspace dissolved and the viewport was filled with stars. It panned down quickly as their frigate adjusted pitch. The planetoid, drifting in slow orbit at the far edge on its uninhabited system, was a clearly visible lump of space rock. As it swelled in size, Damien saw 3 more blunt-faced Mandalorian ships wink into existence, another Terrach-class frigate and 2 smaller Crusader 3-class corvettes. He spotted the enemy ships too, all hovering low over the refueling station that protruded from the planetoid. The Vagary gunships were about half the size of the Crusaders. The frigate and 2 Strama ships were sized more like the Mandalore's vessel. The Crusaders rushed in fast, spewing agile T-shaped Beskid starfighters and bulkier bombers. Damien had to admit the timing of it all was impeccable. The Mandalorian ships converged from different directions in a shared window of about 4 seconds, and were able to take the enemy completely by surprise. He watched as the Crusaders unleashed chains of plasma fire from their forward cannons and destroyed the refueling station and its comm transceiver before it had a chance to call for help. Damien had been on ship's bridges during combat situations before. He was used to the constant back and forth of order and response between a capital ship's crew, words always formal and tones always tense. There was none of that now, at least not for him to hear. He watched the battle unfold before him in eerie silence. Arches took his frigate and close, right for the nearest Strama ship. The barrel-shaped vessel brought its broadside guns to bear, but the Terok-class frigate, as befitting a Mandalorian ship, had most of its guns pointed forward for the fiercest attack. The first barrage of missiles exploded on the Strama ship's shields. The Mando frigate pulled up more nimbly than a comparable Imperial ship could have, and Damien had to grasp the railing to keep from being thrown back. As their view panned upward, he caught the flash of a few missiles slipping past the shields and exploding on the hull. He had the urge to remind Arches that the goal was capture, not destruction, but he knew insulting the Mandalore's acumen would get him nowhere. Keeping one eye on the viewport, he watched Arches make a short vertical chopping motion with his hand. Damien looked over his shoulder to the tactical station. By the time he made sense of the holo, a trio of smaller ships had left their frigate. He looked back out the viewport and spotted two of them racing ahead, oblong and flat, with two rotating thrusters jutting out from either long side. The boarding teams were away. As he watched them dive out of view, he realized something he should have before. The Chiss intelligence he shared with Arches had included specifications for a nerve gas that would act fast and incapacitate a ship full of vagary without killing them. He had no such concoction for Strama biology, which meant taking their ships would be extra difficult. Mentally, he admitted that maybe the Mandos deserved a 35% raise. The other Mandalorian ships had launched their own boarding parties, and 5 minutes into the battle, Damien could see that every enemy vessel had a Mando troop ship attached like a limpet. As their frigate swept past the vagary frigate, he could see that they'd inserted themselves right where they were supposed to, behind the well-hidden command deck. The plan was to ignore airlocks and obvious docking ports to simply cut their way through the hull. Mando ships were made for such maneuvers, and the damage could be repaired quickly before putting them in operation again. When they staged their attack on the Chiss, all these ships would either escape or be destroyed so badly a little older damage wouldn't stand out. As expected, the vagary gunships were the first to go dead in space. The bigger ships would take longer to commandeer, and the remaining Mandos began to fly loose circles around the planetoid to keep the Strama and vagary pinned close to its surface. One of the big Strama ships stopped firing next. The remaining vagary frigate stayed where it was, but the last Strama fired its engines and pressed forward in a desperate move to escape. Stop it at all costs, Damien snapped on instinct, and knew it was unnecessary as soon as the words left his mouth. The Mandalorians knew what they were doing. As their frigate swung to give chase, Damien spotted two boarding ships kicked off from the vessel's hull and fall away. The second Mando frigate leaped ahead to cut off the Strama's escape vector, while the Crusaders began fast attack runs with the help of their fighters and bomber wings. The Strama tried to evade and find a new hyperspace exit vector, but their ship was too big, the Mandos too fast. With a little more time, they might have punched their way through, but their pursuers didn't grant it. The Mandalore's own frigate delivered the killing blow with a double volley of concussion missiles that, combined with heavy fire from the bombers, succeeded in bursting through the shields and lighting up the engine section with one big explosion. The Mando ships began to circle the crippled ship like scavenger birds. When the flare and debris cleared, it was obvious that the Strama ship would require significant resources to get into fighting shape, including replacement for all its blown-out engines and likely the power core as well. Well, Arches said aloud. Instructions. Damien knew what he was asking. You've permission to destroy it. Aux nodded. 2 seconds later, every Mandalorian vessel opened fire. Lasers and missiles punched through its unshielded hull, one after another, and within a minute the bulky frigate had become a gnawed-up and fire-blackened mess drifting through space. If the Mandos felt elated by their victory, they gave no sign that Damien could see. Even their postures remained stiff with intent as they swung the frigate back around to face the 5 enemy ships all drifting near the planetoid. As the other Mando frigate pulled into view, Damien saw 3 more troops ships disembark. Those disabled vessels still needed pacification, or at least more boarders to help deal with the knocked-out crew. He was about to ask Arches for a sitrep when the Mandalore said, "They're having problems with the Strama. They're putting up a fight." "What about the vagary?" The knockout gas worked as planned. Did you try it on the Strama too? We tried the variant usually used on humans, Alchus said. No effect. So it will have to be a fight then? Yes. With that, Alchus turned for the exit. Damien trotted after him. Are you going to join the boarding party? Personally. A Mandadler leads from the front, Master Blackmer. The door slid open. Alchus stepped through. What came over Damien wasn't just a stupid compulsion to prove himself to these people. Malveers had charged him to watch over this process every step of the way and make it was done right. I'll come with you, he said. Alchus stopped and turned on his heel. Damien could see his own reflection in Black Mirror Black Visor. It's safer if you stay here. I can't handle myself in a fight. Just give me a breath filter, and I'll be good to go. Alchus watched him, motionless like a metal statue, until he said, all right. Follow me. Damien did just that. By the time they reached the hangar, 2 more landing craft had almost fully boarded. Alchus must have called ahead because there was a Mando waiting for them with a breathing mask as well as a quality Verpine rifle, both for his use. Thank you, soldier, Damien said as he took the equipment. He didn't get a "you're welcome," but he hadn't expected one. As the drop ship neared its target, Alchus did him the favor of explaining their difficulty. Since they had no good schematic for the interior of the Strama ships, they'd been forced to storm the well-defended landing bay and break through existing airlocks rather than risk blowing through a critical node in the hull. When their craft set down in the hangar, it was clear the place was secured, and that it had been costly. As he stepped out onto the deck, breathing mask securely strapped to his face and black armored helmet on his head, Damien scanned the former battle zone. Mandalorian Beskar could deflect just about any small arms, blast, or bolt, but from the black dents in their armor and the scorched pits on the deck, the Strama had defended themselves using grenades or small rockets. He got confirmation when he saw a shoulder-mounted launcher near the scattered piles of green-faced aliens. The Mandalorians had gotten the better of the exchange, but the Mandas had still lost over a dozen of their own. The mercenaries took loss in stride, like soldiers who served a real cause. In some way Damien would never understand, their warrior culture instilled in them the same kind of loyalty agents like him felt for the Empire. Damien stayed behind Alchus as the group charged into the halls of the ship. Old combat training came back on instinct. He crouched low with the rifle cradled in both arms, eyes always up and ahead. They passed through several winding corridors, past a half-dozen crumpled Strama bodies, before Alchus threw up a hand, signaling the party to stop. A second later, a few more Mandas came around the corner to meet them. Though they talked through their helmets, and with short chopping hand signals, Damien could recognize one of them from his broad torso and unique armor, dark violet with gold highlights. When the party started moving again, Galised dropped back behind Alchus and grunted, "Glad you could join us. I want to make sure you people earn your pay." The Corestian made a choking sound inside his helmet. Damien chose to take it as vocal admiration instead of a snort of amusement. The ship's lift system was apparently down, which meant they had to clamber up a series of vertical ladder shafts to get close to the bridge, which the ship's crew had apparently fortified, while another set of barricaded Strama tried to restart the engines after the damage of Mando saboteurs had done to them. The wide, low-ceilinged hallway leading to the command deck had become a battle zone thick with smoke and the strobe and tang of laser fire. The lead Mando boarding party had apparently brought up broad Beskar shield plates which they jammed into the deck and used as cover while they tried to break down the barriers the Strama had themselves erected. Alchus charged right into the fray. Damien hung back and watched as one Strama round pinged off his chest plate, slowing but not stopping him as he raced to the foremost shield. "Leads from the front, doesn't he?" Damien grunted as he ducked behind one Beskar barrier with Galised. "That he does," the alien grunted. Placing the barrel of his rifle in the notch atop the barrier, he began to pump laser fire toward the Strama emplacements. Just as Damien peeked over the edge to scope their defenses, the hallway thundered with the sound of a heavy repeating cannon. Damien ducked back down but saw one Mando caught in mid-charge by a heavy bolt that lifted him off his fleet and sent him flying 20 meters down the hall. He impacted on the deck with a sick crunch and didn't move. Feisty bastards, aren't they? Galliset said as he popped off a few more shots. Damien peeked above the barrier's edge and did the same, not really caring if he didn't hit anything. He'd come here to see how it was done and make sure the Mandos didn't do anything stupid. If he got himself killed here, failing Veers, failing Valera, he'd be the stupid one. Get ready, Galliset told him. Ready for what? Instead of replying, the armored Corestian rose to his feet and shouted with helmet speakers on full, "Oya Mando." Oya? Oya? And suddenly all the other Mandos, silent inside their helmets until now, screamed the same battle cries so loud Damien was stunned in place. They ran and charged, shooting and shouting at the top of their lungs, and he realized that if he was frozen by all this, so were the Strama. Griffin Mandos, he swore, picked up his gun, and charged after them. The charge was already on. The big gun emplacement blasted one Mando off his feet, then caught another in the face, snapping his scorched helmet back at an angle no neck could bend. The rest kept coming and Damien was with them, shooting madly ahead. He saw a small dark fleck arc through the air, and his mind registered Grenada right before the explosion shook the hull. He stumbled, fell on one palm, and pushed himself right back up. By the time he was running again, the Mandos had overrun the melted wreckage of the gun emplacement. He spotted what he thought was Jevernalk's brown armor up front right before another, brighter explosion rocked the hull. By the time Damien got up to the wreckage of the bridge's protective blast doors, 24 Mandos had stormed the command deck. They showed no mercy, gunning down every Strama in sight, most of them still in their chairs. As he stepped through the smoke, Damien searched out Arches and found him at the front of the deck. Then he spotted Galliset, closer, pumping extra rounds into prone Strama bodies, just to make sure. Damien had no qualms about being ruthless with a dangerous enemy, but it had been a long time since he'd been in a battle this nasty. Maybe that was it, or maybe some atmospheric toxins had slipped through his breath mask, but he found himself going faint. The world darkened for a moment, then something moving. At the right side of his vision, a green body moved on the floor. He spun. The Strama grabbed his fallen blaster and popped off one shot that took Damien in the shoulder, half spinning him around. As inertia tugged him, he swung his rifle up and opened fire. 3 different Mandos nearby fired at the same time, and with a flash his attacker became nothing but a black and blast-riddled body on the floor. I think I got the kill shot. Actually, Damien breathed. I think you did, said Galliset. Damage. Plastil's Nabasker, but it gets the job done. He flexed his shoulder, sore from the absorbed impact, but nothing more. Good to know, Jevernalk said as he stalked up to the 2 of them. Engine sections clear also. Mission accomplished. And the Vagary ships? Secure. We've gathered the crew? They're incapacitated but alive. He and Arches had already discussed this. When the Chiss combed through the wreckage of the ships that had attacked them, they find lots of Vagary dead from explosions and vacuum exposure, which meant as many captives as possible had to stay alive for now. Keep them breathing, Damien said. Same with the Strama. I'll give your people 1 standard day to refit these ships, then we're off to the next stage. Is that good? Works for me, said Arches. And since we're using an extra ship to attack, we deserve a wage increase for stage 2. Damien had expected that, but it still felt strange to talk payment on a smoking battle zone, surrounded by scorched corpses. Griffin Mandos, he thought, and offered 20% more. 30. 25. 30. 25. I can bring in other people to crew these ships if I have to. It was a bluff, but Arches didn't seem willing to call him on it. 27. Done. Damien extended a hand. Ark's men watched as he shook. Once that was done, Damien stepped aside and watched the cleanup begin. Arches had squeezed a little more out than he'd wanted, and definitely more than Veers would like, but in the end it was about results. As with everything else in life, you got what you paid for, and these were consummate professionals. Chapter 16. According to the Kalish flight records, the planet was called Almarak, though who gave it that name and for what reason was just the first of many mysteries Jadram expected he'd have to live with. The ship he and 3 other Jedi shared was called the Ossus Explorer, an unremarkable-looking Corsair light freighter that would, they hoped, allow them to slip close to hostile planets without attracting attention. It had been almost 5 full days from Ossus to this planet past the edge of the unknown regions, and when the time finally came to decant from hyperspace, everyone was on edge and eager to get things moving. Jadram was a good pilot, but he stuck himself in the co-pilot seat and ceded the Explorer's flight controls to Ayn Kemmer. The Nautolan Jedi wore her long fleshy head tentacles bound at her back, and as the clock ran down to the target time, her pupil-less black eyes narrowed to watch it. Jadram had already run through full checks. Explorer was ready to throw up shields on a moment's notice, fire its twin heavy blaster cannons, and if absolutely necessary deploy the concussion missiles it kept in a secret sensor-shielded compartment below the chin of the jutting cockpit. Eyes still on the counter, Kemmer reached forward and grabbed the throttle that controlled hyperdrive. She counted aloud, 3, 2, 1, then pushed it forward. The blue-white blur flashed and dwindled to nothing, blackness and scattered stars. For a second, Jadram thought they'd come out too far at the edge of the Almerac system. Then Kemmer nudged the flight controls a little, and the view from the cockpit panned down. From the very first, he knew that something was wrong. The planet was a great red-brown sphere, the kind you'd expect from a world with high iron content and no atmosphere to nurture vegetation. The galaxy was full of dead docks, but this one was different. As Explorer drew closer, he could make out with his naked eye over a dozen massive impact craters dotting its surface, as though a whole herd of comets had smashed into the planet at once. As they got even nearer, Jadram began to make out the small distant engine flares of starships moving in and out of the planet's orbit. Many, he saw, were dropping down to the surface. "How many ships are out there?" asked the team leader, Master Sathe Sar. Jadram checked the scanners, picking up 17 unique drive signatures, and that's what we can see from this angle. Looks like most of them are big ships too, based on the energy output from their engines. They look like the ones escaping orbit are moving pretty slowly too. Implies lots of inertia. "Can we identify types?" asked the 4th member, the Bothan Jedi Kath Milaya. "Not yet. We need to get a little closer. At least they don't sound like combat ships," Milaya muttered. Kemmer gave only a mild grunt in reply as she edged Explorer on further. The rust-colored planet filled their viewport, and Jadram could see in full detail the staggering size of the impact craters. Even one of those would have been enough to end all life on this planet if there's been any to begin with. As they dived toward the surface, Jadram watched the tactical scanner. The nearest ship was still far away, and didn't seem to be paying attention to them as it climbed slowly out of the gravity well. It looked to be a massive cargo hauler, barrel-shaped and probably of Strama design. "At last nobody's getting in our way," he muttered. "What kind of readings do we have on the atmosphere?" asked Sar. Jadram checked the sensors. "Looks like..." Huh? asked Milaya. "Some oxygen. Some carbon dioxide. It's all very thin. Outside surface temp looks very cold on the night side, above freezing on the day side. Makes sense, with the weak atmosphere." "And get us close to one of those craters," Sar said. Jadram scanned for heat signatures. He frowned. "Are you expecting some kind of volcanic activity? Those are clearly impact markings." "I know. If there's residual heat, we might figure out how old they are. If there was any heat left over from the explosive impact, then the comets, or whatever it was, must have hit recently." Given how many had hit the planet at once, Jadram didn't like the sound of that. As the planet's desolate surface crawled by beneath them, he turned Explorer's sensors downward to pick up the chemical content of the dust and ridges. As expected, high ferrous content. Something flashed and disappeared, he said. "Wait, slow down and circle back." "Did you find something?" asked Kemmer as she shut engines. "Maybe. Just edge back a little. And drop lower." As they dropped nearer the surface and pivoted back, the light from Almerac's primary glared in their faces, undamped by thick atmosphere or cloud cover. Kimmer adjusted their angle a little more and dipped their nose so they had a good view of the planet's surface a mile below. What they saw was unmistakable, but no one said anything at first. They all just stared at the clearly artificial rings, serrated by dozens of straight lines spanning out from the center, all of them glinting with the reflective sheen of smooth metal surfaces jutting out of layered red dust. "I'm taking us lower," Kimmer said, and no one objected. When Explorer lowered to an altitude of less than 1,000 feet, it became clear that they were looking at the ruins of a city. The buildings themselves seemed to have been rent open by a concussive force rather than burned or bombed out. The street lanes themselves were all covered by dust, but the tall metal buildings seemed to denote a reasonably sophisticated civilization, maybe even a spacefaring one, snuffed out in its prime. "An idea how long ago this city was destroyed?" asked Milia. "Can't tell with these sensors. We'd have to go down there and do something more thorough." Jadram looked a question as Master Sar. The white-haired old chef shook his head. "No. Kimmer, keep us going toward the nearest impact crater." "Yes, sir," the Nautilus said with a new gravity in her voice. As Explorer rose higher and accelerated, Jadram swiveled his chair back to face Sar. "Is there a reason to think this destruction is recent?" "There's no reason not to. It makes sense if it was. What do you think all those ships are doing, coming in and out of the atmosphere?" "Stripping it of resources, I'd bet," said Milia. "If those asteroids or whatever hit this planet broke through the crust, they might have open access to all kinds of useful minerals." Jadram nodded. "Which the raiders have clearly been harvesting to fuel their war machine. Or whatever kind of machine they've got. I wonder if there's a method they're using or if it's just a free-for-all." "That's one of the big questions we're here to solve," said Sar. "Ayan, how much further to the nearest crater?" "Almost there. Jadram, does it looks like we'll have company?" Jadram checked his scanners. He didn't pick up any ships in motion yet, but there were thrust traces in the atmosphere. "Looks pretty likely," he said. "How do we want to go about this, Master Sar?" "Ayan, set us down on the rim of the crater if you can. You can cool down engines too. Just put us someplace where we can get lots of good readings and watch what's going on." When they reached their destination, Kimmer did just that. She extended the landing gear and set them down on the crater's rim, then cooled sublight engines to standby mode. After that, they settled in to observe. The crater itself was vast, some 70 kilometers in diameter and 15 kilometers deep. The impact had indeed broken the planetary crust, and the crater's broad dish had clearly been artificially pierced dozens of times. As they watched, one heavy hauler, Jadram's sensors marked it as a Palshoran ship, was sitting on the opposite side as them, halfway between Rim and Nadir. As Jadram scanned closer, he saw the massive craft wasn't just a cargo ship. It was some kind of mobile miner with a refinery section and a deep drill used to bore deeper into the planet. Looking closer at the other excavation sites revealed different methods had been used, presumably by different mentors. One whole chunk of the crater looked to have been stripped away by his estimated more than 1,000 tons of minerals. "It's clear what's happening here," Sar told them. "The asteroid's impact destroyed all life on this planet and cracked it open. The raiders have been stripping its carcass clear of meat." "Like scavengers?" Jadram muttered. "Maybe." Sar's expression darkened. "Unless they killed it themselves." "Wait, what?" Milia's fur bristled. "Do we have any evidence of that?" Sar looked to Jadram. "What do your sensors show? Any residual heat from an impact in this crater?" "It's possible." He shrugged noncommittally. "The temperature is notably higher inside the crater, but that could be from lots of things. Residual impact heat. Yes. Also heat coming from inside the planet. We don't know how stable or unstable it is beneath the crust." "How would someone even do that?" asked Milia. "I remember what my grandparents told me about the Vong War," Jadram said. "They used some kind of gravitic bioweapon to drag planets' moons down, crack open the surface, then tear the planets to pieces for resources. This wasn't one moon, though. Someone must have hijacked a bunch of asteroids and thrown them into the planet." "There are ships designed to tug and shove asteroids," said Kimmer. "They're mostly for clearing space lines, though. I guess someone could modify them to drop into a planet, but they still have to haul the asteroids through hyperspace from somewhere else. I didn't pick up any space rock in the system when we entered. Unless they threw them all into Almerac, Melia muttered, clearly confused what to believe and unhappy with every prospect. Jadrum understood that completely. A pinging from his console grabbed everyone's attention. Jadrum looked at the tactical scanners and swore. Multiple targets inbound fast. Looks like a bunch of little ships in the lead and one big one behind them. Tylonian drones, asked Sar. Looks like. Kimmer immediately began warming engines. It would take at least 2 minutes for the sublights to get back at full operating capacity. By that time, the Tylonians would almost be on them. Master, we're not going to be able to run, he told Sar. We'll have to fight. We didn't come here to brawl all the raiders at once. Kimmer started, but Master. The chef held up a hand. Jadrum, once we get off the ground, bring up shields to full and charge weapons, but do not fire. Ayan, lift us off from the surface, but do not run. When they get within range, send them a hail. It was the smart option. It was, frankly, the only option to get out of this alive. Jadrum still didn't like it, and his heart pounded in his chest as they kicked up from the surface with the cloud of rest dust. He could feel Kimmer bleeding anxiety in the force too. Anxiety she kept off her blue-green face as she leveled Explorer at an altitude of 2,000 feet and swung their nose around to face the Tylonians. The small drones were on them in a flash. Instead of splattering laser blasts on their shields, the drones began to fly tight circles around Explorer while the mothership, a black hulled oval-shaped craft about the size of a Corellian Corvette, caught up with them. When it got close enough, the mothership killed its engines and shunted power to repulsors, so both spaceships hung over Almerac's red surface, staring each other down. Kimmer tapped the comm console and announced with a shaking voice, "Hail is sent." Sar nodded. Jadrum gripped the armrest of his seat and tried to breathe slowly. They waited for 5 drawn-out, agonizing seconds before the speakers clicked on, and they were greeted with what sounded like 3 neck battle dogs barking at the same time. Explorer's computer had been loaded with translation software for a dozen languages common in this part of space, but Tylonian wasn't one of them. Instead, Sar leaned over Kimmer's shoulder, close to the comm console, and replied in a language long on consonants interspersed with sharp, precise vowels. Cybisti, Jadrum knew. The old chef had been a Jedi for half a century, and spent most of that time on the Outer Rim, including the edges of the unknown regions where the traitor's tongue was commonly used. Tylonians, best Jadrum knew, weren't physically capable of speaking Cybisti, but they might be able to understand it. After another 5 painful seconds of waiting, a tinny mechanical voice replied to Sar in the same tongue. Sar replied at once. The language seemed to come naturally to him. Jadrum and the other 2 Jedi watched, understanding nothing but feeling the calming sensation he was emanating in the Force. Whether he meant to calm them or was projecting his own relief, Jadrum wasn't sure, but his heart was no longer about to punch through his chest, which was something. The conversation went on for several minutes. Sar betrayed no alarm the whole time, in his voice or the Force. Their talk ended as abruptly as it began. The Tylonian mothership recalled its drones, turned around, and soared away. As it left, something lit up, and Kimmer's comm console, and she bent it to look. That was amazing, Master, Melia breathed as her fur finally settled flat against her face. Jedi have a long history as diplomats, the old chef said. Ayan, do you have it? Have what? Asked Jadrum. Nav coordinates, Kimmer said. Coordinates to where? The Tylonians were actually quite helpful, Sar said. I told them we wished to serve the King of Storms but had not been told where to find him, only that a Palsharan had directed us here. The Tylonians said it wasn't far, and that everyone here was gathering more resources for the King's next great push. They volunteered as location. Just like that. Apparently they're more sociable when they're not stuck in an Imperial interrogation cell. Or they've been so brainwashed they think everybody's in love with their Storm King, Jadrum muttered. There's only one way to find out, said Sar. Ayan, take us up. Start warming the hyperdrives. Wait, that's... asked Jadrum. We're just... Going where they say. Should we bring Masters Kel and Savitu? Not yet. Ping their ships, leave a message as to where we're going, but warn them not to follow right away. If this is some kind of trap, we don't want to drag them along. Jadram nodded. It was a good idea and would have been comforting except for the part about jumping into a potential trap. So what's the plan, Master? Kimmer asked as they pointed their nose toward faded stars and accelerated. Go to this planet, scout it out, and see if we can find the Storm King's location. Given his apparent preference for a giant Erath warship, he shouldn't be that hard to find. Getting to him, and learning what he's really about, is going to be the tricky part. Well, Milaya muttered, it's good we've got a diplomat aboard. Sar nodded at the compliment, but for 1 second his confident force aura weakened, and Jadram sensed the anxiety beneath. At least, he thought, the Master and his knights were all on the same page. It was a homecoming Darth Tarrant had never expected to make. Even now it felt unreal. He'd never been to the Kemco colonial station before, but everything about it brought back memories of his long-ago childhood and the Chiss ascendancy, the wide, low hallways, the unique hiss the pneumatic doors made on opening, the way the blue-skinned, red-eyes beings always walked, quick and straight and staring ahead, even when walking in groups. None of them paid him any attention at all. To their quick and casual sidelong glances, he was just one of the thousands of spacers who pushed traffic large and small through Kemco. The station was located on a system at the edge of ascendancy space and swung around a distant white dwarf star. It was mostly used by civilian traders, but also acted as an auxiliary outpost for the expansionary defense fleet. As such, all visitors who sat down in the station's docking bays were required to show an identification pass and ship register issued by the central government on Chilla. It would have been possible to forge those things and get aboard, but the Sith had an easier method. The intruder, Darth Kika's black flying wing, had simply slipped up to the station unnoticed, attached itself to one of the auxiliary airlocks, and opened it. Kika stayed aboard his ship, of course. Darth Avank and Sarissa Lore would have been able to pass as Chiss with a little makeup and red-eye lenses, but they too had remained. Tarrant was all they needed for this mission. On their way here, he'd allowed himself to wonder, with a touch of apprehension, whether his returns to Chiss space after 20 years would unearth buried emotions. As he walked the station's halls, anonymous and unremarked upon, he found that while they stirred memories, they stirred nothing else either. All these little things he noticed, the trademarks of Chiss society, that he'd taken for granted his first 13 years, were little more than curiosities. They felt like relics from another life, which they very much were. He was relieved by that because it allowed him to concentrate on his mission. It was easy enough to find out which parts of Kemco Station were off limits to non-military personnel. It took only a little more effort to find a place far off from the crowded sectors where a single guard stood sentinel in front of a door marked for authorized personnel only. Tarrant noted the single holocam placed above the door, blurred it with the pulse of force energy, then walked toward the guard while feigning confusion. "Excuse me," he said. "I think I'm having some problems. I think I'm lost." The guard, all stern Chiss discipline as expected, snapped, "This is a restricted area." "I know. I'm very sorry. You see, I'm supposed to meet someone at the Administrative Annex, Wing 17. The Administrative Annex is on the rimward side of the station," the guard said. "Can you be a little more specific?" Tarrant took another step up, "Close enough. You can find a map of the station at any of the public information terminals." The guard betrayed a hint of annoyance he showed more clearly in the force. "Can you direct me to the nearest one? Please, this is my first time off Rentor, and I'm a little overwhelmed." The guard opened his mouth for a few more terse words, but Tarrant held up his hand. The guard froze. Tarrant stepped very close and whispered, "Give me your identicard." Force suggestion did the rest. The guard's hand went to his uniform pocket. He steadily drew out his card. Tarrant said, "Open the door for me." The guard pressed his palm against the DNA scanner, then tapped his card against the reader. The door hissed open. Tarrant plucked the card from the guard's hand and said, "At your post, soldier." The soldier did as he was told. Terrace slipped into the hallway beyond and reached out with the force. He sensed no other presences nearby and continued forward. He had no idea what the layout of the military wing was, and finding a proper node might be difficult. He stayed alert at all times and followed signs where he could find them in the winding corridors. Most of the CEDF staff were clearly off on ships patrolling the border. It was the only way to explain how empty this wing was. When he felt a dim sentient presence to beings, by his guess he stalked carefully toward it. As he worked his way through the corridors, the signs marking a data access terminal seemed to follow him. All the better, he thought. To get into the data center, he had only tapped his stolen identity card. Security was more lax past the outer firewall. The door opened, and he walked in on the backs of two CEDF technicians who were facing their consoles, one male, one female. They swung in their seats to face him as one. They'd clearly not been expecting a visitor. Surprise was good. They dropped their guard as Terror reached out to touch both their minds at once. He flashed his identity card too fast for a good look and said, "I am Subcommander Shanknarok Sapla, Intelligence Division. Please provide me with the data card containing the most recent hostile fleet movements outside Ascendancy space." The male technician frowned. "Can we see that identification again, sir?" "You already saw it once. Do you always need to see things twice, Lieutenant?" Terrence said it with an authentic-sounding haughtiness and a touch of forced suggestion. "You're right, it checks out." The tech looked to his partner. "Prepare a data report for the sub-commander." The female tech got to work. Once he used the force to suppress their suspicion, he barely had to use any more effort. The natural obedience drilled into Chiss soldiers did the rest. When she was done, the tech handed him the data card and asked, "Is there anything else, sir?" "No. Take your stations." "Yes, sir." They snapped quick bows and went back to their seats. Terry considered using the force to clear their memories but decided against it. A memory wipe required effort, and he wasn't certain he could do two at once. It wouldn't matter either way. In 15 minutes, he'd be away from Camco Station and away from his old people forever. Not that they'd ever been his people in the first place, he thought as he retraced his steps, exited the military wing, and returned the guard's identity card. Even as a youth, he'd felt bound and by the strictures of Chiss society. He longed for more power, more freedom, and when the shocking offer had come to leave the Ascendancy and train as a Jedi, he took it. He'd been just 13 at the time, an immature boy, but he'd known his own mind. Terry respected that, at least, of the person he'd once been. When he returned to the auxiliary airlock, intruder was still there. Kiki warmed the engines for takeoff as soon as he was aboard. The stealth ship was not large. All it contained was a command section, a small cargo chamber, and a barracks barely big enough for 2 sets of bunk beds. The cockpit felt crammed when Terry joined the rest of them to explain what he'd found. "The information seems to be in tune," Darth Avank observed when Kiki plugged the data card into the ship's main computer. "Of course it would be," Terry said. "Give me time. I'll translate it all and find the important information." "What qualifies as important information?" asked Sarissa Lore. The former princess still bore fading bruises and scars from her encounter with the Strills. They darkened her pale face and added something dangerous to her otherwise beautiful appearance. She'd been resentful and sullen the entire trip and hadn't the skill to hide her feelings in the Force. It was for that reason that the 3 Sith could also sense her grim resolve and were not worried. Even if the girl was still struggling with the ramifications of her choice, she knew there was no turning back from the one she'd made. The Chiss never attacked preemptively, Terry told her, but they also have extensive intelligence. They'll know what systems and hyperlanes the raiders haven't been using to move around. We need only decide the right place for an ambush and set ourselves to wait for the right prey. And what will our prey gain us? They will lead us to their masters, Darth Kikit hissed. Then we will find the truth. Sarissa nodded. I understand. What do we need to do before we act? I will translate the data and select our best target, Terry said. You will undergo combat training with Darth Kikit. When we make our ambush, you will fight along with us. The girl nodded stiffly to hide her fear. On Hape, she'd had no experience with non-humans, especially not ones as fearsome in appearance and naturally lethal as Kikit. The bearable rose from the pilot's seat. "Come," he said, "we will work in the cargo hold." Kikit led, Sarissa followed. Very soon they'd hear the sound of metal practice poles clacking against each other, and shortly after that the sound of the girl's body smacking hard on the durasteel deck. The ceremonial combat training she'd received as princess had taught her fine form, but she was only slowly finding the inner fire that marked a true Sith. "It is a start," Darth Avank said in a low voice. There was too little privacy aboard this ship. "The information or the girl?" asked Tarrant. "Both. Did you kill anyone aboard the station?" "I only use for suggestion." He felt like Avank was judging him and added, "It was not for sympathy with those people. It was simply the easiest way to get things done." "I believe you," said the Treachery, and Tarrant wasn't sure if he lied. "They were as they always were," Tarrant added. "Rigid. Ordered. Cold. Obedient. There's little ambition or passion among them. It's no wonder Sith are so rare here." "Indeed," Avank sniffed. "I'll leave you to your translations, Darth Tarrant. I'd like to see if our former princess is finding her passion." He rose and stepped out of the cockpit, leaving Tarrant alone. The first crack of metal on metal resounded through the ship. He set it in the back of his mind and went to work. The plan had been to use a slow and cautious approach on the planet the Chiss had identified as Karnareth. There was no telling what kind of armaments this world, apparently central to the Raiders' mysterious crusade, might have. Yet even before Alana's Happen shuttle first dropped out of hyperspace beyond the edge of his solar system, she had a feeling something was off. It was more than just the Force. The thought that had been nagging at her this whole time was how strange it was that the apparently flagship of the enemy fleet was the only Erath vessel they'd encountered. It made no sense that she could find, unless the Raiders had somehow hijacked the ship for their own purposes, and no actually Erath were involved. That seemed unlikely, but as they edged closer to the planet through a series of cautious micro-jumps, she began to suspect it might be close to the truth. When it became clear that no mighty warships or defense stations were circling around Karnareth, Master Rover Kel gave the permission to take the final micro-jump into the planet's orbit. Ralanera, to whom Alana had ceded the controls of her ship, gave an affirmative Wookiee roar and sent them skipping ahead one last time. From orbit, Karnareth looked like a relatively hospitable planet. Alana could see great swathes of ocean, especially in its northern hemisphere, and several distinct continents with broad washes of desert browns, but also the greens of forest and plain and dotted white of ice-capped mountains. Alana glanced at the sensor feed. Atmosphere is within breathable limits. We're picking up artificial metals too, in large clusters. Looks like cities and scattered towns, especially on the big southern continent. I can't see any ships in orbit. Is anything in the atmosphere? Asked the fourth member of their team, a young human knight named Sinai Valis. Nothing I can see. Should we get closer, Master? Kel nodded, the leathered brown skin of his face crinkled in a frown. Take us toward the largest city. Raura pitched them into an atmospheric dive. As they got closer to the city, Alana began to run more thorough sensor readings. To her surprise, there were no significant heat emissions from the city, which would have been expected from a major industrialized urban settlement. She didn't pick up any stray energy readings either. It's almost like the city's been abandoned, Alana muttered. Raura roared a question. Kel said, take us as low as you can. We might have to rely on our eyes for this. And the Force? Asked Valis. Kel turned his eyes on the young blonde woman. What does the Force tell you? She blinked. Nothing yet. I don't sense anyone down there. Nor do I. That could mean there's one down there. It could also mean the Erath are invisible or near invisible to our senses like the U.S. Hinvon. Raura grunted that it could mean just about anything. Exactly, the Weequay said. Allow nothing to cloud your judgment. Wait, watch, observe. As the shuttle soared low over the city, they did just that. It had clearly been a major settlement for a modern, high-tech civilization. They soared between great towers that rose almost a kilometer high and dipped low over roads so broad a dozen land speeders could fit side to side. Yet for all of that they spotted no glowing lights, no people, no speeders on those roads. The buildings' once fine metal surfaces seemed tainted by rust and weather. Many of their windows were shattered, but there were no overt signs of violence. "It's like someone just abandoned the place," muttered Valis. "How long ago do you think?" asked Alana. "A few years, maybe. It's hard to tell." Rawra trilled in alarm and kicked the shuttle in a tight circle. Alana barely held on to the back of the Wookiee's pilot chair and yelped, "Whoa, hold on. What do you see?" "Something on the ground," Kel said. "I saw it too." "Something or someone?" asked Valis. Rawra implied the latter as she killed the shuttle's engines and kicked in the repulsors. She circled low over what had once been a public plaza the size of a Star Destroyer's hangar deck. The shuttle lowered landing skids and rattled as it set down, but no one moved for the exit. Alana scanned the plaza and the surrounding buildings but found nothing. She was about to say so when a small shadow moved at the base of a dilapidated tower. Valis pointed. The rest stared as a few more shadows moved at once. They sat and watched for another 5 minutes until 4 dark-cloaked figures began to creep across the plaza toward the shuttle. Their motions seemed jerky and hobbling. Alana spotted no weapons and through the force she could, very dimly, sense curiosity without the intention to harm. "We should go meet them," Valis said. Kel threw up a hand. "Stop. Alana, what do your atmospheric scans say?" She glanced at her console. "Same as before. Oxygen carbon dioxide hydrogen mix, well within standard breathable range. Scan for toxins or poisons. Rawra, bring up enhanced visual scanning. Give us a better look at those newcomers." As the Wookiee worked the controls, Alana reported, "No toxins or poisons reported." "Nothing the computer would recognize," muttered Valis. Rawra brought up the holographic viewscreen and showed and zoomed an image of the 4 cloaked figures now crouching 15 meters directly in front of them. They were from a rare Alana had never seen before, but even then she could tell they were sick. Only their mostly humanoid faces were visible beneath the cloaks. As described, the Irath had skin with an almost liquid rainbow sheen to it and bulging compound eyes like an insect's. What stood out were the ugly growths, different on each face, that looked like rough dark scar tissue swelled like tumors that tore through the skin. All 4 of the aliens kept staring straight at them, vague anticipation on their scarred faces. "We should get in vac suits," Kel said. "Rawra, stay behind in the shuttle. Monitor all scanners and prepare a decontamination procedure for when we come back into the ship." It took them almost 10 minutes to strap into the bulky suits. They'd been designed to protect from the cold of the vacuum, not potential atmosphere-borne diseases, but they did the job all the same. Still, as they exited one by one through the side airlock and clambered down the ladder to the dusty plaza, Alana couldn't help but wonder how frightened they must look to the aliens they were approaching. The Irath, however, did not cower. Whatever had become of their civilization, they'd been spacefarers once, and they knew vacuum suits when they saw them. When the Jedi got close, Kel said aloud, "Your turn, Jedi Valis." The young woman was from a small colony world on the edge of the unknown regions, and had picked up some Cybisti as a child. It was the reason they brought her on the team despite her limited experience. She stepped up to the Irath slowly, hands held up in a sign she meant no harm. The aliens flinched when she got close but did not retreat. As Valis began talking to them over her suit's external speakers, Alana scanned the broad plaza and the towering buildings around it. After 10 or 20 standard years without maintenance, those mighty structures would fall. This whole city would crumble. Valis was conversing with one of the Irath now, and back and forth that made Alana feel a little hardened against it all. The scene around them was grim, but at least they stood to get some answers. When the conversation seemed to lull, Kel asked, "What have they told you so far?" "It's a little tricky," Valis sighed. "My Cybisti isn't great and I think theirs is worse." Still, Alana pressed, "What happened to this place?" "A plague, obviously. They said there's no defense against it. Billions have already died." "Are there more people in the city?" Valis took a broad look around the plaza. "They say there's plenty more. just hiding. Being watched like this never put anyone at ease. Alana asked, when did the plague start? Less than 2 years ago. I'm not positive, but I think they're telling us we have nothing to fear from it. How do they know that? Asked Kel. I think they're saying it was made for them. Alana understood the implication. A bioweapon. That would explain why only one Unearthing vessel was with the Raiders' fleet. At the same time, it made no sense. The Raiders possessed little visible finesse or technological skills. If they'd wanted to destroy a planet, they would have simply bombed it to a cinder. She asked. Valis relayed the question. Instead of getting a simple answer, a long, awkward conversation between the Jedi and the Unearthing ensued. Alana understood nothing of the words, but frustration leaked into both their voices. Eventually, Valis sighed and said, they're saying they did this to themselves. You mean it was an accident? Asked Kel. No. They talk about punishment. I think they mean that one of their own people did this to them. But who would genocide their own people? Is it just one of them? Asked Alana. A certain group. A faction in a war. Can they give us a number, either general or specific? Kel suggested. That set off another labored exchange. When they started getting frustrated again, the lead Unearthing started gesturing with her hands, jutting one finger each up to the sky. 2, said Alana. Is that what she's saying? Only 2 people did all this. I think she means 2 people were the leaders. A king and a queen, Alana muttered, remembering the intel Jaina had relayed. Ask them, said Kel. Did 2 of their leaders do this to them? The next exchange seemed a little smoother. Valis told them, you're right. It was their leaders. 1 male, 1 female. They make it sound like they did this to the Unearthing to punish them for disobedience. This is very important, said Alana. Where are this king and queen now? After a few more words Valis translated, the king and queen rose from nothing. They were just 2 normal citizens, and they took over the whole world, the entire Unearthing race, and ruled like tyrants. But what happened to them? Valis looked back to the Unearthing and exchanged more, like she needed to confirm something. Then she said, after they poisoned the planet, they got in its greatest warship and left. How long ago? Asked Kel. Less than 2 years. Valis didn't have to ask on that one. Master, they must have started here, but we have no idea how they took over Karnareth, let alone all those different species that make up the Raiders. Did y'all scare her? Said Alana. Yes, but I can't figure out what they mean. They just say the king and queen got everyone to support them. They make it sound like everyone went mad or got brainwashed, and all they could do was obey. Sounds like that may be Force users, Alana breathed. Very powerful ones, Kel nodded. But the Imperial Knights haven't reported sensing a Force presence from that ship. None of them got close, and they were already in the middle of a crazy, chaotic fight, Alana reminded. Are we thinking Sith here? Valis spoke the name in a dreaded whisper. It made her seem even younger. The Sith have been trying to destabilize the galaxy for decades, Alana said bitterly. This is exactly what they do. They'd also have to find 2 Unearthing all the way out here and train them. Maybe there's some other kind of Force user. We don't know what kind of schools or systems they use out here. Remember what I said in the shuttle, Kel reminded them. Observe and consider, but assume nothing. If not Force users, then what? Asked Alana. Some kind of telepaths. Maybe. Or even just exceptionally charismatic leaders. Charismatic enough to unite a dozen species that normally can't stop fighting each other, and turn them into an invasion force, all in about a year's time. Point taken, Kel grunted. We should keep our minds open, but act on the likelihood these leaders are Force users. Great, Valis said. So now what? Hope Master Sar or Sev to find this ship. I don't think we'll find it here. We should get back to the shuttle and contact the other teams. They're more likely to track the enemy down. And then what do we do? Will a dozen Jedi be enough against these things? Observe, consider, don't assume, Jedi Valis, Kel said tersely. For now, let's aim for a Citrip. Wait, Alana said. These people. We can't do anything for them now. I'm sorry. When we get back to civilization, we can put together a mercy mission. I can't do more than that, she said as she looked at the broken, pleading faces of the afflicted Erath. I've still got pull on Coruscant. I can't get Kir-Esh to authorize an emergency medical response on Carnareth, even if it puts Alliance personnel at risk from the raiders. Kel asked. Kir knows his government had to show moral leadership. He'll do it. She added, maybe we'll have this king and queen taken care of before it gets to that point. We can only hope, Valis said, like anything else was beyond them. Tell them we're sending help, Alana told her. Tell them we can't promise miracles, but we won't forget about them either. We'll sow everything we can. Valis nodded, and she explained as best she could inside Bisty. The Erath didn't interrupt, didn't ask questions, didn't do anything until she made clear she was done. That was when they fell to their knees and prostrated themselves before her. The young woman's jaw dropped in shock, then her face flushed in embarrassment. Alana, though, felt absolutely humbled. As Happen Princess, Alliance Chief of State, and Jedi Knight, there had been many moments where other beings placed their deepest trust in her. This was different. She'd just been weighted with the life or death of an entire species. She felt weak at the knees herself. As if he'd sensed it, Kel placed a firm hand on the shoulder of her vac suit and said, "Come, both of you. The hard work is just beginning." Chapter 17. Life in the Jedi Academy on Bastion was, for all its challenges, ordered and secure and set apart from what was going on in the rest of the Empire. When they'd been younger, Marin and Vitor had found that comfortable enough. Now that they were getting older, what had once seemed safe was starting to feel stultifying, and the only solution was escape. There was no rule keeping Jedi apprentices from leaving the academy grounds and going into nearby Ravlin, but generally, they only went when accompanied by an older knight. With almost everyone away with Davek's fleet, there were few of those around, and all their times was taken up by training the younger apprentices. It was, therefore, actually a little easier to slip away this time. Marin's mother had been called away to meet somebody, somewhere, about something she didn't say. Jaina was busy teaching. It was simple enough for Marin and Vitor to slip out of their white tunics and into causal street clothes and walk out of the temple. It was a fair walk to the maglev line that took them toward Ravelin's towering spires. Once aboard, they sat down on benches and watched the city creep up around them as the train filled with people. Vitor felt anonymous and ignored and normal. The fact that he had the weight of his lightsaber tucked hidden in his jacket and pressed against his chest added an additional excitement. Through the Force, he could tell Marin felt the same way. When they alighted in the heart of the city, they took to walking like they had the other times they'd sneaked away. The elevated walkways snaking around the skyscraper's bases were thick with beings of all kinds, mostly human but with non-humans sprinkled in. Some were well-dressed business beings. Some wore drab military garb. Many wore casual civilian clothes like Vitor and Marin. Again, nobody looked at them twice. Vitor knew Marin liked doing this because it was exciting. Everything felt staggeringly different from the Jedi Academy. Vitor liked it for that reason and more. The Jedi said that their role was to serve the Force and protect people. That only really sunk in for Vitor once he'd started coming here. As he watched all the beings moving about Ravlin, he felt swelled with pride and responsibility. Here were the people he was meant to protect. These were the ones Jedi existed to serve, the ones he would serve once he attained full knighthood. They'd wandered the streets and walkways of Ravlin for close to an hour when they noticed the police hover cars circling over the towers nearby. When he reached out with the Force, Vitor sensed to a kind of new anxiety in the beings around them. People walked faster and looked straight ahead. Nobody even glanced at the two teenagers. Everybody acted like they needed to be somewhere else. Vitor didn't understand it, but Marin tugged on his sleeve and said, "Come on. Let's get a closer look." They walked against the flow of people, toward the whir of overhead police cruisers. They reached a spot where Ravelin's administrative offices looked down from high towers on an open plaza as wide as a city block. The plaza was full of people, all swarming around a statue raised in the plaza center. Vitor knew from previous visits that the statue was of a long-dead Moff named Artist Kane. Vitor knew his history lessons. Kane had been a Bastion native who turned this planet into the center of his personal empire after Palpatine's death. He'd ruled with the typically old-style Imperial Iron Fist but avoided conflict with other warlords until the New Republic had him assassinated. To some he was effectively the founder of the current Imperial state and a martyr to alliance schemes, to others he was a symbol of the bad old days of dictatorial rule. Vitor's grandfather had seemed ambivalent about him, but it looked like the people in the crowd had found things to get excited over. They were holding up placards and long banners with hand-scrawled text, and making so much noise Vitor and Morin couldn't tell what they were shouting. Instead, the apprentices stayed on the walkways overlooking the plaza and watched as another crowd of beings filed in. He didn't need the Force to feel the tension ratchet up. People were yelling at each other. Someone was banging a drum. He spotted police units ringed around the plaza, shifting anxiously, looking at each other like they weren't sure what to do. "Hey," he whispered to Morin, "maybe we should get out of here." She frowned. "I want to get a little closer. This doesn't look like a thing you want to get close to. I just want to know what it's all about." Lots of people getting angry. "Yeah, but why? Come on." She made for the nearest stairs and tugged him by the jacket sleeve. As they trotted down to ground level, more people were arriving carrying banners that read justice for Valk 7 and punish Kalish. They found themselves swept along with the flow to the center of the plaza. Pressed in on all sides, Vitor felt a spike of panic and grabbed onto Marin's arm to keep from being pulled apart. Someone near them, a leader of the group, started yelling into a portable speaker that projected his voice across the plaza, saying, "We want justice for our dead. We want the alien traitors in our midst held accountable." People raised fists and shouted approval. Anger welled around them, strengthened by the pain of loss. The group's leader kept going, shouting, "The government has not gone far enough. Our dead have not been avenged. They can smash all the invaders they want, but they still won't solve the problem of the traitors at home." More shouts, some sounded for, some against. Vitor didn't know anymore. He tugged Morin hard and tried to pull her away, toward the plaza's edge. "The government needs to take direct action," the leader kept shouting. "Avarice needs to follow the example of the great Grand Moff Kane. Lock down alien planets. Make sure they stay loyal and punish the ones who aren't before they kill thousands more Imperial citizens." More people shouted and raised their fists in the air like they could punch the sky. Vitor looked up at the fists and the slow circling police hovercars. Then he spotted something small and dark arcing fast through the air. By the time he realized what it was too late. The grenade went off in the midst of the crowd. The concussive force knocked hundreds of people to their feet and sent others running. Vitor and Morin were pulled in opposite directions by the directionless surge of the crowd. He called for his cousin but couldn't hear anything from the ringing in his ears. He reached out with the force, but that too was useless against the sea of panic and anger in which he flailed. He tried to stand his ground and find calm in the chaos, but people kept pushing him so hard he could barely stay upright. High-pitched screams pierced his explosion-dulled hearing. He spun around as the mob kept turning him, tried to find the source of the noise but found nothing at all. Someone came out of nowhere and shoved him hard. He finally lost balance and fell. The people kept surging around him. Boots pounded pavement inches from his face. He tried to put hands on the ground and push himself up, but a foot came out of nowhere. It smashed down onto his left arm, cracked bone, and was gone. Pain shot through his body, and he couldn't even hear his own screams. Dimly he realized he was probably going to die like this, tramped by a mob he wasn't part of, sentenced to death for nothing worse than curiosity. Some fate for a Jedi. Some fate for his parent son. Then the people around him were thrown away as if by a great gust of wind. He rolled onto his back, cradling his arm. Morin suddenly appeared above him, grabbing his shoulders and shouting something. First he thought it was his name, but then he realized she was apologizing over and over with tears in her eyes. She dragged him to his feet and with the aid of the force frantically called upon, she helped haul him away from the center of the plaza. Somehow they escaped onto a side alley before the pain was too much, and they collapsed against a wall. "I'm so sorry," Marin panted. "We should have never gone down there. I was stupid." It's okay," Vitor said, though it wasn't at all. "We need to get out of here. Get back to the academy." "You're in no shape to move." Something rattled in the distance. Laser fire, though whether it came from the police or someone else, they didn't know. Wind blew through the alley and smelled of ash. Above all the other noises, they could hear the continuous scream of police sirens. "Oh, Sith spawn," Vitor moaned as he cradled his broken arm. "Our parents are going to kill us." Marin looked out the alley mouth at the chaos beyond. "Maybe. But I think there's bigger problems right now." The hardest part had been learning the systems for the captured Vagary and Strama vessels. After that, it was simply a matter of picking the target, and Moff's Veers had already provided Damien with a list of the Chiss' most vulnerable border outposts. The one that particularly stuck out was a station called Camco that orbited a white dwarf star. A civilian outpost normally guarded by a sizable military component, the Chiss Navy had been drawn elsewhere to patrol spots on the border where raiders' fleets were amassing. For the 5 vessels they captured a relatively small attack force, it was no difficult job to sneak behind Chiss lines and stage an attack. The Mandalorians had a reputation as fast, vicious, almost animalistic fighters, but in his time with Jevern Auk's company, Damien had learned they were more than that. They laid down specific plans with utmost care and even ran battle simulations to predict the outcome of their attacks. Profit and professional pride were big for them. They knew all the blood and sweat they put into this project wouldn't matter unless the final step was done right. Compared to the large force of warships and commandos that had actually captured the alien ships, this operation required far less manpower. They selected 2 Vagary gunships to survive the fight and had thus stuffed them full of Mandalorian crews. The others they'd marked expendable and had instead hooked advanced slave circuits into the alien computers. When the Chiss combed through the wreckage of the raiders' ships, they find thousands of dead Vagary and Strama, all kept aboard their ships, sedated or restrained but alive, so skillful Chiss medical examiners would confirm they died at the same time as their ships. It would be an incredibly complex and choreographed show, all put on for the benefit of the few Chiss they planned to leave alive once the attack on Camco Station was done. Damien was among them once again, to watch it with his own eyes and make sure it was all done right. The command deck for the Vagary gunship was crammed claustrophobically tight with armored bodies. He did his best to stay close to Auchus, which wasn't difficult in this crammed space. The Vagary apparently did not believe in chairs, because all the Mandalorian crew stood at their stations, strapped close to their consoles by semi-elastic crash webbing that locked around their torsos. It was an arrangement that made no sense for human physiology, but Damien and Auchus had agreed that refitting these cockpits would waste time and energy they couldn't spare. When the time came to revert to real space, Auchus did Damien the favor of holding up one hand to count seconds on folding fingers as he surely talked through last minute checks with the other Mandos on their internal helmet comms. As Aux counted down, Damien found himself speaking the numbers aloud, just to fill the bridge's eerie silence. 4, 3, 2, he whispered, then showtime. The gunship dropped out of hyperspace with the circular space station dead ahead. The Vagary ship had no tactical display he could see, so he had to track things with his eyes. The large Vagary frigate and the unmanned gunship leaped ahead, engines blazing at full strength. He squinted through their thruster flares and marked a handful of Chiss clawcraft on patrol rushing to vainly intercept. As expected, Camco Station had meager defenses, while unfortunately none of their ships had the ability to pump out the potent jamming signals the raiders had used at Valk 7 and Kali. If the Chiss wanted to call for help, they could do nothing to stop them, which was why this attack had to be as fast as it was precisely merciless. The automated gun turrets on the Vagary ships did their job, tracking the clawcraft as best they could with spraying red bolts. The clawcraft broke into adept dodges and rolls to evade the laser fire, but the 2-man Mandalorian ships came up behind them and began shooting out more accurate fire, including volleys of missiles that tracked the starfighter as they tried to evade. Damien saw one clawcraft disappear in an exploding fire blossom, then turned his attention to the ships ahead. The remote-controlled frigate and gunship charged ahead into the station's defensive cannons. The guns were potent and so, he guessed, were as shields, but the automated ships didn't slow down. They rammed right into the defensive screens. The gunship went first and exploded brilliantly for all the extra warheads the Mandalorians had packed inside. That was enough to significantly weaken the shields, and the larger frigate plunged right into the wounded defensive zone. It, too, exploded on impact, but this time the shields were unable to catch all the fast-moving fire and debris. Scorched shrapnel, some chunks twice the size of a snub fighter, ripped through the station's exposed hull. Metal sheared through metal, the superstructure buckled, spilling bodies and mechanical entrails into space. A station like that would have fail-safes, armored vacuum-proof bulkheads that would clamp down and seal off damaged sections so the rest could be saved. With that in mind, they moved onto another section of the station and began attacking again. The big Strama vessel lurched forward to bring its heavy guns to bear on the battered station. The remaining clawcraft pilots seemed to now they couldn't stop it and instead concentrated their fire on the remaining Vagary gunships. The command deck shook violently around Damien, and he had to cling to the wall to keep from being knocked off his feet. He cursed the Vagary aloud for not building ships with seats and looked out the viewport, through the scatter of laser fire across their forward shields, to see the Strama ship's automated guns break through the station shields and begin tearing more fiery holes in its hull. Because the bridge had no tactical display, and no voluble bridge chatter, Damien didn't know something was wrong until Archer slipped beside him and said aloud, "HS destroyers just exited hyperspace. It'll be on us in 4 minutes. He said it so smoothly, so matter of fact. How are the hyperdrives? Warming them up now. Estimated 3 minutes. Both gunships. Yes. We're not in a gravity well so we can jump when you say jump." He looked back through the viewport at the Strama ship strafing the station. He had the tempting thought to turn the big vessel around and send it on a collision course for the Chiss destroyer, then decided against it. There was no telling what special weapons the Chiss ship might have. If it evaded and disabled the Strama ship, the Chiss would board and uncover the truth behind this elaborate charade. He jabbed a finger out the window. Are the explosives primed on that ship? They are. Then ram it into the station and let's get out of here. Very good. The Mandalore turned away and finished the job. He'd said 4 minutes until the Chiss destroyer reached them, and it wasn't quite true. More speedy clawcraft lanced ahead and began to batter their shields. Vagary ships were durable, but if they stayed for much longer, they'd be overwhelmed. The Strama ship did as it was told. The great barrel-shaped body swung toward the shield-less station and rammed into it, tearing through an entire hull section before the charges inside the Strama ship detonated. The flare was blindingly bright, but Damien barely caught it as the gunship veered away to evade 3 chasing clawcraft. As the surviving gunships swung around to align themselves for a hyperspace jump, he got one last look at their target. The collision had turned the entire station into a mass of twisted metal barely recognizable from its original state. Small explosions burst across its ruined body as remaining pockets of air combusted one after another. He doubted more than a lucky handful of all the thousands on that station would survive. They'd done more damage than he'd planned for. Thankfully, Damien thought, they gained a new audience for the grand finale. The long dark dagger of the enemy destroyer flashed into view for 1 second before starlines stretched long and hyperspace swept them away, victorious, leaving the Chiss to rage, count their dead, and plot their misplaced revenge. When news reached the Makati about the riots on Bastion, it was bad enough. When he got a second call from his mother explaining what had happened to Vitor, and Morin wanted to straight up throttle someone. They made it back all right, Jaina's holoimage said as Davik, Arlen, and Miragia gathered in the Admiral's personal cabin. The medical droid set Vitor's arm in a splint. He should be all right. Morin didn't sustain anything some back to patches won't fix. What about Tamar? Arlen asked. Why wasn't she keeping track of our daughter? The old woman shrugged. She left Bastion this morning but said she'd be back. She didn't say when. And you let her go. She's our guest, not our prisoner. I know, Arlen scowled. Davik didn't need the Force to know he and his brother were feeling the same things: shock, frustration, concern, helplessness, and anger at every party involved, including their children. For all their differences, the worries of a parent were universal. Maragia, surprisingly calm, asked, "Are they resting now?" It was the middle of the night in Ravlin as well as on the Makati. They are. Do you want us to call you again tomorrow morning? That would be good, thank you, Davik said, then added, "Take care of yourself too, Mom." She simply nodded. I will, thank you. Ever since his father's death, Davik had found his mother even harder to read. Grief seemed to make her withdraw herself. When the transmission shut off, there was a long moment when the three of them stared at their own feet, uncertain of what to say. Maragia muttered, "It could have been much worse." "They could have been killed," said Arlen. "According to the most recent reports, over 200 were," Davik sighed. "That includes the riots in Ravlin as well as other cities." "What started all this?" asked Arlen. "I barely heard about it before Mom called." "Artist Kane's birthday," Davik said dryly. "Some people used it as an excuse to hold rallies by his statue at the center of Ravlin. Other people held counter-demonstrations. Someone threw a grenade. We'll probably never know who. That started a stampede and more riots on other cities." "What's Everest said about this?" asked Maragia. "Nothing that I know of. Artist Kane was an old-style authoritarian, but he was also practical," Arlen said. "He didn't massacre billions or enslave every non-human. He wasn't Palpatine or Tarkin. All this 200 dead, our kids hurt happened over him. Kane was an excuse. When people are looking for a spark to start a fire, they'll find one." "No, there's more to it than that," Maragia said softly, thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Arlen frowned. She looked at one brother, then the other. "You two have a skewed perspective. The family you grew up in was, frankly, far from normal." Arlen laughed dryly. "I won't deny it, but what are you trying to say?" "Our father. Your father was a symbol in the eyes of the Empire citizens. Now that he's gone, he's even more of one. They could never know him as a person like you did. Jagged Fel was just a face on a holo, a projection. When people on Colfax Minor argued about Jagged Fel, they weren't arguing about him. They were arguing about the things they thought he embodied, the principles he represented in their minds. It was the same when they talked of Palpatine or Tarkin or Kane or Grand Admirals like Makati and Thrawn. None of them are people anymore. They're history, even your father, which makes them all symbols of something." "Like what?" asked Davik. It was better to be interested in this than fume helplessly about Vitor. Maragia thought a minute. "Your father was a symbol of a state that was pluralistic, open, democratic. And he wanted to tear down everything humans had built up and turn us into an imitation of the Alliance." Davik started. "That's not." She held up a hand. "That's what people thought your father meant. It was the different ways people wanted to see him. Just like Palpatine represented a strong, powerful, unified empire that would never let a bunch of alien invaders ravage planets." Arlen crossed his arms over his chest. "Right, he'd just blow up planets and massacre dissidents by the billions. But right now people want to feel safe," Maragia said. "Palpatine would keep people safe, so long as they're the right kind of people. Obedient slaves to a Sith tyrant." She shrugged as if to say, "That's one opinion." Before Arlen could jump on her, Davik said, "What about Kane, though? Or Makati or Thrawn?" "Kane preserved the territory that became the core of our space. People respect him for that, and frankly, if it weren't for him, the Empire might not exist at all today. They also see him as embodying the old militant empire, and he was that too. As for Makati, I think most people see him as a gentleman soldier. Thrawn was Thrawn, a genius and Imperial through and through." "Also an alien," Arlen said. "I've heard a lot of non-humans are starting to rally around him, actually. He's their symbol, an Imperial hero they can associate with." She looked to Davek. People need heroes. They need symbols. They need something to align their life around. They can feel lost without them. Davik thought on his last conversation with his father and felt unsettled. Jagged had posed him and Miragia the question, what was an empire without an emperor? They'd been searching for an answer to that question for almost a century, and still they hadn't found it, leaving them open to confusion and disruption from all corners. I guess I can see what you're saying, Arlen admitted. Who was our imperial hero grown up? She looked down, suddenly embarrassed. Davik knew why he'd gotten this confession before after dragging it out of her. Sunter Fel, Davik said for her. He watched realization light on Arlen's face, followed by a grin. Well, he said, it makes sense you'd have good taste. Miragia still seemed too chagrined to speak. It was a rare sight and Davik couldn't help but smile too, despite all that was happening. He was about to suggest that the Force might have been giving her a taste of her future when his console buzzed. He stepped back to it and checked the readout. It's Aunt Winsa, he said. Miragia and Arlen fell in behind him. His wife asked, is this an official call or a personal one? I don't know. I guess there's one way to find out. Davek tapped the console, and the blue hollow image of a second old woman appeared before him. You called us at a good time, Davek told his aunt. What is it you're calling for? She didn't smile, not a bit. Something critical has happened. I wanted you to be the first to know. He stiffened. Is it all right for Miragia and Arlen to stay? They'll hear us soon anyway. Admiral Fel, I'm officially informing you that, 7 hours ago, a mix of Vagary and Strama vessels attacked and destroyed Colonial Station Camco. He felt more stunned than anything since his father's death. Over his shoulder, Miragia asked, are you absolutely certain? Wynn nodded. 3 of their ships were destroyed in the fight. We've sifted through the wreckage and examined the bodies. There's no doubt. It was a completely unprovoked attack. How many were killed? Asked Arlen. We're still tallying numbers, but we project upwards of 30,000. I've just spoken with the leaders of the 7 houses, and they've agreed to authorize all CEDF forces for a retaliatory strike against the raiders. They've also authorized me to begin collaboration with our Imperial allies in exterminating this menace once and for all. Her blue holographic gaze fell on Davik and went hard. We will do whatever it takes. The Ascendancy's dead will be avenged, and so will Jagged Fel. Chapter 18. When the information stolen from Camco Station led them true, there was no time for sneaking and no point in finesse. There was not even the desire. As much as this mission was about finding the truth behind these strange raiders, it was also about testing Sarissa lore to determine whether this Force-imbued Happen Princess was really the tool the Sith needed. They parked themselves near the proper point in an asteroid chain that belted the wide middle section of a nameless, lifeless star system. The raiders, it seemed, were using this belt to mine basic resources, and as Intruder drifted invisibly among all the slow-tumbling space rock, they watched ship after ship move in and out. Most of them were large cargo vessels, some with on-board refineries. Those would be easier to take, but there was no guarantee that the ship would contain a map of the raider control systems in its navigational computer. There was no guarantee of that anywhere, and after deliberation between Territ, Avank, and Kikid, it was decided the best course was to simply pick a tempting target and attack. They did just that. The hauler they picked appeared to be of Palshoran design. Territ vaguely remembered learning about the race as a child and recalled that they were not normally warlike. The asteroids provided additional cover for intruders as sneaked up behind the mining ship, using bursts of small directional thrusters rather than flaring primary engines to get close enough to pounce. In this asteroid belt, the hauler kept its secondary shields up at all times. They were easy to breach, but in doing so the Sith would alert the crew that something was wrong. For that reason, it was important to move quickly. Once they clamped down over the ship's auxiliary airlock, Kikid's vessel began cutting through the metal with a laser saw. It took less than 5 minutes. When the job was done, the pressurized hatch blew open and the battle began. As fights went, there wasn't much to it. The first corridor was blocked by only a half-dozen Palshoran. The aliens were bulky creatures, with 4 legs on the ground and 2 arms to hoist up the long rifles they used. To the Sith, they presented easy targets. Kikit went first and speared one straight through the torso with the half-meter red blade that extended from above his right wrist. Avank cut another through the neck, instantly dropped his clumsy blue-furred body. Terra remained in the rear with Saris, he with his red-bladed lightsaber, her with the long metal staff she gripped at the center with both hands. A blaster rifle was slung across her back. Avank and Kikit cleared the initial defense team by themselves. As the Treachery stood over the body of the last Palshoran, cleaved in half with a hard vertical blow, he turned to Kikit and asked, "How many more?" The bearable lifted his head back and seemed to stare into the ceiling. He was a hunter both by nature and by training, unmatched at sensing the force presence of potential prey. 13 or 14 more, he rasped. 3 on the bridge. The rest are coming here, asked Sarissa. Kikit nodded. Unless we go to meet them. Use your rifle, Terra told the Happen girl. And be sure not to hit us. Sarissa nodded and switched weapons. As with using the pike, shooting targets had been a recreational activity among Happen royalty. It was well past time for her to use it against someone who shot back. They advanced through the hallways once more. When they reached a branch point, Kikit reached to sense their enemies and decided they'd be coming from both directions. Avank followed the bearable down one path. Terra led Sarissa down another. It wasn't long before they found more Palshoran. The aliens had brought some kind of shield that they placed in front of them to hide all but the crowns of their heads from view. A small horizontal slit through the center of the shield allowed them to spray laser blasts at an enemy who couldn't hit them back. Sarissa tried. Her rifle shots whipped past Terra with ease but pinged harmlessly on the reflective armor of the shields. That meant it was work for Terra. The chiss somersaulted through the low-ceilinged hall, bouncing off the white panel roof and ricocheting down to land behind 2 of the Palshoran. Twin thrusts with his blade dropped the aliens. A fast pivot barely deflected a shot from the third behind him. He pressed ahead, bouncing back more laser shots until he was close enough to cleave the shield straight through it. The attack clearly stunned the Palshoran. Instead of taking a crucial open moment to pump a killing shot into Terra's stomach, it stared in shock. One more thrust with his saber, and it was done. That was excellent, Master, Sarissa told him. Terra looked back on the girl and glared. I had to do it by myself. You should have been more useful. I'm not sure what else I could have done, the girl stammered. The shields. He sighed. She was still hesitant, cautious, uncertain. She couldn't give herself over to her inner fire like a Sith could. That meant she'd have to learn the hard way, as he had. Let's go back, he said. Kikit told us there were only 3 in this hall. They've probably dealt with the rest now. Sarissa nodded, and together they turned to follow the trail of destruction Avank and Kikit had carved through the halls of the freighter. By the time they reached the cockpit, Kikit was carving through the blast doors with both his saber. The rest of the ship is clear, Terra announced. A tiny touch with the Force was enough to tell Darth Avank that the Happen girl hadn't yet been blooded. When Kikit broke down the door, the remaining 3 Palshoran were waiting. 2 had shields to hide behind, but the third used a console as cover. Against 3 Sith, they didn't last long. Avank killed one, Kikit the other. Terra used the Force to hurl the last Palshoran away from his hiding place and out into the center of the deck. Do it, he shouted to Sarissa. Kill it now. The Palshoran fumbled with his rifle, brought it up, and got off one shot at the same time Sarissa fired hers. The girl's blast caught the alien in the torso. The pain was enough to drop it on his sides with a mighty clatter, though it still clutched the rifle even in his pain. Another pull of the Force threw the rifle from his hands. Avank and Kikit stood clear. They knew what needed to be done. Terra stalked over to the wounded alien, crouched low over his flat blue-furred face, and whispered in Chen, "Can you tell us where to find your leader?" The alien blinked pupil-less eyes. It didn't understand. Palshoran traded with the chiss. Terra had figured trying the language might work. No matter. The ship itself was theirs now, including all the data on its computers, Everything else flowed from that. Still crouched, Tarrant looked up at Sarissa, who stood near the doorway with the rifle in both hands. He said, "Come here. Now." Sarissa stepped over, still holding the gun. She stopped right in front of Tarrant and the wounded alien, and looked down on them both. "Kill him?" Tarrant said. The girl shook, just a little. She'd been raised in a cruel and merciless family, even plotted to poison her own grandmother, but to stare a being in the frightened eye and put a laser blast in his head was so very different. Tarrant knew. Darth Avank had done the same to him long ago. Keekit had been there as well. The three of them had boarded one of the petty pirate ships troubling freighters in the Hapes cluster. The two Sith Lords had killed all the crew save for one. Avank had called Ranwarngsapla over to the wounded man lying on the floor with helpless pleading in his eyes. And he said the same two words Tarrant just had. And Ranwarngsapla, still just a boy who thought of himself as a Jedi in his battered private heart, had looked down at that wounded man and desperately groped for any excuse not to do as Darth Avank had ordered, knowing all the while that there could be none. Refusal meant death. It was kill or be killed, and the broken pirate was dead anyway. From there, horribly and logically, only one option flowed. Seeing it all repeated on Sarissa's face was like reliving it again. It stirred his old self like nothing else on this trip into the unknown. The girl hefted the rifle and aimed it straight at the terrified prisoner's head. With shaking hands and a tiny wince, she pulled the trigger. Darth Avank let the following silence drag for one long moment before he said, "Excellent. Now tell me, what is the creed of the Sith?" It was the same question he'd asked Ranwarngsapla all those years ago. Like the chess boy, Sarissa needed a moment to gather her thoughts and find her voice, but it was a short moment. She closed her eyes and said, "Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force will set me free." "Excellent," Avank smiled. "You have just broken one link. Soon you'll tear another." Her face set into a hard scowl, and she nodded, just as Tarrant had so long ago. After the comet-scarred, lifeless rock they found in the last system, Jodrum hadn't been quite sure what to expect on their next stop. He'd been more than half expecting a trap, which is why they took Ossus Explorer through a series of tentative micro-jumps around the coordinated the Tylonians had provided to scout the target from a distance. Still, when they took the final jump and their destination exploded into view, it took his breath away. He couldn't start to count the number of ships swirling in orbit over the small lifeless planet, set close to his primary star. He was afraid to even look at his scanners for a tally. Fresh sunlight added a jewel-like gleam to the mess of vessels: Strama, Vagary, Palshoran, Tylonian, and more. Even at their distance, Jodrum could spot the black fleck, larger than them all. That was the Erath flagship. Silence seemed to drag out in the cockpit until Ankemmer, blue hands still tight on the control throttle, said, "Well, we're here. Now what?" They all waited for Master Sathe Sar to give them an answer. After ruminating for another long minute, the chef said, "Take us in close. Be alert for any hails." Kemmer did as ordered without a word. Among three Jedi, her anxiety was hard to hide. Lucky for her, they all shared it, even the stony and determined Sar. The swarm of ships quickly filled their vision. All the different types from all the different races were mixed together in no pattern Jodrum could discern. After another order from Sar, Kemmer started subtly edging them closer to the big Erath ship. No one hailed them the entire time. "I really don't like this," Kathmilai whispered in the silence. The fur on her face was standing on end. "If we have to run." "Look there," Sar pointed at the flagship. "Do you see? A few ships, small ones, are coming out of his hangar on the bottom." Jodrum squinted until he spotted it. They weren't flying in formation like fighter squads. As they got a little closer, it looked like they were shuttles and freighters, around the size of Explorer. "Master, are we doing what I think we are?" he asked. Sar didn't respond at first. He stared so hard it carved deeper wrinkles in his chalk-colored face. "Master," Jodrum said again. Sar jerked like he'd received an electric shock. He looked around the cockpit, pausing on each Jedi in turn, like he was surprised to find them here. But in the Force, Jadrum felt nothing from him. "Master Sar," Milaya said, "do you have orders?" "Take us in," he said. "Sir." Kimmer stared. "That ship. They'll let us land." "How can you be sure?" asked Jadrum. "They won't stop us. They won't even hail us. Do you detect any comm chatter bouncing around, Tainer?" Jadrum looked at his sensor console. "Well, not that we were picking up, but that doesn't mean." "Take us in, Kimmer. See if you can't find a small side hangar somewhere we can set down in, someplace private. And if they do try to stop us," her voice trembled a little, "then prepare to run. And trust the Force." Trust in him, Jadrum thought. Kimmer didn't look trusting at all, but she did as she was told and gently guided Explorer closer to the big Erath ship. Its dark superstructure filled their viewport, but they made no attempt to hail and didn't fire, though by now they were close enough that Jadrum could see all the bristling gunports that could fire at any moment. "I really do not like this," Milaya whispered. "Trust the Force," Sar repeated. He didn't seem worried at all. "There, do you see that small hangar?" Kimmer hunched forward and looked up. "I see it. It looks empty. Take us in." The Nautolan pulled the throttle back and edged them forward. No gun swivel to track them. Jadrum checked his scanners. Not even the shields were up. He tried to reach out with the Force to sense anything about the ship waiting above them, but all he got was anxiety from Kimmer and Milaya that blurred with his own. From Master Sar, he got nothing at all. The boxy gray-walled hangar surrounded them. Hands shaking a little, Kimmer nudged them over an open deck, extended struts, and killed engines. Repulsors lowered them to landing space with a gentle jerk. Then everything was still. All 4 Jedi remained in the cockpit, looking out the viewport at the hangar's sole entrance on the opposite wall. The blast doors didn't open. No one came to meet them. It was Milaya who finally said, "None of this makes sense. Maybe they're just trusting." Kimmer said, "Get your weapons, Jedi. Everything you think you'll need," said Sar. "Wait," said Jadrum. "What about the other teams? Should we send a signal to Masters Kel and Savitu?" "Yes. Give them our coordinates and tell them to come right away. Say we'll need their assistance." That made Jadrum feel only a little better. As he prepared to contact the other teams, Sar led 2 knights back to Explorer's cargo room. By the time the Jadrum sent the message and joined them, they'd all gathered their lightsabers and strapped plasteel body armor over their tunics. Sar had dropped his brown robe in a pool on the chamber floor, and the other had Jedi follow suit. Once Jadrum did the same, Kimmer lowered the ramp, and all 4 Jedi stepped out into the empty chamber. "No welcoming party," Milaya whispered, stating the obvious. "What sense does that make? What kind of security?" Without warning, Sar's lightsaber ignited in his hand and stabbed out and back, taking Milaya through the sternum. Jadrum and Kimmer stared in shock. The Bothan's jaw went slack as she looked down at the pillar of light that had suddenly thrust through her heart. Then Sar withdrew it and she collapsed dead on the deck. "Master!" Kimmer screamed. "What are you doing?" He hefted the weapon again. Jadrum grabbed the Nautolan and pulled her away, but Sar didn't move for another attack. He swung the blade up vertically, cutting a molten scar through the hull. He swirled his saber with a 2-handed grip, cutting further lines into Explorer, then pulled his saber out and, without even a gesture, sent a pulse of Force energy that sent Kimmer and Jadrum both skidding out from under the ship. "Master!" the Nautolan shouted again. "How can?" "Get up!" Jadrum shouted and tugged her to her feet. He grabbed his lightsaber and turned it on. So did Kimmer, but Sar didn't seem to be paying attention to either of them. He swung his saber once more, a 2-handed horizontal chop, and cut straight through the port forward landing strut. He danced out from under Explorer as it tipped and toppled. Its cockpit nose scraped and crunched as it smashed onto the deck. Jadrum pulled Kimmer another step back, but again the Master wasn't concerned with them. With agility that seemed impossibly for his age, he threw himself into the air and landed atop the slanted roof of the cockpit. He bent down over the viewport and placed one palm close over its transparent steel surface. A second later, the viewport shattered as though he'd punched it with a massive Duracrete fist. Still bent low, he swiped down with his lightsaber, cutting through the consoles and sending out a rain of sparks. "No escape," Sar shouted. "Not for imposters." Finally, he leaped away from the cockpit and landed nimbly on his feet in the middle of the chamber. Jadram and Kimmer stood 10 meters away, sabers ignited, confused and terrified but determined to defend themselves even though they knew they'd never muster the power to beat the old chef, not even if they worked together. They stared at Sar, and he stared back. Then he lowered his saber just a little and cried, "She's waiting. For all of us." And then he turned and sprinted for the exit. Jadram and Kimmer didn't even try to follow him. They only watched him go. When the door closed behind him, Kimmer said, "What the hells was that?" "He killed Kath." "No time." Jadram squeezed her arm. "We need to get back to the ship." "But there's an auxiliary comm system in the back he didn't smash. We have to warn the others. Now." When they received the message from Master Sar's team, they immediately set course for the coordinates embedded in the message. Alana didn't know what to think of the summary Jadram had sent. The fact that they simply set down aboard the Irath flagship without so much as a hail or a warning made no sense whatsoever. The next message came not long after, and this one was a direct comm link to Asa's Explorer. When the voice came on, she almost didn't recognize it as Jadram's for the blur of static and the panic in his voice. "Something wrong," he saw saying. "Master Sar, I don't know what happened." "Speak slowly, Knight Tainer," Rovern Kell told him. "Please, what happened to Master Sar?" "He killed Kath Milaya. He disabled the shuttle and the ran." Jadram, "Wait," Alana said. "Do you say he killed her?" "Yes." "I don't understand," but he static burst, muting his voice, then died again. "We can't fly out. We're stuck here. He disabled the ship." "Where is Master Sar now?" asked Kell. "He ran off. He said we were imposters and left. He said someone was waiting for him, for all of us." "Imposters." Alana felt a shiver run through her body. "He called you imposters and turned on you." "Did he say who was waiting for us?" Kell asked. "He just said she was waiting. I don't know what that means." "I think I do," Alana said. She couldn't believe it. It was a childhood nightmare manifested without warning. "Did you come Master Savitu?" "Not yet." "I don't," Alana said, and felt the other 3 Jedi staring questions at her. "We'll see if we can get close and pick you up. Just hold position and defend yourselves if you can." "Alana, do you know what's going on?" "Not for sure. Just hold where you are, please, and good luck." She shut off the comlink and another shudder ran through her, a feeling she'd never talk to Jadram Tainer again. "What's going on?" asked Valis. "How could Master Sar do that?" Alana looked at Master Kell. "I hope to everything I'm wrong, but I think I know. It's awful, but everything makes sense." His face stayed hard, rough, while she saw realization spark in his eyes. "Tell me." "I saw this happen with my own eyes, back when I was a child. It's been almost 50 years, and I never thought it would happen again." "What would happen again?" pressed Valis. "It happened to Sar when he was younger. That must be why it's happening now. And Master Savitu. That's why we have to calm her and tell her to stay clear at all costs. Then we need to hail Arlen Fel and tell him exactly what we found and where it is." Rawra growled her confusion and begged for a clear answer. Alana could barely say the name. "Abeleth. After 50 years she's back. Master Sar, the raids, what happened on Carnareth. The king and queen. She's the cause of everything." Valis gasped. Rawra was so stunned she made no sound. Master Kell held Alana's gaze and slowly, grimly nodded. The old Weequay had also been alive then, and he'd seen it all. The madness that overtook young Jedi who'd been sheltered in the Maw during the U.S. Hinvong War, near the ancient prison where the celestial races had imprisoned the deathless Force-empowered monstrosity called Abeleth. She called to the younglings, drawn them to her, and for the few unlucky enough to find her, she'd sucked their souls away and embedded her hideous mind inside the husks of their bodies. 50 years ago, she nearly seized dominion over the galaxy and toppled the Jedi Order. Now she was back again, at the heart of a storm. When Jadram crawled out of the auxiliary maintenance station into the slanted deck of the shuttle's main hold, the first thing he heard were clamping feet. He crept up on Kimmer from behind as she clung to the doorframe of the smashed-open cockpit. Over her shoulder, he could see a group of alien soldiers, all in black armor and faceless masks, marching through the doors into which Master Sar had fled. "Did you make contact?" Kimmer whispered as they watched more soldiers fill the hangar. Jodram had to find his voice. "Master Kel's on his way. We have blasters in the cargo hold, don't we? Something to defend ourselves with." Jodram had no idea how long they'd last against that much. He should have asked Delana how far away they were, but he'd been afraid of the answer. "A couple rifles, I think." "Then let's get them," Kimmer said, and turned away. It took effort to tear his eyes off the mounting enemy. There must have been 50 by now, but he followed and tried to keep from shaking. The Afshi Makati and the bulk of the 4th Fleet had fallen back toward Thaden, while the 2nd staged in another system, and portions of the 3rd kept Kali under lockdown. Davek was in the middle of reviewing the last batch of readiness reports from Faro Rinwar's division when his brother came literally sprinting into his office. Without rising from his desk, Davik asked, "What happened? What's wrong?" Arlen bent over, sucked in a few deep breaths, and said, "We found the Irath warship. A whole fleet's bulked there. We need to go now." "We?" It took a moment to compute. "Are you saying the Jedi found them?" "That's right." Since Davik had refused to share confidential intelligence with the Order, he and Arlen hadn't spoken of the issue at all. He wanted to ask how in the 9 hell the Jedi had found the Raider base, but didn't matter, not now. "Do you have the system marked?" "Yes. Alana's on the way right now." He had no idea the former Alliance Chief of State had gone on those missions. It seemed like a dangerous place to put so important a person, and he couldn't believe Lobecca had allowed it. "Tell her to hold outside the system. I'll launch a recon flight right away and scout the area so we can get a battle plan." "You don't get it. There's no time." "What don't I get?" "Arlen, I can't just charge in there. I have millions of soldiers I have to take care of." "Then I'm going. We can't waste a minute." He spun for the door. Davik jumped up from his desk and shouted, "Wait." It was enough to stop his older brother. Arlen turned around. Breathlessness and panic were gone. The only thing left was Durastil's strong intent. "I can't explain now, but I'm taking all the Jedi and going. Get your fleet ready. Call in Admiral Grave too. We're going to need all the help we can get." Arlen, he began, but this time his brother didn't stop. Arlen marked right out the door, striding so fast it was almost a run. Davik stared at the blank shut door, shocked and uncertain, more than anything angry at his brother for his flagrant disobedience and utter refusal to explain himself. But then he was a Jedi. That was what Jedi did. It was why they bowed to no government, not the Alliance or Empire or anyone else. That was the Jedi Order, he reminded himself. He pulled out his comlink and quickly hailed his wife. A second later, Marasia said, "Davik, what's wrong?" "Arlen's going to be down there in a minute. The Jedi have found the Irath flagship and a chunk of the enemy fleet. He's going there. Now." "Now. Davik, what are we doing?" "We?" "The two of them, husband and wife, and the entire fleet." Marasia was a Jedi Knight, but she'd been Imperial military first. He wanted to tell her to keep as many Jedi as she could aboard the Makati. Then he realized that wherever Arlen was going and whatever mad thing he was about to do, he'd be safer with more Jedi at his side. "Go with my brother. Take every Jedi you can and keep him safe. And make sure the Makati has a homing lock on your location. Give us a live feed from your fighter so we know what we're getting into when we come in behind you." "Are you taking the 4th? There could only be one answer. "Yes, and I'll invite the 2nd and the Chiss too, but we won't get there before Arlen does." Stay with him, protect him. I'll do it, she said, as long as you're right behind me. You can count on it. Against everything, Davik smiled. May the Force be with you. You too, Davik, she said, and the link shut off. Davik stood in the middle of his office, deceptively quiet. Scrambling a massive fleet on short notice was effectively impossible. Too many ships were still in dry dock, undergoing repairs or systems checks, undermanned for a dozen different reasons. If he was going to chase after his brother, he'd have to figure things out as quickly as possible. He went over to his comm console to patch a call to his aunt and prayed the Force really would be with them. They need all the help they could get. Chapter 19. The captured Palshoran freighter drifted slowly and unremarked into the Great Flotilla. Darth Tarrant had heard about the damage these ships had wrought against the Imperials, but never thought to calculate their strength until how. The sensors calculated well over 100 ships visible on this side of the planet alone. They were a strange mix from a dozen different types. Some he recognized from his teachings as a child, and others unrecognizable. The great dark warship in the center stood out from the rest, and there was something vaguely familiar in its jagged shape. It tugged on memories, perhaps of long-forgotten history lessons in Chiss schools, and the nagging mystery made it more intimidating. Such feelings were unworthy of a Sith. He knew that well and tried to stifle them. When they settled into a steady orbit over the planet, Darth Kikik put the hauler on autopilot and rose from his chair. "We are ready," the bearable hissed. "Are we all going aboard?" asked Sarissa. The young woman had been quiet and sullen since taking her first life, but Tarrant sensed no regret or indecision inside her. She was simply getting used to what she had done and what she was irreparably becoming, as he once had. "All of us," Darth Avank confirmed. "We have no more need of this ship." "Is that why you've wired it with extra explosives?" Sarissa crossed his arms beneath her breasts. "What do you expect to with this ship?" "Ram that vessel, if it will help." Avank pointed at the flagship. "Or perhaps not. It never hurts to be prepared, or to use all the tools available to you. Remember that?" "I learned that one a long time ago," she said coolly. "Good. Gather your weapons and come to the intruder. Once we're aboard that ship, we'll find out what's really going on." Alana's heart pounded fast in her chest as her shuttle neared the Great Raider fleet. Raura was easing them into the formation as quickly and smoothly as she thought possible without risking attention. To Alana, it felt painfully slow and nerve-wrackingly fast at the same time. As they got closer, the Irath flagship became clearly visible. Once she'd marked it with her eyes, it was impossible to look away. A Belith. 50 years ago, that monstrosity had nearly killed Luke Skywalker, the most powerful Jedi she'd ever known. Ben had fought a version of her too. Tahiri Villa had done it twice. The Force abomination could spread her consciousness of multiple bodies, and Alana had no doubt she had done so for both the so-called King and Queen of the Irath. She remembered that Abelith's incredible power burned quickly through the bodies of non-Force users. Both the Irath she possessed must have been very powerful for her to retain their forms for several years. Now it seemed she was drawing Sathe Sar to her, whom she touched many years ago when he'd been a child in the Maul Sanctuary. As a powerful and veteran Jedi, his body would also last her some time. Worse, once she stole it, she'd possess a part of Sar inside her and have access to all his valued knowledge of the modern Jedi Order. That was why she had to be stopped as soon as possible. Before entering the system, they'd received a comm from Arlen saying he was on his way with all the Imperial Jedi Knights he could muster. She could only hope he arrived soon. There was no time to waste. As they got closer to the fleet, she dared reach out with the Force, uncertain what she'd find. She'd never been close enough to a Belith to feel her before, something she'd been thankful for all her life. A light touch from her as a child had cursed knights like Sar to delusion and madness. She prayed the Jedi she was bringing now were similarly resistant. Kel had been an apprentice at the time but had had no contact with her. Valis and Raura had been born after Uncle Luke had beaten her into retreat. That meant they should be safe, but with the Belith there was no knowing the limits of her power. "Do you feel anything?" whispered Valis. In the deathly silence of the cockpit, they'd all be trying the same thing. I don't know, Alana whispered. I've never felt her before. But you felt the dark side. She'd felt far too much of it, and far too early. I don't think I feel that from the ship. I don't know if I feel anything. Not even Jadram or Aang. She didn't want to add that they were quite possibly dead already. What about you, Master Kel? The Weequay narrowed his eyes. I think there is a darkness there, but it is faint. Raura groaned that faint was not something she'd associated with a Belith. A Belith could hide her presence, so well not even Luke Skywalker could tell he was looking at her, Alana said. But we'll know when we find this one, won't we? Asked Valis. Alana wasn't sure of that. She wasn't sure of anything, but Kel said, when we find Master Sar, we'll find her. In one form or another. It was a grim thought and no one sought to add to it. As they flew closer to the Unearthing ship, Alana checked the sensors. The raiders' vessels around them had mostly been keeping steady orbits around the planet, but she spotted two Tylonian ships behind them pick up speed. We might have a problem, she whispered. Raura, see off our aft port. Think it's trouble. The Wookiee whooped agreement and flipped on the rear shields without breaking for a run. There was no certainty those ships were coming after them, but they had to be ready. Can we try hailing Explorer again? Asked Valis nervously. Alana tapped on the comm console and tried another hail, as she had when they'd entered the system. Again they got nothing. She dreaded the thought of going to Jade and telling her she'd let Jadram die. The thought that she was quite possibly flying to her death was even worse. She faced lethal situations many times before, knowing every instance that being a Jedi involved putting your life on the line and even sacrificing yourself for others. Even her father, for all his many sins, had died for her sake in the end. It was, strangely, a thought to give her strength. When she looked at the scanners again, she knew she'd need that power. Those Tylonian ships are closing in. Are you sure they're on our tail? Valis asked. I think damn. They're starting to launch drones. And the drones are heading our way. Looks like. Raura suddenly her screen lit up. She tapped the console, bringing up the broadest scan so she could see it all. A mass of warships was exiting hyperspace and falling inbound. They must have numbered several dozen, and when the markers all turned blue she gasped aloud. It's the Chiss. They've brought a whole fleet. Chiss? How is that possible? Master Kel said. They'd never attack without provocation. Well, maybe the raiders finally provoked them. Look, they're all breaking formation to counter the Chiss. We might. The whole shuttle shook as laser blasts splattered over their rear shields, ending her brief spurt of hope. Raura gave a defiant roar and pushed the engines to full, charging straight toward the Unearthing ship even as it started to pivot and lumber toward the newly arrived foe. A few Tylonian drones whipped past the cockpit and spun around for another pass, spitting out weak but myriad red laser blasts. Raura shouted for them all to hold tight to their seats and charged ahead. Alarms wailed. Smoke came from somewhere behind them. More laser blasts rocked the ship as their shields were buffeted to bursting, but they dove on, zeroing it for their target as the great dark belly of the Unearthing ship eclipsed their vision and ready to swallow them whole. Even crippled by multiple hull fractures and a smashed-open cockpit, Asus Explorer made a surprisingly defensible redoubt. Its hull was highly resistant to small arms fire, and the gaps in the hull were narrow enough to make excellent sniping positions for two Jedi armed with heavy-grade blaster rifles. Kimmer placed herself behind the cockpit and sniped through the broken viewport. Jadram stuck the tip of his barrel through the rent-open floor of the cabin and picked off the surrounding soldiers one by one. But in the end, they could only hold the enemy for so long. They had the broken ship surrounded, and he could only watch as they dragged heavy repeating cannons into the rear of the hangar and set them up for use. Over the constant crackle of rifle shots strafing the shuttle, Kimmer shouted, Jadram, do you see it? Oh, yes. What do we do? All he could think was, get ready to die. That he still understood none of this what had turned Master Sar, what the Storm King really was, and why he was leading these savage attacks on Imperial worlds was bad enough. Worse still was the thought of Jade, of Nat and Cole. That he'd never be there to help his sons grow up seemed crueler than death itself. Then he felt something in the force. A faint touch, almost distracted, but he knew it was Alana. She was close. She was coming. Hold on, Jadrum called. Just a little longer. Kimmer shouted something back, but a great thunder burst through the hangar and everything around them shook violently. Peering through the tear in the hole saw a flash of flame and the gleam of metal, then heard a horrible scraping sound and the shocked cries of the soldiers arrayed around Explorer. To get a better view, he scrambled out of the hold and up to the cockpit. Kimmer, apparently unafraid of being shot at, had hoisted herself through the threshold into the forward cabin. Jadrum joined her, stepping carefully over the shattered transparent steel shards to see Alana Joe's familiar elegant and emerald hulled shuttle smash nose first into the opposite wall of the hangar, having already cut a scorched and smoking line through the deck and smashed dozens of black-armored soldiers on the way down. The remaining attackers were stunned and confused, half of them prone on the floor from the concussion of the shuttle's impact. Looking more closely at Alana's ship, Jadrum saw that one of his aft engines seemed to have been blown out and its sleek dorsal fin was torn up by laser blasts. "We have to help them," Jadrum shouted. "Come on." He slung the rifle over his shoulder, grabbed his lightsaber, and ignited it as he threw himself through the broken viewport onto the deck. The soldiers still alive tried to put up a fight, but they were stunned and injured. The two Jedi moved among them, nimbly slashing off the barrels of guns and knocking their would-be attackers away with kicks and force pushes. As they neared Alana's shuttle, the side airlock popped open, and the first one to leap out was a ginger-furred Wookiee waving her arms and roaring at them to stay back. The Weequay master Ravam Kel appeared next, followed by Alana and a young blonde woman Jadrum vaguely recalled as Sinaya Vallis. There was no joy or relief at recognition. Rara kept waving her arms at them while Kel and the others sprinted for the hangar exit. Jadrum realized the shuttle's reactor must have been about to burst and followed them. He slowed just enough to make sure Kimmer was on his tail, then threw himself through the door and into the access hallway. When Kimmer jumped through a second later, Rara slammed the controls with a furry paw and heavy blast doors slammed down, sealing them off from the hangar. "Thank you," Jadrum panted. "Master Kel, Alana, what's going on? How did you?" The entire hall shook so hard they nearly fell, and the blast doors only half muted the thunderous explosion in the hangar. If the shuttle's reactor blew, it probably tore up the rest of the hangar and caused a breach in the atmospheric seal. The wreckage of both airships, as well as all the dozens of soldiers who'd attacked them, were probably now gushing out into space. Well, Kimmer sighed, there goes our ride. The realization that they were trapped here and still probably going to die killed all relief. Very seriously, Jadrum looked at Alana and Kel. "We have to stop Master Sar, don't we?" "It's probably too late for that," Alana said. "But we have to try." "Why?" pleaded Kimmer. "What's going in?" Reluctance passed between Alana and the Master, but Kel said, "I'll tell you as we move. We've lost too much time already." When the 24 Jedi-flown TIE Sabers reverted to real space, they fell immediately into a bedlam. Marasia had been told to expect it. Davek had commented them while they were en route to say that a Chiss fleet, led by his aunt, would reach the designated system before they did. Still, the scale and ferocity of the battle shocked her. The Chiss were throwing themselves at their enemy with vengeful ferocity, and the Raiders were retaliating with their usual madness. The space around that small lifeless planet was a constant light show of explosive bursts and lasers strobing red, green, and blue. "We are heading for that Irath ship," Arlen called to all pilots. By some small grace, the Raiders hadn't erected their usual comm jamming field yet. "All ships, follow me." Marasia checked her console to make sure the data from her sensors was being streamed back to Davek on the Makati, then plunged with Arlen and the other Jedi into the fray. Their goal, as Arlen had explained during the lightspeed ride here, was to get aboard the Irath ship and aid the Jedi already aboard. Their enemy, the Force abomination known as a Beleth. When he said it, Marasia had barely believed. She felt the same shock and skepticism radiating through all the other Jedi as well. None of them had even been alive when Abella made her last appearance in the known galaxy. Merasia had heard stories from her mother-in-law, who'd actually fought one of the creatures' possessed bodies on Coruscant, but something in the back of her mind had never really accepted it all as fact. Even after becoming a Jedi Knight, there were still some things she couldn't believe really existed in the Force. This was one of them. The military part of her was frustrated by that, and all the other unknown variables. TIE sabers, unlike traditional fighters of the type, had been designed to land on any surface without needing the special racks that only Imperial capital ships carried. Still, there was no telling how easy it would be to force their way aboard the Erath flagship and land, especially now that battle with the Chiss had been fully joined. The dark vessel, as massive as Davix Makati, was in the middle of the Raider horde as it threw itself into battle against the CEDF line. The only relief was that the Raiders seemed so concentrated on battling the Chiss that most didn't even notice the 24 Jedi TIE fighters slicing through their forces, destroying ships that got in their way or shot first but otherwise ignoring smaller ships for the big one, lying ahead. Merasia checked her scanners. Of course the shields were up. The Jedi ducked beneath the belly of the flagship and hugged close to the defensive field. No other fighters or gunships tried to bother them, but the flagship started to turn its belly cannons to fire. Most of heavy guns were more suited for slugging with capital ships than nailing snub fighters, but Merasia felt a flare of anguish wash through the Jedi's battle meld and knew one of their pilots had died. "All fighters, follow my lead," Arlen called. "I've spotted a medium-sized hangar. Looks like it's got open space. We've got to bust open their shields." Merasia swung around until she spotted Arlen. He already had 9 other fighters tucked in formation behind him, and he began his battle run, pumping laser blasts and torpedoes into the defensive screen over the shield generators in hopes of smashing them open. She tried to keep her frustration from spilling into the battle meld. Arlen was letting his emotions get to him. He was too frantic, too obsessed with getting to Abella as quickly as possible without fully evaluating the field of battle or communicating his plan to his soldiers. He was probably going to get more Jedi killed that way. But as the most senior knight in the group and son of the great Jaina Solo Fel, there was nothing Merasia could do to countermand him. Checking once more to make sure everything was transmitting back to Makati, she joined the formation, loaned her own attacks to the shield generators. Like any well-designed capital ship, the Erath vessel had been prepared for these attacks. Gun turrets around the hangar mouth designed to track smaller fighters did their job, picking off 2 more Jedi and vaporizing them. The loss of 3 of their own pumped angry determination into the battle meld, and they kept attacking. In the end, it simply came down to attrition. The shield over the hangar could only take so much, and a pair of torpedoes from Katrin Mull's fighter finally slipped through, detonated, and brought down the defensive screen. "Excellent work. Merasia called Night Squadron with me. We'll clear away the defensive turrets. Saber Squad." "We're getting ready to land," Arlen said. "All pilots, prepare for fast evac and combat. Try to clear the deck with your cannons first. And hope they didn't blow up the whole hangar before they landed," thought Merasia. Her pilots moved swiftly, picking off targets of opportunity and destroying one turret gun after another until the entire hull section around the hangar mouth was cleared. By then, Arlen was already taking his 10 surviving fighters in. Only 2 fighters were spraying low-energy blasts from their cannons to clear the deck, which meant there must not have been that much resistance. Merasia pulled her fighter around to get a better look inside and saw the hangar, while empty, had less usable space than she'd expected, certainly not enough for 20 ties. She flicked her comm to Arlen's private channel and said, "There's not room for all of us." "I know. I'll take the sabers in. I think we can fit maybe 2 more. I'll give you 2 and take the rest of the knights back out. Are you looking for another hangar? I'd rather help the Chiss and keep the feed to Davek going." "Good plan." As she watched, his saber extended his landing struts and set down unopposed on the flight deck. The others' ties began to do the same. She said, "Don't get yourself killed, damn it." He actually laughed. "I'll try not to. And same to you." Another channel chimed for attention, and she switched over. Katrin Mull, frantic, said, "One Vagary gunship heading straight for us. Lead." Understood. She switched to the broadest comm channel. "Knights 11 and 12, you're clear to land. Everyone else, with me. We're staying in this fight a while longer." As she spun her tie around, spotted the approaching gunship, and kicked her engines ahead to meet it, she actually felt grateful and guilty at the same time. She'd been flying ties for over half her life. Even the chaos of this battle didn't really scare her. Abelith, though, was terrifying. She was glad not to be facing it and dreaded the thought of telling Davik she'd let his brother die fighting it alone. The Irath vessel, gigantic and unfamiliar to any of them, should have felt like an endless maze, but Alana knew instinctively which way to go. It was as helpful as it was terrifying. She hadn't been able to sense Abelith outside the ship, but now she could feel the cold and aching need that Luke and Ben had described to her, wiggling like a tentacle in the back of her mind, reeling her in closer and closer. Perhaps because Abelith knew she was aboard, they faced only sporadic bouts of resistance, as though the Force entity was testing them. Clusters of black-armored soldiers appeared in the hallways and opened fire, and again the Jedi were forced to fight them. The soldiers were relentless, even when the Jedi destroyed their rifles or broke bones to stop them without killing. They kept on attacking with bladed weapons or even their boots and fists. All too often the only way to stop them was to kill, and grim brutality of it quickly wore each Jedi down. After the third or fourth such encounter, Alana bent low and pulled the helmet off a dead soldier's face. As she'd expected, she looked into the lifeless, multifaceted eyes and rainbow-colored skin of an Irath. The others they unmasked were the same. These were the soldiers who stayed loyal to Abelith when the rest of their planet did not. She wondered if it was because of their own fanaticism or Abelith's force power mind control. In the end, it didn't matter. All they could was press on. Everything changed when they entered what looked to be a mess hall. Broad and open like none of the other places they found, a series of tables had been thrown up on their sides as barricades. Dozens of black-masked Irath soldiers crouched behind them, rifles resting atop the table sides, and aimed at the Jedi. The 6 of them raised their sabers to deflect, but not shots came. They didn't step forward either. The goal was clearly to constrain them, but not to fight. The two groups stood facing off for an agonizingly long moment. Jadram, flexing his two-handed grip on his saber, whispered, "What should we do?" "Charge them." Kel glanced at Alana. "Does our path lie ahead, Jedi Dejo?" It did. She could feel Abeloth's presence drawing her forward. That it was only reaching out to her was the most terrifying part. Perhaps it was because she had Anakin Skywalker's blood in her. Perhaps it was because of the vision Luke and her father had seen of her in the mall. Either way, the creature seemed intent to take her, body and soul. The sound of another saber igniting turned their attention back to the enemy line. They saw the bobbing blue white of a blade held high, then the pale face and long hair of Sathe Sar. He stood tall behind the crouched Irath soldiers and stared at the Jedi across the chamber. "Master Sar, how could you?" Kemmer bleated. Master Kel and Alana had already explained to everyone the true nature of what they were fighting and what she'd done to Sathe Sar, but they were still struggling to wrap their minds around it. "That's not Master Sar," Alana whispered. "Are you sure?" asked Jadram, voice shaking. "Maybe he's still possessed." "Not." Sar jumped nimbly over the barricade and stepped to the center of the room before stopping. He held his arms wide and smiled. As Alana looked at that chalky face, the grin seemed to grow wider, and the darkness in his eyes deeper, until there was nothing beneath his brows but total blackness and the faint gleam of a starlight where pupils should have been. Fear shot through her, freezing her in place. After all these years, she was finally face to face with Abelith. "You've come this far, Jedi Queen," Sar's voice boomed through the room. "Come a little closer." Alana found her voice. "Never. I'll spare the rest of them if you do." She didn't believe that for a second. "No." The mad smile wilted. Sar shook his head with what seemed to be remorse. "That's your choice, then." Then it all happened at once. Sar threw himself at the Jedi, and the soldiers behind him sprayed laser fire, filling the chamber. It was too much for 6 Jedi to deflect all at once. Hot blasted winged Alana's arms and sighed as she struggled to block Sar's pounding saber attacks. Kemmer, Ralra, and Jadram threw themselves at the barricades. Jadram and Kel tried to come in behind Sar Abelith and take the creature 3-on-1, but Abelith danced away. With a pulse of force energy, she threw Jadram and Kel hard against the back wall and drew Alana forward. She struggled to pull back, but her feet scraped across the deck and an unbearable pressure forced her on her knees until she was prostrate before Belith. She looked up into the old chef's face to find it grinning again, and stars blazing bright in the blackness of its eyes. She thrust her lightsaber upward, straight into Sar's stomach. Abelith didn't even flinch. She reached out with both hands to grasp Alana's head, but the Jedi struck out again, wildly flailing her saber in fans of light that sheared off both of Sar's arms at the elbow. They dropped to the floor, and Abelith looked at the scorched stumps like they were an unexpected but mild inconvenience. Alana watched as tentacles seemed to resolve out of thin air, ghost-like wisps of form that emerged from Sar's smoking elbows and stretched out longer and longer until they writhed in front of her face. Then something slammed into Sar's body, throwing it back against a wall. An explosion followed the second later. Another invisible hand grabbed Alana and pulled her back across the deck until she slammed into the same wall Jadram and Kel now slumped against. Her ears rang from the concussive shock, but she watched as a dozen more Jedi charged into the fray, sabers bobbing blue and green and gold and white. Most of them joined the ones already fighting at the barricades, but Arlen Fel crouched down beside her and placed a hand on her forehead. She saw him mouth the words, "Are you all right?" and barely faintly heard them. "I'm okay," she said, and tried to stand. Arlen helped her rise on shaking feet. Jadram and Kel helped her too. The grenade's explosion had filled the room with smoke, but she saw a lightsaber slicing through the haze and a fast decreasing number of laser blasts. In less than a minute it was finally still. Someone used the Force to funnel the smoke down into a hallway, clearing the space so they could see it fully. Sathe Sar's body, blackened and battered, lay limp but intact on one side of the room, surrounded by a dark impact crater that had dented a portion of the floor and wall. The barricades had been toppled, and the soldiers were all dead. Alana's heart plunged to see 2 human bodies belonging to Imperial Knights she didn't recognize. When she saw the great form of a Wookiee slumped against a wall, with a dozen blaster marks still smoking from her pelt, it absolutely plunged. "Oh, Rara," Alana staggered across the room. Valis crouched next to her, shook her head. Losing his daughter at such a young age would be horrible for Lobaka. Even now the Grand Master was probably feeling that loss through the Force, as was Ralra's. Kel gripped her shoulder hard. "We have to keep moving. Can you still feel Abelith?" Alana pushed away her grief and let the Force flow through her. She felt that same tentacle of need touching her, beckoning her to come through the doorway and deeper into the ship. Abelith has at least one more body on this ship. It has to be the Storm King. Not the Queen the Erath mentioned. I don't know, but we have to destroy her Erath bodies if we want to stop this war. Then we need to keep going. Arlen looked down on Ralra's body with grim determination. "All of us." As soon as he said it, there was a scraping sound from the far side of the chamber. The remaining Jedi looked in shock as Sathe Sar's body, still lying in the center of the blast crater, began to retch. Limbs broken at the joints flailed unnaturally, and the body suddenly snapped at the hips and sat upright. Long white locks of hair draped across the chef's face as it twisted on a canted, broken neck. Dark eyes gleamed through the curtain and fixed on the Jedi. Yet for all of Belith's power, this body had been badly weakened, with limbs and bones shattered as struggled to stand up. Master Kel turned to Alana and snapped, "Keep going. Jedi Fel, keep her safe. We'll hold her back." Alana started, "You can't." "He's right." Arlen grabbed her by the shoulder. "Come on, we have to keep moving. If there's only 2 bodies, we can split up." But one of Arlen's Imperial Knights dropped to one knee, pulled a military-grade blaster pistol off his belt, and began shooting. Blast after blast cut through Sar's torso, sending tremors through the body without felling it. "Alana," Gojadrum said, and switched on his saber. "We'll finish it off. You have to get the other body." He was right, they all were. As a few more Jedi moved to surround Sar's body, the rest started through the open door. Alana joined them, and together they plunged deeper into the ship. When the Afshimakati exited hyperspace, it had 36 capital ships from the 4th Fleet along with it, ranging from gunships and frigates to massive compeller-class destroyers and impeller-class carriers. It was what they'd been able to scramble in time for a fast attack. They'd had to leave a third of the fleet behind at Orthodan. From the bridge, Davek looked down the Makati's 8-kilometer-long hull and saw Captain Korak's Night Watch gushing out a stream of TIE fighters and bombers, hundreds of them, all rushing to join the chaos over this black unnamed world. Muragia and his aunt had both been feeding them a live stream of data from the battle. He knew that Arlen's Jedi strike team had boarded the Erath vessel that now sat large and visible in the heart of the maelstrom. The Chiss had endured frenzied attacks by the raiders with the best aplomb they could manage. On the tactical holo, he marked his aunt's flagship sitting at the rear of an encircling line that had pinned most of the enemy into the small world's gravity well. They already looked to have dealt great damage and received their own share in turn. His sensors marked the burnout and dead hulls of 4 Chiss Star destroyers and a dozen more support ships. The battle didn't seem to have reached his aunt's ship yet, thankfully, but neither had the Erath taken visible damage. He only hoped the Jedi could decapitate it from the inside. As the 4th Fleet deployed, the raiders scrambled to respond, more slowly than Davek had anticipated. That gave the initial TIEs and fast-moving gunships a chance to pound the enemy and soften their forward lines for the advancing Star destroyers. Davik should have been encouraged by it, but a glance at the tactical readout sobered him. Right now, the 4th Fleet and the Chiss combined to have roughly the same number of active capital ships as the raiders. The raiders, however, were in a defensive mode with their backs to the planet and, worse, would be in made suicide attacks when they got desperate. Davek hurried over to the comm station and asked, "Any word from Admiral Grave?" "We just got a buzz from the 2nd, sir," the lieutenant told him. "They report they're about 1 hour inbound." 1 hour. Everything could happen in 1 hour, especially in a fight bound to be savage. All they could do was fight and keep the raiders contained until then. Davik was determined to do it. Here, at least, they had the bulk of the enemy fleet cornered, including the flagship. He still didn't know what was really going on behind all this. Arlen hadn't even tried to explain, but the ones responsible for the death of his father were here. He let that fact settle into him and knew what had to be done would be done. Jedi spoke ill of the desire for revenge. For once, Davik was thankful he was not a Jedi. When the Sith faced opposition in the halls of the flagship, they cut through it ruthlessly, Kikit leading the charge with an animal flurry of blades and claws and thrashing tail, Darth Avank with his graceful saber thrusts, Tarrant with his heavy blows left and right, Sarissa in the back, shielded from stray laser blasts by all their red blaze, but more than ready to fire past them with carefully aimed rifle shots that dropped one black armored soldier after another. Any hesitation to kill was gone from her, part from the ritual killing of the Palshoran, but more for the adrenaline-fueled knowledge it was kill or be killed. Prying several helmets off the dead defenders clarified some things. Like all Chiss schoolchildren, Renwarg Sapla had been told of the Erath warlord Nuso Esfa. He have rainbow-colored skin, insectoid eyes, and hair like black storm clouds. The controversial Mithralia Ruado had crushed the Erath war fleet almost a century ago, and nothing had been heard of the race since. Clearly they lay at the heart of this, though in what way Tarrant still didn't know. Despite bouts of fierce fighting, Darth Tarrant was surprised how little resistance they met. Before departing, Intruder, their sensors had lit up, reporting that a Chiss battle fleet was descending on the raiders, but so far no explosions had rocked this vessel. The Erath must have been distracted, but they should have still moved against intruders aboard. They got their answer, first through the Force. All the Sith sensed it. Even Sarissa seemed touched by a niggling presence. They felt anger and frustration and desperation, but also an inner peace beyond all the turmoil. "Jedi," Darth Avank said aloud. "They are in combat. They let the Force guide them closer. They used their sabers to cleave through two decks and drop down until they were close. They felt a welling directly beneath them. The Jedi fighting and something else, a darkness that was powerful but restrained and unlike anything Tarrant had ever felt before. The only thing it reminded him of was when he'd been taken to view Lord Crate in stasis. Hints of the unconscious Dark Lord's power had emanated from his body and promised an even greater wrath when he awoke. Whatever was beneath them was like that, one part of an even greater dark power. Darth Avank dropped to one knee and plunged his saber into the deck. The other stood aside as he carved a circular hole in the floor big enough for even Darth Kikit to slip through. Instead of letting the cut-through portion of the ship fall, he lifted it up with the Force and let it rest in their corridor. They all crowded close to see everything. The large room, perhaps a mess hall, was already filled with bodies and scorch marks from explosions. A group of Jedi danced and clashed through the smoldering ruin. A weakway with a violet saber, a blue-green Nautolan female, a pale-haired human with a blue blade, and two dark-haired ones wearing the white armor chestplates common to Imperial Jedi. In the center of them all, battling all 5 Jedi at once, was a male Shev with a blue saber in hand. He was the source of the darkness, though he was no Sith Tarrant had ever seen. From the confusion on Avank's face, he was no one Sith at all. As Tarrant looked closer, he saw the Shev moved with an unnatural fluidity, joints bent back in ways they shouldn't in. At one point his head swung too far and too natural for an unbroken neck. Yet still he kept fighting, as though the body itself were merely a battered puppet for something even greater. As they watched, the weakway lunged in close enough to spear the Shev through the heart. The creature barely seemed to notice. With the flick of a wrist, the blue saber cleaved straight through the weakway's neck, and the body tumbled dead on the floor. Tarrant stared closer still and saw that the Shev had no hands, not even wrists. The arms looked to have been cleaved off just past the elbow, and strange translucent tentacles, barely visible, writhed out from the gap to clutch the lightsaber's handle. Dread and confusion mounted together as they watched the dead weakway's saber flip up into the other set of tentacles. Wielding 2 sabers at once, the Shev sent himself into spin. The other Jedi tried to skip away, but one Imperial was caught by a horizontal whirl that cut him neatly in half at the waist. "It's her," Avank gasped. When Tarrant looked at his former master, he saw that Treachery's violet face had gone pale, his jaw slack. The veteran Sith, always so calm and assured, bled absolute horror into the Force like nothing Tarrant had ever felt. "What is it?" Tarrant asked. "That is no Jedi," Kikit hissed. The Shev kept spinning fast and without stopping. It would have been enough to scramble any other being's brains, but it kept moving, lightning fast, and caught the other Imperial as he tried to flee. The Jedi fell, minus one arm, and the Shev finally stopped spinning and raised up both blades to cleave the wounded knight in half. That was when the other 2, the blonde human and the Nautolan, spun into action. With shocking bravery, they fell on the Shev from behind. The Nautolan speared her saber through his back while the human took one brave horizontal swing through his neck. The head toppled off his shoulders. The headless body stood there, wavering, half arms at his sides, still clutching the sabers with 2 sets of ghostly tentacles. Then, with a cry, Sarissa opened fire. A half-dozen laser bolts lancing down from the ceiling and speared the Chev's body through the chest. It dropped the sabers and fell, but amazingly did not lay prone. The stumps of his arms caught his fall, and he struggled to rise up from his knees. "Darth Kikit, with me," Avank said, and dropped down through the hole. The bearable followed right behind him, leaving Tarrant and Sarissa to watch. They came out of nowhere, 2 dark figures falling to the deck and impacting so hard it sent shudders through the floor. A lightsaber sprung out from the smaller figure's hands, a blazing red. From the other, larger body, 2 shorter blades appeared, jutting out from the wrists like elongated claws. A tail thrashed eagerly against the deck, and at that moment Jadram was sure he was hallucinating. All of this should have been a hallucination. Sathe Sar's betrayal, Master Kel's death, this crazed headless body that still wouldn't lie down after the exhausting fight that had claimed half the Jedi who'd stayed to put it down. And now, to top it all off, The Barabel Sith Lord he'd fought 17 years ago appeared in front of him now. It had to be the same, the big creature's predatory grace, black and red face, and short dual sabers had haunted his memory all these years. It was the same Sith who cleaved off his left arm, the same Sith his friend Warren had died to kill. That Sith, and another, fell right on Abelleth's prone body. 3 blood-red lightsabers hacked away at the bent torso. The remaining Jedi stood back in shock and awe and watched as what was left of Master Sar struggled to rise on his knees. It spread out his arms and tentacle pushed out. One took the smaller Sith, he looked like an older human with violet skin, and threw himself across the room. The bearable savagely hacked with both sabers, cleaving a diagonal cut through the body from should to hip. The body fell into pieces, and the bearable hacked at it again, cut in a straight vertical line until all that was left were smoking pieces, too chopped up and scattered to move. And then, like a great exhalation of breath, Jadram felt Abeloth's consciousness finally leave that body. The Sith from his nightmares stood over Sathe Sar's remains and turned its slit-eyed reptilian gaze on the 3 Jedi. The Imperial Knight was too wounded to stand, but Jadram and Kimmer put themselves between him and the bearable and raised their sabers to defend. The bearable stayed where it was, watching them. The violet-skinned Sith rose to his feet and called his fallen saber to his hand. "We should save one of them for questioning," the humanoid Sith said. The bearable tends to leap. Then the door through which Alana and Arlen had disappeared burst open, and 3 more Imperial Knights rushed in. Someone must have sensed Master Kel's death and sent backup. The humanoid Sith pivoted toward them, but the bearable kept facing Jadram and Kemmer. Everyone froze, none of them willing to start the fight anew. "We'll save this fight for another day," the violet Sith said. Then he and the bearable leaped into the air and disappeared into the hole in the ceiling through which they'd come. One of the Imperial rushed over to his fallen comrade. He asked, "What happened? Where did the Sith come from?" "And Abeloth." "That body's dead." Jadram waved his saber weakly as the pieces of Master Sar. "And the Sith just showed up." "We can't let them get away," the Imperial said. He was right. If the Sith who'd engineered the crises in Sinex Juvex and Hapes, the Sith who killed Ben Skywalker, were involved, the Jedi couldn't let them escape without learning more. As confused and exhausted as they all were, this wasn't close to over. Alana felt it when a piece of Abella died. From what Ben and Luke had said, the Force abomination could possess multiple bodies, but in doing so it spread its power thinner. And when one body was killed, Abelleth as a whole was wounded and would need to recover. There was at least one more body aboard this ship, and now was the time to kill it. They'd advanced deeply into the ship when she felt the other body's death, close, she thought, to the command deck where Abelleth would be orchestrating the great space battle that raged around them. When Sar's body finally died, the tentacle of need that had been dragging Alana forward suddenly withdrew. Maybe Abelleth was weak. Maybe she was afraid and no longer wanted to risk capturing Alana while she had a dozen other Jedi fighting alongside her. No matter what, it was all the more incentive to press on. Explosions started rocking the ship, and Alana knew that meant the battle had come to the Erath ship at last. She chose to take that as another sign of Abeloth's weakening, but it also meant they might find themselves in danger from their own allies soon. Now that Abelleth was no longer trying to lure them, and she set to defend herself as well. It had been clear for a while that they were getting close to the bridge. Now they were forced to cut through layers of lowered blast doors and fight off an increasing amount of armored Erath troopers. The soldiers themselves seemed weakened along with their master. Their shots went wide more often, and they reacted slowly when the Jedi broke through their defenses and began disarming them. Despite their weakened state, they took down 2 more of Arlen's Imperial Knights before the group reached a set of blast doors more thickly layered than anything they'd encountered yet. As the remaining 8 Jedi began to hack through the armored defenses with their sabers, Alana stood back from them all. She reached out with the Force through the armored wall and felt for Abelleth's presence. This time Alana was the one to touch her. She felt the same constant cold need, but also fear of a wounded animal. Whatever state she be in, Abelleth was on the other side, readying herself for them. Arlen stepped back from the blast doors. letting Valis and the Imperials finish the job. He asked, "Do you feel her?" "Do." Grimly, he nodded. "I'm not sure if the others do. I think it might be Skywalker blood. I don't know. Anakin never actually met Abelith, just the ones she called her family. I remember the stories. I never really thought they were more than that. I remember the last time she showed up. I'm sorry you had to be here for this." The hallway rocked hard around them. The battle must have been getting close. One of Arlen's knights looked back at them and called, "We're almost through." He looked at Alana. "Ready?" "No." She switched her lightsaber on. "Fair enough," breathed Arlen, and waved the knights back. They fell away blast doors that were now laced and fractured with dozens of deep saber cuts. Alana had never mastered the Force ability known as Shatterpoint, but here they'd done the next best thing, carved the armored door into so many pieces all it would take was a little combined Force effort to rip it apart. The remaining Jedi stood back, sabers in one hand and the other arms outstretched. They linked minds, and Alana let the shared bravery and determination wash over them, for the moment canceling out their shared dread of what lay on the other side. Then, as one, 9 minds pulled the blast door apart. Burnt metal screamed in protest as it ripped. Sheared open gaps stretched wider as the carved pieces separated. Then they shoved the armored chunks forward. They flew into the chamber beyond, fell thunderously onto the floor, skidded and scraped and threw up sparks, smashed into the bulkheads and crushed the Irath who gathered behind the doors to defend their master. When the sparks and smoke cleared, Alana took it all in. The bridge of the great flagship, and the great broad transparent steel window that wrapped halfway around the command deck, giving a panoramic view of the constant laser flash and explosions and swarms of darting ships that made up the chaotic battle of which this ship was the heart. Standing in the center of the deck, surrounded by debris and smashed down bodies but untouched by them, was a male Irath in a black martial uniform. His head was bowed but hair billowed up like black clouds. Arms hung at his sides and Force lightning crackled between his fingers. When the King of Storms lifted his head, his multifaceted eyes gleamed like fields of stars. The Jedi charged. Abelith raised both hands and spent out a wash of Force lightning, but the Jedi were prepared to block. Most of them caught it with raised sabers. Those who couldn't fell back, weakened. Arlen and Alana led the charge. Arlen was younger, stronger, faster. He threw himself forward, saber first, not at Abeloth but above. As he somersaulted, his blade dipped down, slicing through the Storm King's shoulder and neatly severing one arm. He never landed. An invisible force wave pushed Arlen before boots could touch deck and threw him hard against the transparent steel. Before Alana could deliver another blow, Abelith lashed out with half-visible tentacles that had instantly sprung out from her sheared-off arm. They knocked Alana to the side as well. Then Abelith raised her other hands and blasted the remaining knights with another gust of Force energy. Alana saw Valis crumple and fall under the blast, saw another Imperial Knight rise again and hurl his saber through the air. Its blazing pinwheel suddenly stopped and fell into the Storm King's grasp. The knight, stunned and shocked at what he'd done, had no time to react. Abelith sent out another gush of Force lightning that lit up his entire body, viciously charring him to the bone. She knew Abelith couldn't expend so much energy without dropping her guard. Fighting back the icy pain the tentacle had left in her body, she grabbed her saber and charged Abelith from behind. The Storm King pivoted to block her too late. She shoved her blade into his stomach and shifted upward, burning through black uniform and flesh to where the heart would be on a human. The attack had some effect. The Irath body shuddered in pain. Alana knew that wouldn't end it, so she pulled out her blade and jumped back, anticipating a retaliatory blow. The one-armed lightsaber strike was so strong it knocked her own weapon out of her hand and sent it skidding across the debris-strewn deck. The next blow came from the tentacles. They smashed into her from the side, cracking her left arm and sending pain shooting through her whole body. She barely had the strength to scream. The Storm King delivered another blow that cracked ribs and brought her to her knees. Another lightsaber flew through the air. Abelith, distracted by her prize, was too slow to block it as it spun and sliced across the Storm King's waist, cutting through stomach and hip bone before it whirled back around and flew to rest in Val's outstretched hand. The Storm King howled in agony. Another wave of force energy picked up the remaining Jedi and threw them against the bulkheads. Alana was thrown onto her broken arm. The impact pain was blinding, and the next thing she knew, she was on the ground at the base of a broad transparent steel pane. The great battle continued to flash around her. She rolled onto her good side and saw the rest. The Storm King, barely standing but still unbroken, held on his feet by Abeloth's unimaginable force energy. The Jedi were scattered across the chamber, all so weak they could barely stay upright. Abeloth surveyed the wreckage of the bridge until her eyes found Arlen Fel. She began to take staggering towards him. Alan reached out with the force. She felt Abeloth's intent, Arlen's fear, the panic from the other Jedi. And she felt awareness outside the bridge too, but not far away. A mind touched hers, curious, concerned. Out there, in the battle, but close by. She thought it might be Davek's wife. As Abeloth drew close to Arlen, he ignited his lightsaber, ready to defend himself to the death. Alana pushed herself upright, stifled down the pain shooting from her arm, and called, "Abeloth, wait." The Storm King turned to look at her. In a deep voice that seemed to echo, Abeloth said, "Yes, Jedi Queen." "You want me?" "Fine," she glared. "Take me. I don't care. Just let them go. You offered that before." "That was before. This is now." Arlen jabbed his saber at her. "Come any closer, and we'll cut your carking legs off." Alana touched him in the force, told him stay calm, and trust me. She fought down more pain and rose on trembling legs. "Take me. Let them go. Do you really need another body if you have me?" The Storm King's head tilted thoughtfully. "I do not trust you." "Fine." Alana held up her saber for all to see, then lazily tossed it to Abeloth's feet. "Battered, defenseless, barely strong enough to stand," she said. "Good enough." Without anyone touching it, her saber sparked and melted. Abeloth said, "That is a start." Then an invisible hand picked Aaron off the deck and hurled him across the bridge, toward the ruins of the door. He had enough awareness to call on the force to soften his fall, but he still tumbled into the hallway and disappeared from view. "Run if you want," Abeloth said. "You won't get far." Alana felt the confusion and fear and anger from all the others and sent them calm. And she reached out, too, to touch Miracia's mind and said, "Wait and do exactly as I tell you." "Go," Alana called, as strongly as she could. "It's me she wants. Go." Valis and the other Jedi who could walk picked themselves up and staggered for the hallway. Alana felt Arlen's mind and told him what to do. Abeloth staggered toward Alana. After so much damage, it was clear the Storm King's body wouldn't last much longer. The lure of Alana's, for strong and with relatively minor damage, was too strong a lure for the battered force entity. Alana knew it. She cleared her mind, took a deep breath, and told Arlen now. As one, the remaining Jedi picked up the chunks of debris from the blast doors and threw them through the air. Abeloth didn't bother to duck. They flew right around her and smashed into the broad window panes. The layered transparent steel was designed to withstand direct hits from turbolaser blasts, but with the Jedi's combined powers, the armored shards gathered great enough force to smash a hole through the viewport. Then, with a great howl, the atmosphere began to gush from the bridge and spill into space. Alana didn't resist. She felt the current of escaping air lift her body up and pull it toward the gap. As she saw the same current picked up the Storm King's broken frame and hurl it toward the vacuum, she allowed the tiny smile of relief. Until it happened, Miracia didn't know what to do. Her squadron of TIE Sabers had been flying tight circles around the Irath flagship's recessed bridge section. The tempest in the forest there had been unmistakable, but when a mind on that bridge had reached out to touch her, she hadn't recognized it or known what it wanted. Then another joined in, more familiar, Arlen's. They needed her to stay close and be ready to do something, but she still had no idea what. Then the bridge had burst open from the inside. Transparent steel shards and chunks of debris spilled into space. Marasia brought her circling fighter to a shuddering halt and watched. Among the debris she watched a single body tumble out into the void. It blazed with the dark force energy, and the instinctive knowledge of a Jedi told her it had to be destroyed. With the aid of the Force, and the natural reflexes of an ace pilot, Marasia dropped her targeting reticule on that flailing body, locked on, and fired a single torpedo. It was a tiny target, but it was close and moving on a straight trajectory. As the torp flew out, Marasia gave it a tiny nudge with the Force to ensure it flew true. The proton torpedo burst, a brief flare of light and heat, then ashes and void. The Jedi barely made it out in time. They destroyed the first set of blast doors to access the bridge. The second set, the one they pried open with the Force but left intact, was an eternal seeming 10 meters straight down the hall. The Knights used the Force to help push themselves toward the doors even as the air started to gush out through the shattered bridge viewport. Arlen clung to the edge of the shattered blast doors and reached out with the Force to grab Alana. She was pulled hard and fast toward the vacuum and fell halfway out into the cold void before he could arrest her plunge. He reeled her in even as the escaping air threatened to pull them both into space, and when Alana was close enough to grab with his own hand, he felt the Jedi behind him grab them both, reeling them to safe down the hall with their combined strength. When they landed hard on the deck and the door hissed shut in front of them, sealing them off from the breach, Arlen immediately rolled over to face Alana. The woman lay on her back, eyes closed. He reached out to touch her face as stung with cold from the vacuum. He moved his fingers to her neck and felt a pulse. He tried to touch her with the Force and got a fluttering of the eyes and the creaking open of a mouth. She tried to speak, but all that escaped was a rasp. Arlen bent over her, pressed his forehead to hers, and let a rattling, relieved laugh escape. "It's okay," he whispered. "We did it. Can't you feel it? She's gone." All of a sudden, everything about the battle changed. Caught between the tightening arms of the Chiss and the Imperial Second Fleet, the Raiders had been striking out with increased ferocity. More and more ships were reducing themselves to living missiles, hurling themselves at the closest capital ship and smashing the hull and shields. Davik had lost 3 full Star Destroyers when a Tylonian frigate broke through the Makati's defensive screen and smashed into the hull at full speed. The impact had been far down toward the bow, 5 or 6 full kilometers away from the bridge, but the resulting explosion had torn through the hull and sent powerful shudders through the length of the Great Star Destroyer. That damage had brought all their forward shields to a breaking point, and Davik had been forced to halt their drive toward the Erath flagship, still in the heart of a storm that was getting increasingly contracted and intense. Then something happened. The ships that had been suicidally hurling themselves at Davik's fleet broke into evasive maneuvers. They kept firing on their Chiss and Imperial opponents, but their strategy had suddenly and thinkably changed. He couldn't believe it until the first cluster of Palshoran's ships slipped through the Chiss part of the blockade and jumped to hyperspace. They were all trying to run. He was still trying to wrap his mind around that when Tactical reported the arrival of the Second Fleet. A glance at the tactical holo showed as many new ships inbound as there were fighting the Raiders already. Admiral Grave and his men would want their piece of the fight. As far as Davik was concerned, they were welcome to it. "Admiral," the comm officer called. "We're being hailed. It's the Teshik. Admiral Grave requests instructions. Tell him the enemy's trying to slip away. Don't let them." "Yes, sir." After a second, the lieutenant added, "Sir, we've got another hail. It's from Night 1. She's requesting to speak with you personally." Somehow, for all the ferocity out there, hadn't doubted that Miragia would still be flying. She might even know what the hells was going on. Davik came over to the comm station and said, "Put her on." "Makati, do you read?" His wife's voice, static marred as it was, had an instantly calming effect. "We read you," he said. "What's happening out there?" "We took her out. That's why they're all trying to run." "Took who out? Is Arlen all right?" Her sigh crackled over the speaker. "Arlen's fine. So's Alana. We lost a lot of Jedi, Davik, but she's dead. I think." This, Queen of Night. I think it was the King of Storms, actually. I can't explain it all now, but we cut off the head and they're running. A bunch of shuttles are leaving the Irath ship now. They're all jumping ship. The second fleet just arrived. We'll contain them the best we can. You'll destroy them, you mean? Miragia. Do what you have to. I'm going to see what I can do for our Jedi. The comm line closed and Davek was left fumbling with more questions than answers. He had a feeling not even Miragia really understood what had just happened. He hoped his brother and Alana would be able to fill them in, because right now nothing felt like a victory. He turned away from the comm station and looked out the viewport. In the far distance, Graves' fleet, unbattered and ready to fight, smashed into the enemy and mercilessly turned their frantic fleet a field of explosions hundreds of kilometers wide. No, it didn't feel like victory at all. The Sith almost got back to their ship before Darth Avant called an abrupt change of plans. They'd latched into an airlock portal located near one of the auxiliary hangars and were caught in rush of Irath trying to get to the shuttle's dock there. The soldiers who'd once fought and died to keep them from advancing barely paid notice to them now. All they seemed to care about was getting off the ship. Darth Tarrant still had no idea what was going on, what the enemy they seen in the mess hall was, or why Avant was desperate to get back to Intruder when there were still Jedi boarding parties coming after them. Only 4 Jedi were in pursuit, by his count, and they were all haggard and exhausted from their fight in the mess hall. Darth Keegan alone probably could have handled them, but for Avant the priority was getting away from easy prey. And then, suddenly, it wasn't. After being pushed aside by another rush of Irath, Avant grabbed Tarrant by the front of his tunic and pulled him into a side hall. Sarissa and Kiki joined them, ducking out of the flow. Something's changed, Avant said. I can't see that. Tarrant jerked himself free. What happened? What was that thing? Avant breathed deep, let it out. I can't explain right now. But we need to know where they're all fleeing to. What? Why? Because this isn't over yet. Our enemy isn't dead yet. The thing in the mess was one body. The Jedi must have killed another, but it has more out there. Darth Tarrant, go board one of their shuttles before they all get away. These are her servants. If anyone's running back to her, it will be them. Something in what he said was stirring long-buried memories of what Tarrant couldn't pin down. You mean hijack a ship? I mean stowaway. Lay low. Let it take you to your destination, or until you know the destination. Then kill the crew and hail Intruder. He saw Tarrant's gaze tilt toward Sarissa. Take your apprentice. It should be an easy task. From the looks of them now, they won't put up much of a fight. Whatever Avant knew, he wasn't going to explain until his orders were carried out. Tarrant had no idea what this threat they were facing really was, but apparently Avant did, which meant he had no choice but to bow to the older Sith Lord's demands and hope he knew what he was doing. What about the Jedi behind us? Darth keep it, and we'll take care of them. Go. He looked at Sarissa and saw the confusion and reluctance on her face. He felt the same, which meant they'd at least be in the same mess. Let's go, he rasped, and turned back toward the trickle of Irath now hurrying down the halls to their hangar. Sarissa followed without a word. Even when they got to the hangar, no one seemed to pay much attention, but Tarrant insisted on stepping back behind the cover of some empty supply crates to scout the situation. 3 Irath shuttles remains, each one with a dark low-dome body like the back of an insect. Only a few more soldiers were left to straggle in. The shuttle nearest to them was already firing its main thrust engines and raising its landing ramp, which meant they had only 2 options left. He looked at them both and noticed one seemed to have a second cargo hatch still hanging wide. It was the perfect opening. He jabbed a finger at it and Sarissa nodded. The shuttle closest to them roared to life, kicked up on its repulsors, and pushed out toward the hangar mouth. With the blaster rifle cradled in both arms, she and Tarrant both stepped into the open and prepared to run for it. That was when the Jedi arrived. When Jodrum and Kimmer broke onto the maintenance catwalk strung above the hangar space, it hadn't taken them long to spot the 2 dark-clothed figures crouched behind the supply crates in the corner of the flight deck. They'd had to rely on the Force as they'd given chase to the Sith, and when they sensed the dark, intent presences of the dark side users split into two groups. The Imperial Knights had chosen one path, Jagged and Kemmer the other. While they all weren't heading back to the same ship, he didn't know, but maybe he could find out later. There was no denying how scared he was. He'd fought Sith once before and nearly died. He'd been an apprentice then, half-trained and overconfident, but that was no guarantee he'd fare better today. He was thankful, at least, that the bearable was nowhere in sight. When the shuttle directly beneath them rose and lurched for the exit, the Sith started moving too. He and Kemmer moved as one, leaping over the catwalk railing and igniting their lightsabers as they fell, Force slowed to soften the impact. The heat from the shuttle's engines washed over them fast as they fell through it. Then they dropped onto the deck right behind the Sith. One of them, the male, ignited his lightsaber as he turned. The other, female and younger, spun on her heel and raised a blaster rifle. Jagged hefted his saber to block the first shot, then froze, stunned by the blue skin and glowing red eyes of the male Sith Lord. And in that same second, the Chiss seemed to freeze too. Then a blaster bolt skimmed Jagged's upper arm. Pain brought him back to his senses, and he deflected the next shot back at the young woman. The Chiss raised his free hand and released a blast of force lightning that Kemmer caught on her lightsaber as she charged. The Chiss ducked beneath the Nautilin's horizontal saber swipe, then released another burst of lightning directly into her stomach. Kemmer let out a cry and lurched off balance. The Chiss slipped one step back and swung his saber back for a killing blow. Jagged was there to block him, using the Force to throw Kemmer out of harm's way as he did. Blue and red sabers crackled against each other, and their eyes met again through the sparks. Revelation begged, but Jagged couldn't allow it. This was a battle to the death, and another shock would kill him. He sensed the girl's next laser shot before it came and ducked out of the way. That was enough to knock him off balance. The Chiss reached out and caught the collar of his shirt, and in the same moment released another burst of force lightning that scalded Jagged's body and blinded him with blue-white. The next thing he knew, he was being pulled off his feet. Then he slammed hard into metal, and he found himself on his back, staring upward at two shadow shapes as pain still twitched through his body and a throbbing hum rose around him, like a starship warming it. Engines! He heard something else, like a heavy latch sealing airtight, and then the dark cabin rattled more. He must have been thrown on one of the fleeing Erath shuttles, maybe in a cargo hold. Jagged tried to rise, but a boot slammed in his sternum and pinned him to the ground. He reached out and grabbed the boot with both hands, like he could pull it off his chest. The man above him leaned close. Glowing red eyes settled just out of reach of his flailing hands. The whole cabin shuddered again, and he knew this ship was taking off, flying free of the Erath flagship, taking him far away from the other Jedi, and leaving him captive in the hands of a Sith. But not just any Sith. A dim light flickered on, bringing clarity to the darkness. The young woman with the rifle stood to one side, uncertain. The Chiss leaned over Jagged still, looking at him closely. With reluctance, knowing what he'd find, Jagged let himself examine the blue face above his. All the youthful softness he'd remembered had been carved away by time and terrors he couldn't imagine, but he knew that face, just as the Sith knew his. Chapter 20. The battle at the planet Arlen eventually learned the Chiss called Sevic 358 was so large and chaotic that it took several days to tally the results. There was no hope for an accurate count of how many raiders had killed or how many of their ships destroyed versus escaped, but the estimate presented by the Chiss asserted that around 50% of the vessels they found at Sevic 358 during their initial ambush had been reduced to a chain of scorched debris that drifted in the planet's orbit like a gnarled halo. As for the Imperial and Chiss losses, those could be determined with more clarity. Being the first to attack, the Chiss has suffered the most damage, with a casualty rate of around 30% of total troops. For Davek's 4th Fleet, the rate sat at around 25%, hardly much better. Admiral Graves' 2nd Fleet got out of it practically unscathed with losses below 5%. Those were proportions. When the raw death tolls were calculated and the status of the critically injured added in, The number of soldiers lost at Savik 358 amounted to 250,000 Chiss and roughly the same amount of Imperials, mostly from the 4th Fleet. It was a difficult toll to wrap a mind around. For Arlen, the worst troubles were the most immediate. More than half of the Imperial Jedi he'd brought with him for the fight were dead. Alana Solo DJO was badly injured from the fight, with the Beleth and exposure to the vacuum, but at least she was set for recovery. Grandmaster Lobaka's daughter was dead, as were 2 veteran Jedi Masters. The worst was that it clearly wasn't over. A Beleth was still out there, presumably holding the body of the Aerith's so-called Queen of Night. Possibly she was in possession of even more. From what Arlen recalled about her, she may have absorbed key information about the Jedi Order from Master Sar's mind. Whether she could rally the scattered raiders for more attacks was unknown. It was uncertainty layered on uncertainty. It was not something he looked forward to explain to his brother, and it was a mild relief when cleanup from the battle occupied Davik for almost 2 full days at Savik 358 before the battered Afshimakati began the slow and careful lightspeed trip back to the Bilbringi shipyards, where it and a large chunk of the 4th were due for badly needed repair. Once the fallback to Imperial space began, they finally had the time to discuss it. Marasia joined them, and for a long time Davik simply sat on the sofa in his admiral's cabin, listened to the 2 Jedi as they explained what a Beleth was, the threat she represented, and the damage she'd already done. When they finished, Davik looked down at his folded hands and took a long minute to gather his thoughts. Finally he looked at his brother and said, "I understand why you didn't want to explain all this before. Frankly, I wouldn't have believed you." "I hardly believed it either, but she was there," said Marasia. "You killed her? It took a proton torpedo to do it, but you did." "She has bodies to spare," said Arlen. "The question is what she can do with the body or bodies she has left." "You just said you don't know the answer." "Nobody does. That's something the Jedi are going to have to find out next." "Which Jedi?" Davik's eyes narrowed. "Our Jedi, the Imperial Knights, are the ones from Ossus. It's the same order." "You know it's not." "I'm sorry, Davik, but in the eyes of the Jedi there's nothing special about Knights from Imperial space, just like there's nothing special about Knights on other academies. Our government doesn't see it that way. Arlen, your Knights are allowed to operate with my fleet because I asked you to. Me, personally, Grave or any of the other fleet admirals wouldn't, not even because they're anti-Jedi. They don't want to work with soldiers who don't follow orders." "Are you asking for an apology for running off? You just agreed I couldn't have explained about a Beleth. We needed to move fast to stop her, and we did." Davik sighed. His eyes slipped to his wife, and back to his brother. "You told me about how Alana's team investigated the Erath homeworld. What about other Jedi teams? How did they find Savik 358? This was the part he'd been dreading, and he'd been stupid to think his brother would overlook it or just let it go. He'd wondered whether to lie when this question came up, wondered whether it might be better for his relationship with Davik. It was an option that would only offer brief escape and lingering guilt. Still, he was tempted to lie. When he hesitated to answer, Davik looked at his wife. "Marasia." She shook her head. "I don't know. I'm sorry." "There's no reason she would," Arlen sighed. The Jedi search teams were guided by the information from the Kalish warship Imperial intelligence retrieved. "Stony, cold?" Davik asked. "How did the Jedi get a copy?" "It was my decision," Arlen said, deciding to leave their mother out of it. "Did a Jedi steal it?" "No. No Jedi was involved with the theft." "Then who did?" Davik pressed. Arlen sighed. "I enlisted the help of Tamar Skirata." Davik looked like he was on verge of bursting. "I'm sorry. Are you telling me you hired your ex-wife to commit treason for you?" "It wasn't treason. And I didn't hire her. She did it to honor Dad." Mention of their father seemed to soften his anger. "Arlen, the other admirals are going to ask how the Jedi found Savik 358. Avarice is going to ask. What do you expect me to tell them? Do you want me to lie to protect the Jedi?" "What's the lie about?" "This all worked out in the end, Davik, for everyone. The raiders are crippled. Odds are good they won't attack again, at least not for a while. This was a victory. Then why doesn't it feel like one? Arlen looked away. He was right, it felt like no victory at all. There was too much uncertainty, out in uncharted space, and in his own family. He didn't know what was coming next for either. Davek heaved another sigh, and pushed off from his sofa. I need to think about this. I need to figure out what I'm going to tell them. But Arlen, I don't think we'll need your services right now. What does that mean? Me, personally, or all the Jedi in the Empire? Arlen, take your people. Go back to Bastion so they can rest after all this. Looking on your daughter. It made him feel guilty, but in all that had happened he'd almost forgotten about Marin and the Bastion riots. Okay, I'll do that. I'll look in on Vitor, and Roan too. Thank you, Davik said, but didn't meet his eyes. What about me? Asked Marajiak. Davik looked at his wife cautiously. What do y'all want to do? I'd like to stay with you, and I'd like to keep some of Night Squadron. All right, go ahead. You two can decide among yourselves which Jedi go or stay. But I ain't going back to Bastion, said Arlen, a statement with a touch of question. You can go to Asus too, or wherever you want. Just take some leave, Arlen. After what he'd done with Tamar's help, Davek would be in his rights to come down harder. Arlen supposed he should be grateful, but all he felt was that the lingering distrust between them had grown thicker. All right, he said. Give me until we reach Bastion to decide everything. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go down and look in on our wounded. He didn't offer Miragia the chance to walk with him, to talk about Davek or the Imperial Jedi, or anything else. Compelled by the urge to get out of that room, he spun on his heel, marched out the door, and did not look back. At long last, the air of tension that had stretched the Bilbringi crew to point of breaking relaxed. Word of the big battle in the unknown regions came down, and as far as Lucas Briggs was concerned, it was cause to celebrate. The Raider fleet had been ambushed and smashed at their secret redoubt with the help of the Chiss. Their leader had apparently been killed, and some rumors said it was Admiral Fel's wife who'd done it, a Jedi Knight and a Voidwalker to boot. Lucas hadn't seen Miragia Valter in over 15 years, but he still remembered the frigate's CAG as a small dark-haired woman with a stern demeanor and an iron will. The news wasn't all good, but even the rest gave the Bilbringi crew a sense of purpose. The Fourth Fleet had taken a lot of damage during the battle and was lurching back to the shipyards in dire need of repairs. They were set to start arriving within 24 standard hours, and when they did, the entire shipyard staff would be set to work. From the reports that had filtered down to Lucas' desk, it would take over a month of full staff overtime labor before the Fourth was close to fighting shape. Because the news was, overall, good news, and because soon they'd all be working their butts off for 1 month straight, all the varied watering holes in the Bilbringi yards that night were packed to bursting with techs, administrators, and officers getting on one last hurrah. That night Lucas met Colonel Malkin at the Rimwalker, and they enjoyed several rounds of ale and a few messy games of darts with some of Lucas' friends from the quartermaster's office. At one point, after it had gotten late and a few of the staff officers had retreated to their families, Malkin slung a heavy arm over Lucas' neck and tugged him to a relatively private corner of the bar. "You doing okay, Sarge?" asked Lucas as Malkin's heavy body leaned against his. "I'm hanging in there, Private. Just fine, thanks." His bushy face was close and the L was strong on his breath. "It's good though, Sarge. We're through the mess, aren't we? Smashed the invaders. Settled the score." He smiled with relief, but Malkin didn't return it. "Oh, Briggs," the older man said, "we're just getting bloody started. You know that, right? Well, sure, we'll have to work our butts off getting the Fourth back to fighting shape, but still." No, that ain't it." Malkin's squeeze on his neck tightened and Lucas tapped his tricep. Okay, just loosen up a little. It's all good, Sarge. Really, it's all good." Malkin loosed the hold but didn't pull his arm away. With his free hand, he wiped a bit of spilled ale out of his beard. "You've been a great help so far, Briggs. Just like I knew you would." From the hush in his voice, Lucas figured he was talking about the extra supplies he'd let slip onto the base along with the fresh troops from Jagged Minor. After the whole thing was said and done, he found he hadn't felt guilty at all, not when he'd done what he'd done in order to protect civilians at the yards, civilians like his family. No problem, Sarge, really. He patted Malkin's arm again. It's a good thing we didn't have to use that stuff, you know. Malkin exhaled. His knees weakened a little and his weight pressed down on Lucas a little more. Sarge, there's something wrong. The older man breathed deep, straightened, and finally pulled his arm off Lucas' neck. Not a damn thing? Want another round? Are you sure that's a good idea? Lucas felt okay, but Malkin looked like he'd had too much already. Of course it's a criffing good idea. Come on, just one more round, my treat. It was long-standing policy in the Stormtrooper Corps to never turn down a free drink, especially when someone ranked above you offered to pay. Okay then, if you inside. But one more round. He followed Malkin back to the bar, and they got their drinks, and to his slight surprise it indeed ended up being the last round. When he got back to the habitat wing, the children were asleep, but Marion was still up. For once she was forgiven of his tardiness. As they lay down to sleep, it occurred to him that he never did find out what had bothered Malkin. The man hadn't hinted anything else about it during their last shared drink. Lucas decided it couldn't have been that important, and with that thought allowed himself to drift away into sweet and simple rest. It was a truism among the one Sith that all who did not draw power from the Force were vermin. This attitude was consistently drilled into all those raised Sith. For Darth Krone, who'd been seduced to the dark during adolescence, the attitude still came easily. As a member of a centuries-old Kuwiti aristocratic Q-Volt family, he'd been raised with a similar flavor of fervent elitism. The Sith had opened his eyes, and he knew the truth of what they said. Still, the born aristocrat in him knew that some non-Force users were less vermin than others. In upbringing and sensibility, he had much alike with Moff Corrine Veers, scion of a venerable Imperial line that proudly claimed to have served Lord Vader himself. Veers had noticed their shared sympathies without knowing the full truth of them, and had been quite happy to forge a closer relationship with KDY's chairman. It was a closeness they both tried to keep out of the public eye. It was for that reason that they met this time in secret. Veers had found some excuse to get away from Jagged Minor for a few days, and Krone, after a few weeks busy with KDY business, had claimed executive privilege and taken his personal yacht itself, size of an Imperial frigate but far more elegant, out to the mid-rom for an ostensible pleasure cruise. Darth Krone had personal staff who'd keep secrets. None would ever speak of Veers' shuttle slipping into the yacht's docking bay, nor of the sumptuous dinner prepared for just the two of them. Once the staff and servant droids delivered everything on the table, they followed orders and left the two men alone. Even among trusted staff there were things they couldn't say aloud, and it was a relief to have full privacy. After swallowing his first mouthful of a spice nerf steak, Krone said, "I trust the data card I provided was helpful." "Oh yes," Veers nodded. "I've had agents patch your executive command codes into 24 Star Destroyers in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets. But not the 4th. Veers smiled ruefully. "Admiral Fel is sharp and busy besides. Now that half his fleet's undergoing repairs at Bilbringi, I might try and make some modifications. But that depends on your timetable." Krone smiled politely and took a sip of wine. It was a curious dance the two of them played. They shared the same goal of removing Neela Avarice and installing Veers himself as head of the Empire. But they had separate machinery working toward that goal, segregated and mostly secret from each other. Krone had insisted on it. Better to insulate him and the one Sith's operations from the Jedi when they inevitably started snooping around Veers. He'd given the Moff some important tips, namely arranging for him to work with the Mandalorians. Veers hadn't specified exactly what he'd wanted Jevernauch's commandos for at the time, but it was easy to guess that he'd enlisted them for a false flag attack on the Chiss Ascendancy. They weren't going to say it aloud even now, such were the careful rules of their game, but Krone said, very politely, "I understand the Chiss were the ones who started the attack on the Raider base. They must have taken heavy losses." "That's true. They did. Veers moved smoothly past his last comment being ignored. I heard the Fourth Fleet was also badly damaged. Yes, and it would have been twice as bad if the Chiss hadn't been there to absorb the blows. I see. He bit off another bit of steak, chewed, and swallowed. Tell me, what about the second? Admiral Graves fallen back to Yaga Minor and started overseeing repairs. Minor ones, relatively. They got off barely scathed. Veers nodded firmly. He didn't say whether Admiral Graves' late arrival had been planned in advance. Crone knew Veers had invested a lot of trust in the young admiral, though he insisted he shared nothing with Grave about his relationship with the Kuiti. Well, that's fortunate for him. And you? Crone sipped more wine. You'll get an official announcement tomorrow, but I'm pleased to say that all work on Invincible has been completed. Your great new Star Destroyer will be on its way to Imperial space very soon. I'd plan on it arriving in, say, 5 standard days. Excellent, Veers grinned. He'd lobbied harder than any Imperial Moff or Admiral to build a new, state-of-the-art superstar destroyer. There'd been no immediate threat 4 years ago, which had made his hawkishness all the more appealing to the one Sith who'd been looking for an ally in the Imperial hierarchy. Tell me, said Crone, you have the executive command codes for the ship, but what do Avarice and Darrican expect to do with it? Which of the 4 fleets will it be assigned to? There's been a lot of argument among the military brass for that. My sources say they'll want to bring it to Bastion first for a public christening ceremony. That should help bring order to the capital, Crone observed. Veers nodded. It will show everyone that the Empire is strong, like it used to be. After that, there's talk of sending it to patrol the border and show the flag there. Admiral Darrican himself wants to command those missions. I thought the Supreme Commander was more an administrative role. It is, but it's going to be a show of strength, not an actual combat mission. Really? Are you that sure the threat from the Raiders is gone? Sith information on the Raiders had been frustratingly spotty even before Darth Avank's report. The news that the ancient force abomination Abelith had been commanding the Raiders had sent shocks through the one Sith. 50 years ago, the creature had turned another group of Sith into her playthings and had only been put down by the combined efforts of Luke Skywalker and Darth Krayt in a battle that had nearly killed both the Grand Master and the Dark Lord. Veers scowled and prodded his food with a knife. We broke their fleet and captured their flagship. Their commander is dead, apparently. The Jedi say they killed it. The problem is the Jedi. What about the Jedi? There's some indication that the Jedi may have used classified Imperial intelligence when searching for the Raiders' base. Admiral Fel. Who else would it be? His brother and mother are both in the cult. So you could use it as an excuse to move against him, arrest him, or at least strip him of his command of the fort. Believe me, I've set things up so Bill Brangy is as good as mine, but I need more proof before I go after Fel. Crone smirked. Please? If you can't find incriminating evidence, you can always make some up. I've thought about that. But frankly, the Jedi have been getting popular lately. So has Fel. They've both been on the front lines of all these battles. Then you'll have to turn public against them? Veers narrowed his eyes. If you have any advice, I'd appreciate it. They were at the familiar impasse. They worked to the same goal, but each had secrets it was best for the other not to know. After the Battle of Kali, the Grievous had escaped that system, apparently after a team of Jedi had refused to fire on it. Darth Krone had invested considerable resources into tracking that ship, initially because it presented a random element that could interfere with his plans. Veers and Imperial intelligence had also tried to find it for similar reasons, but in the end the Sith had resources Vermin did not. He could explain everything he planned to do, but it was risky, and there was no need. A few nudges would suffice. Veers was a smart man. He'd figure out the rest. Here's some advice for you, Crone said. When you bring Invincible to its christening ceremony, make sure Avarice and Darrican both attend. They're planning on that anyway? Let me be more specific. Make sure they both leave Bastion and jump into orbit together. And make sure you're not with them. It was as blunt as their talks ever got. A new seriousness settled over Veers' face as he calculated the timing the things he'd have to do. If the head of state and supreme commander were suddenly removed from the picture, the Moth Council would have to call an emergency vote to select the next head of state until a proper election could be held. Veers had plenty of allies on the council, but he needed to be sure. Crone could feel his thoughts whirling in his force aura. Crone sipped a little more wine and casually cut another piece off his nerf steak. He chewed it and swallowed and looked back at Veers. The man was still thinking, dinner all but forgotten in front of him. Don't let the food go to waste, Moff Veers, Crone smiled teasingly. After all, what's the point of having these pleasures if you can't enjoy them? When she returned to her house after being called to the communication center by the landing zone, Jade Skywalker Tainer stepped through the door heavy by the weight of everything she'd learned. She closed the door behind her, heard Nat and Cole in the kitchen with the babysitter Jade had called on short notice, but didn't go to join them. Outside, the noon sun shimmered bright on their homestead's endless fields. The sky was beautifully clear. The life she and her family had had on Finger in these past years suddenly seemed perfect, now that she knew their idol was over. She stood there with her boots on the entry mat until Pella peeked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Jedi Skywalker, I thought I heard you. Are you all right?" Pella was the daughter of one of their neighbors, a couple of humans who owned a farm 2 kilometers away. She had hair the color of straw, a pale freckled face, and blue eyes that were always bright with energy. The children loved her. Pella was 16, Jade remembered dully, the same age she herself had been when her father had died. Jade spent a few minutes listening to Pella chatter on without hearing a word of it. When the girl seemed done, Jade politely thanked her for coming on short notice and paid her twice the usual fee. After thanking Jade profusely, the girl went outside, got on her speeder bike, and flew off back home. Jade didn't watch her go. She stayed in the kitchen with Nat and Cole, who just finished the lunch Pella had made them. Nat gathered the dish and took them over to be washed. It was the chore Jade had just introduced him to. The 7-year-old seemed intent on that alone, but Cole stayed in his seat, watching his mother with those curious eyes that always seemed to know more than a 3-year-old could say. "Nat," Jay said, "come here. The dishes can wait." Her older son let them piled on the counter and walked back to the table. He sat down on the chair next to Cole, and both Jay's sons looked up at her with serious faces. As young as they were, they knew something was wrong. In a family of Jedi, there could never really be secrets. "I just got a call from Asas," she began, and immediately faltered. There was no way to explain to the children everything that she'd heard. Abella returned, Alana injured, and Lobaka's daughter dead along with a dozen other Jedi. The Sith reappeared from nowhere, and their father, Jay's husband and closest friend since childhood, was now in their grasp. Jadram wasn't dead. She knew she'd feel that, as certain as anything. The Sith might be torturing him this very second. They might kill him at any minute. It was an anxiety that would never go away until she found her husband or the unthinkable happened. Until either of those passed, she doubted she'd be able to think at all. There was no way to tell any of that to the children, so she tried to summon fragile hope. She bent close and placed a hand on either shoulder and squeezed. "Something happened on the mission your father went on. The Jedi don't know where he is." "Do you know?" asked Nat. She shook her head. "Not right now. But I'll find him. I swear it. Now, we don't have time to waste. Nat, get everything you think you'll need for a few weeks and pack your bag. Help Cole get everything he needs. We'll all be going away for a while." "Where?" Cole asked. "We'll all be going to Asas. You'll stay at the Jedi Temple where it's safe. I'm going to go with a group of Jedi, and we'll get your father back." She wanted to say more. She wanted to promise them she'd get Jadram back, but hope only went so far. She knew the chances for a successful mission were painfully low. It was a miracle Jadram hadn't been killed already. Maybe the boys sensed that. Maybe they didn't. Nat nodded, and so did Cole. They both looked too old for their ages. Jay's own childhood innocence had ended with the death of her mother at age 4. When she looked in Cole's 3-year-old eyes, she couldn't bear the thought of him going through the same thing even younger. She gave their shoulders one more squeeze and said, "Come on, get going. You've got a lot to pack." And so they did as they were told. Natlet and Cole followed, and then she was alone in the kitchen, surrounded by all the accumulations of a normal, quiet life with her husband and sons. And she knew in her gut, in the Force, that no matter what she and the Jedi found when they went searching for Jadram, the normal, quiet life was over. The days they'd shared as family would never come again.